Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religion. Our special show tonight and some special guests. We have Ed and Stephanie. Ed, say what you want, man.
I'm
Okay,
Ed.
Stephanie.
Well, hi. How's it going, Richard? Just here to enjoy the camaraderie and the chat, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. Ed, did you have anything you wanted to say, all joking aside?
No, I'm just Ed. I'm a materialist and a realist and whatever other ists kind of stuff are after nouns in general.
Yeah, most people have a lot of ists. It's
Yes.
true. It's true. So right before we went live, we were tossing around the idea of maybe saying something like, "What's our understanding of what is true?" Something like that, maybe.
Exactly. Yes. Because the truth is whatever corresponds to reality, and reality is the totality of whatever exists. Okay. Are you?
Hold on.
Do you agree with that?
I'm critiquing it as harshly as I can.
So reality is the totality of what exists, and truth is whatever comports with reality. So
As
facts
long
are,
as we don't affirm coincidence as anything besides coincidence, I'm totally willing to go with those definitions.
cool. Why coincidences are a problem to you?
Because those are the only challenges to the JTB is coincidences.
JTB.
Justified true belief theory
Okay.
in correspondence theory. Yeah, which you just described correspondence in JTB.
Justified true beliefs are facts.
Correspondent to the actuality.
Yeah. So
Okay.
facts. So like blue sky, that's a justified true belief.
Yet, as far as we can tell. So I want to comport with reality. I'm sure there's some things that I believe that are not true. Of course, if I were aware of them, I would autocorrect. I would self-correct. But I have to be made aware of them.
How would you self-correct yourself?
I would find out what is true and adopt that.
But that means you would have to change your ideology.
Always, constantly, yes.
Would you do that at any cost?
I always have, yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay.
It's more important to me than my pride. I'll put it that way.
So knowledge is more important to you than yourself.
Yes.
Why?
I'm not sure. It's a personal preference thing, maybe?
Do you think knowledge is beyond yourself?
I think I have some knowledge or I'd be dead. But there must be knowledge I've not encountered and not accepted yet.
Not accepted because you haven't encountered it yet? Or because
Yeah,
you
or
haven't understood it? Or because you can't comprehend it at all?
Oh, there's probably some in all of those categories, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is always the great unknown.
Yes, I mean, our knowledge is limited. I mean, it would be sheer conjecture, but just as an example for this conversation, I might say something like, science has discovered so far 50% of all things that are true. But that means that we have 50% more to discover. And I can't even be aware of what that 50% is if you assign value to the idea of the known known, the known unknown, and the unknown unknown. There is an unknown unknown, and we just have to shrug our shoulders for now.
Do you think we are eligible to make assumptions of that 50% that we understand so far.
You mean that the 50% is literal? No, I wouldn't mean it as literal.
Do you think we can make assumptions of what we know so far then?
And every time we do and confirm it, we grow a little bit more.
Okay. Do you think that we can extrapolate more information from what we know so far? Hey,
Oh
people.
gosh, I mean, isn't that what a hypothesis is?
Yes.
So yes, we have hypotheses.
Correct. Brilliant. Hypotheses are useless
For now.
unless they are confirmed.
True story.
Correct. So we can have 10,000 hypotheses about 10,000, 100,000 stuff.
Yeah, and usually it's more like 10,000 hypotheses about 5 things.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. No, I am a non-resistant non-believer, which is to say,
Describe that for me. I've never heard that.
which is to say that I believe that you believe in what you believe,
Fair enough, but that
but
doesn't show it's true.
but I don't believe in what you believe. But
Why
I
would
believe
you?
that you believe in what you believe, and I respect that.
I think we have to. But that's the difference between an objective and a subjective truth.
Cool. Okay.
If you don't mind those terms, I would say my perception of the actuality is subjective, and I'm stuck in the subjective. Even if you explain something to me, I understand it subjectively.
Would it be any way that I can explain it objectively? Do you
Sure,
think?
first you need to have the objective truth, and then you need to mind meld with me, and we become one mind, and then you give that to me through that process, and then you extract yourself and leave me be.
So if I become your personal experience, I can experience your objective, which is subjective to me at the moment.
Well, I would need an objective truth, and I would need to understand it as that objective truth is held.
Okay, what if I say that consent is an objective truth?
We invent truths all the time with our opinions. I now announce you man and wife. I like the color red. That's my favorite ice cream. Those things are true.
True to in report to what?
To the individual and to the situation.
To your individual.
Yes. But if you believe that chocolate is your favorite flavor, then chocolate is your favorite flavor. That is an objective truth of you. At least in the moment, it must be.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay. Well, decisions. How do you take decisions?
As probably wrong. The majority of the decisions I've ever made have been wrong and didn't work. But I don't know all options.
Why not?
Because my mind is not aware of all the options.
Why not?
I mean, unless the thing is very, very simple, I could be aware of all the options. Like, if it's dichotomous, I tie my shoes, I don't tie my shoes. I might cut off the laces. But all that's really obvious. And I know everything that has to do with making a decision like that. But what I don't know is if I don't tie my shoes or I cut off the laces, what am I going to trip over later? I don't know that.
Oh, so you're planning for the future.
Yes,
Yeah,
forward-thinking memory, they say.
So, tying your shoes is not important for the moment. It's important for the future.
Sure, many things we do. Birthing children.
You lost me there, but I got you. Excuse me. Hold on. But then children, yes. To this day, there are plots of land in Nigeria or Africa somewhere that people are actually having sex on those plots of land to increase fertility of those plots of land. So I understand the forward thinking of stuff, okay, but how can we reason to the reality of stuff, so we won't be ridiculous like people from Africa?
Well, it's entirely possible that the abrasion of the soil on the back of their skin is causing more skin loss right there. That would help the soil. Or spilling of seed and sperm and mucus. That might help the soil a little bit, but not very much. I don't think it's going to be noticeable. Those are very, very small amounts of materials that are biodegradable, etc.
You're a smart man, and you know we talk about ideologies and how ideologies affect cultures and tribes, sure, and communities and societies, and how, sure, that society shapes the individual back, and the individuals will shape the society back. It's a quid pro quo kind of.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah.
In English, in my language, yeah. Quid pro quo. Yeah, okay, so the problem is when we make false correlations. And here's our worst likelihood, or our greatest likelihood to have false correlations, is when we don't have a comparative. So, okay, it produced crops. Would it have done that without the sex ritual? Would there be a significant change with the sex ritual versus not? So if you don't make those actual comparatives, and now we're right into the scientific method, and without that, it's easy for, say, children and people ignorant of that kind of an idea set to make false correlations, of course.
But let's say that the crops went well. The crops went terrific, and they gave I don't know 10,000 to the hectare, or whatever the agricultural lingo is. But wouldn't that reinforce a lie?
Oh well, no, lies are reinforced all the time by bad observation.
So observations reinforces lies.
It can.
It can.
If your conclusions are poor, if again you're making just a different correlation or assumption, you can have reinforcement of things that aren't true in reality. Yeah, absolutely.
I have to apologize. I started with the philosophical kind of stuff, and I haven't asked you about your stuff. Which I know that you probably explained like 10,000 times, but not to me.
Well, yeah. First, let me say welcome, Trusty Ape, and allow Trusty Ape the floor. Stephanie could have piped in any time, but we've been talking this whole time. So.
No, I do apologize. I'm trying from a different location if I'm having any lag, or I don't mean to overtalk. I was just saying you could be right about a certain thing, but have the wrong reasoning. That was all I was going to say. And peace and respect, Richard and everybody.
To you as well. Okay, so my thing is, how are you, Ed? Pleased to meet you. I don't think I've ever spoke to you audibly before.
I sent you an email like a year ago, and I was trying to start a YouTube channel, and you were my first choice to interview, but that didn't happen.
Did I fail
No.
to respond or something?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's all in the past. What am I? What how am I? How can I present myself? I'm a materialist. I believe that all the things in this reality are material and are made by material stuff. Even our thoughts are made by neurons in our brain. Our interactions between our neurons makes our thoughts. The interactions between our neurons are electrical, which are physical, which are material. So that explains most of what we are. I have to say hello to everyone in the chat. I know everyone in the chat in the chat are great people, and I have to say hello to all.
And do you have an explanation of the argument of qualia, or how you experience things individually, and why that is different from the materialistic view?
Cogito ergo sum.
I
Which
think
is to
therefore
say,
I am, or something.
Yes, I think before I am. So qualia, my qualia is my qualia. Okay. So everything that I experience, and you don't.
Sure.
So what I experience, I sample it with my external reality,
Mm-hmm.
which is how do I experience it? I sample it. I compare it. That's the word, isn't it? Whatever I experience, I compare it with other individuals that I can see with my qualia, and if those individuals are responding in between my parameters or my limits, my paradigm or whatever, I deem them as true.
Simple, for instance, for everything Ed just said. Unusual car goes by. One friend says to the other, "Did you see that?"
Mm-hmm.
Hoping that the other person will describe the car they just saw.
Yeah.
Well, and another thing I would say is, Ed, do you think it is necessary to have other beings to compare your sense of qualia to in order for it to be logical, intelligent?
No, I can exist by myself. I can be logical by myself. I can sustain myself in whatever ways you think of.
I'll grant that if you'll say from the time I was well adjusted to reality. I think a child would not do well.
Why not?
They might find workable ways, but man, the death rate would be high.
Do you think a child needs to be learned into logical lessons and stuff like that?
I think there's illogical things and correlations that are normally made within religious structures that work in reality for all the wrong reasons. So a person could have really terrible ideas and survive okay, but I think they'd also survive well accepting the actuality. They'd survive better accepting the actuality.
It's a curious case for humans, for human babies anyway, that human babies are very needy to their parents, and they need to learn stuff from their parents. However, their parents, they don't teach them metaphysical stuff about the world.
Right.
You know, they teach them basic hand to mouth kind of stuff. You know, the survival kind of stuff.
Sure.
Although, Robert Sapolsky, I think, said, or Steven Pinker, I might be. They said that the mother is the first God
I believe so.
that the child encounters.
Yeah, in the womb, literally your universe.
Exactly. So the idea of someone bigger than us is since our not being born yet.
Yeah.
Kind of. However, the truth of that statement, how would you measure it now that you are like in your 30s?
50s, yeah. How would I measure that? I would think that good child rearing would result in a well-adjusted adult who doesn't need that universe. But I think there's too often poor child rearing that results in an adult who still needs that universe, and it may manifest as its own God.
Why would that child still need?
Oh,
The
geez,
concept of
everything. Nourishment, security, support, everything that a mother is.
Even if the child discovers that the mother is just a mother and the world is bigger than its mother.
How about this? We learned that at such a time that we didn't reckon the world that way. And those ideas are ingrained in us until we replace it for ourselves. And if you don't replace it, well, then something needs to fill that hole.
So the cycle is, we wake up, we see our mother, we see God in a way, and then
Sure.
we become God to our kids as well.
Not if you're smart. If you're responsible, you'll teach the child eventually that you're not God.
Yeah, but still, it's gonna take like 15 years or so.
Sure, maybe 50.
Anyway, I think my first question to you was what spiritual means to you.
Oh my goodness. I think the idea of a self outside of my body is a false idea. And that a lot of people like that idea, but I personally do not. But instead, I think the actuality is what I should accept. Okay, and the actuality is that I am self-contained. Although I do sense things about the outside world,
Stop.
everything's in here.
What is the outside world?
Great question. Don't know. I'm right back to as I perceive it, which is
But-
again
Yeah,
subjective.
you said you feel, you sense the outside world. What does that
Uh-huh.
mean?
Okay, my brain is trying to create an accurate map of what my senses tell me that makes sense within itself and prospers me in the physical realm, something like that.
Okay. So you bring knowledge from the outside, knowledge of feelings, stuff from the outside world to this world, and that benefits you.
When it works in the reality, because the reality decides what works, I do not. And when I do what does work in reality, I find success. And the more success I have, the easier your time is, the more I feel confirmed and happy.
What do you mean by reality that is opposed? That is, it can work against the outside world.
Say that again, please. Sorry.
You said that it depends on the reality that you're feeling. The
Yeah.
outside world, your understanding of the outside world, it depends on the reality that you are now. What is it? Is it about the reality now that can affect the outside world, or vice versa?
I now pronounce you man and wife is one example.
Okay.
Or if I become a politician at any scale, and I speak to others to persuade them in some direction, and the direction I persuade them in more aligns them to reality, and there's a repeated efforts like that within my community should do well in reality.
When you say your community, do you refer to people that believe like you, or that are adjacent to you?
People who are adjacent to me, I suppose.
Okay. That's very brave for you.
I don't think I have a choice.
Do you feel like alone in your beliefs?
Some of them, but isn't everyone. I don't feel that's exceptional in any way.
Have you find someone that shares your beliefs in any way?
Of course, on a lot of things, like cars need gasoline. There seems to be a large consensus for that. I'm just being semi-sarcastic. You'll forgive me. On all of my beliefs, on all my major fundamental presuppositional beliefs, no. I don't find a lot of overlap there.
Why do you need presuppositional beliefs?
Because I understand that some things cannot be proven, but must be assumed.
Do you have a law for intelligibility?
A what?
Do you have a
law?
rule?
A rule. Okay, a law, yeah.
A law
Okay.
for intelligibility of the world? It has to be in this way or no other way?
I try to base it on what works in the actuality around me.
Could it
I
be?
I don't think I have another way to measure things.
I know. Could it be the opposite way that you're thinking? You know,
For you guys backstage, I'll tell you why I'm distracted. For you guys backstage, you're going to have to turn on your camera, all three of you, right? And then I'm going to insist that you flip me off using your left hand, and you must do this within 1 minute. If you can't do that in 1 minute, I will not be letting you in.
Okay. I know. Yeah. That's. Why are you targeted by kids?
It's because I made a stream with an open with a StreamYard link in it.
Oh, right.
So that people can come in, but then they have some kind of search program, I think, where they can find a StreamYard link really quickly and easily. And then they'll grab a name out of your side chat and try to pretend to be that person whom you trust so that they can just be childish, actually. I don't know. I suppose they think it's funny.
I haven't said that.
Oh, I just realized you guys can see those guys too, can't you? Sorry. I was interested in the conversation.
No, that's fine. That's where you're supposed to be.
I hope so.
The chat should be.
Okay, going back to that. I don't want to give them too much
Yeah.
too
yeah,
much
yeah.
attention, because that's what they want, is the attention. I'd rather they just left.
I would like you
Yeah, there's
to
definitely a troll back there.
excuse me for 1 minute because I have to go to some place.
You're welcome back when we come back. Please just stay where you are.
Okay.
There's still room for 2 more, so just mute and do what you need to do. And
Okay.
all right. Trusty Stephanie, what do you think so far?
Well, me, I'm a bit distracted here, but I took issue with something earlier, and now I'm having a total brain fart.
Well, you know what I have to do? I have to try to forget it, and then it pops right back in my head.
Right. It was the shoot. I'll let somebody else go first while I try not to think about it.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Stephanie. Peace and respect, darkened understanding.
Indeed. I wonder. One issue I was struggling with was trying to understand. If I kind of agree that the world is something you construct, but yet the world still exists. So I just wonder. I think it's maybe one of the issues that we all struggle with is trying to make sure there's a degree of comportment between our understanding of the world as it exists and the world as we experience it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, that's exactly why I said I'm trying to create an accurate map of the outside world.
Yeah.
And when I have failures, and failures, of course, result in frustration. Repeated frustrations is anger. If I'm angry, it's probably because I'm maladjust to the reality. I'm not accepting something that is true. So what I want to do is accept as many true things as possible, and that's evident when I'm practicing them because they work.
Mm-hmm.
Although that's not 100%, but it leads you down a path that's probably closer.
Yeah, I mean, the issue of trying to reconcile one's self with the reality one exists in is something that people struggle with all the time. I mean, it's a big focus of dysphoria, for example. That can be a major issue.
Sure.
It's an interesting discussion. Definitely, I don't really have. I don't know where to go with it quite yet. Somebody in the chat was saying they were here to watch me rant, but I haven't found anything to rant about yet.
I think that was Purple, yes, if my memory serves.
No, that wasn't Purple. I think who was that?
Oh, wait, you're right. Carol the Atheist,
It was
right?
Carol. Yeah, it was Carol.
Good memory confirmation. My grasp of reality is still working so far.
There you go.
Hi, Karen.
I'm back, and it looks like I'm blurry. Do you see me blurry?
Yes, I think your
But now
camera is
you're
trying
not.
to.
Yeah.
It depends how far you are from the cam. It seems.
Yeah, you look blurry, but it's kind of ominous and cool, though. I think it's a good effect.
Okay, I'll keep it that then. Okay. I had a question for you.
Evening, everybody. Thanks for having me on, Richard.
Oh, certainly, my pleasure. It was Sean, yes.
Yeah,
Sean,
Sean Richard.
yeah.
Yep. Thanks. Hi, everybody.
Sean Richards. Sean Richards or Sean Richard?
Just Sean.
Just Sean. Yes. Richard, why the Bible? Why did you focus on the Bible?
I'm not. It just appears that way when I'm speaking to Christians.
Have you spoke to Buddhist, Hindus, Hare
Muslim.
Krishnas, Muslims?
Haven't had any Hare Krishnas yet. I'm working on setting up some meetings with some Sikhs. But yeah, I'll talk to anybody on these religious topics.
Do you think you have a bridge between all the religions?
I missed that word. I
Do
can't
you
figure out
think
if you said a range of understanding or a grudge against.
do you think you have a bridge
Bridge.
Oh,
between
bridge.
your doctrine to the rest of the religions?
Not the new ones, but all the rest.
What do you mean by the old ones then?
Everything whose roots go back probably 3,000 years or more, which, is, oh my gosh, Zoroastrianism, Wotanism, the animistic and shamanistic religions of the indigenous cultures of, say, the Americas, which aren't the Americas, but we call it that, or the Australias, which is not Australia, but we call it that.
Richard,
There's only one of those.
Zoroastrianism was what I was talking or trying to remember the other day when we were talking about Richard, when I was mentioning Richard Carrier to you and like how he thinks
Okay.
a lot of the things took into space. So he mentions or Zoroastrianism comes up quite a bit when he talks about like the mythical Jesus and the way the Bible is written and like the way the space opera plays out, and so to speak. But Zoroastrianism comes in, and I'm not very familiar with that. It's
To be fair, when we talk about religion, we talk about monotheistic religion, which is not fair to the religion. Because Zoroastrianism is the first, one of the first. Because I don't want to say the first. It's one of the first monotheistic religions in a way, but even so, Zoroastrianism was a dualistic religion. It believed in good and evil, and it had characters for each of the counterparts. But before the monotheistic religions, we had like thousands of other kind of
Sure.
mini religions, like the shamanistic religions, the animistic religions, every tribe and culture and community had their own way of seeing the world and of seeing the outside of their world in a way, which coalesced into Zoroastrianism, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which is the crescendo of the Indo-European culture, which is to be the Zoroastrianism religion, but which is I want to say Zoroastrianism made sacrifices on hills, on upper sides, and they didn't burn the bodies. They kept a sacred fire in their temples, but they buried their dead on the higher hills and left them for predatory animals and I don't know, crows, hawks, and shit like that.
Of course, those carnivores and scavengers are going to find the bodies and consume them. But the better question might be, why did they leave them up there? Just for predators and scavengers to find?
No, that's true. It's about the beyond. It's about the going to the upper level.
Right.
In a way. True? Yeah. I'm still blurry, isn't it? My camera is making faces. I'm sorry.
You are not lost. The teepee is lost. Trust me about this. You are a wizard. The camera is messing up. You are not blurry. Okay. So I guess overall what you're pointing out there is that it seems irreconcilable to say monotheism, pantheism. Yeah?
Not really. Monotheism. Well. Monotheism is irreconcilable with pantheism. That's for sure. That's from the definitions of it. But panentheism, which is to say that the God or whatever is beyond our realms of time and space, which is and supervises us beyond time and space, which is preposterous, if you ask me.
It depends on what a person means about it. I'd have to hear an individual definition of what they think that means. So I can't say. All I can say is, like, as a concretized conglomerate of that kind of an idea, how can I judge that from my present position? And I would say that actually that's a very difficult thing to do. And a person has to be. I think you'd have to be very open-minded, but not so open-minded your brain just falls out of your skull case.
Correct.
But I've yet to find any of these expressions that from within the cultural context are actually contradictory to each other. I'll give you an example. Christians, well, actually, the Abrahamic call themselves monotheistic, but they believe in a hierarchy in heaven or heavens. For Islam, it's 7 levels of heaven, and this is the lowest one. So there's possibility of ascension into a higher heaven, except for the philosophical Jew and philosophical Christian who don't think that is true. But in that heaven, there's a hierarchy within that heaven where there are some kind of beings, not necessarily fleshly beings, but some kind of an experience, some kind of an awarenesses, and those awarenesses have a rank structure in amongst themselves. Christians would say something like archangel, angel, and then they'll have a plethora of archangels, and they don't even know how many lower angels, and it's professed in the text
don't.
when as they look at them. Sorry,
They don't. They
don't know how many lower angels, right?
No.
No idea. But they'll name Uriel, Michael, Gabriel, Gabriel. They'll name a few of the.
Isn't that based on the Machiavelli's novel?
Who?
Machiavelli's Republic novel. There was
It's based on Machiavelli? No, these names are in the text.
Yeah.
Or do you mean the hierarchy is based on Machiavelli?
Yeah. A Catholic monk somewhere in 1500s decided that there is a hierarchy in heavens, and he divided it by nine not levels, but nine.
Close enough.
Nine, yeah, three times three.
Yeah.
Kind of levels. No, I'm sure you know about that. But when the cherubims and cherubims and what's after the seraphims got to be known.
Yeah.
Which is in the medieval times made by a medieval monk. rock and roll, and this is based on the imagination of
Of a monk.
Yes, yes,
Ed, may I interrupt for 1 second? Because,
surely.
You already have now.
well, yeah, that's very true, Richard. So this, Richard, how do you deal with things of one, like what Ed's talking about a monk making up some sort of hierarchy or interpreting the text and making that like canonic, so to speak. But also, how do you deal with like the monks adding to the scriptures, because you're very much into when you read the scriptures talking about the meaning of the words and this and that. But if the
Sure.
scriptures if there are interpolations, right? Like if some of Paul's letters aren't
And
really
definitely
Paul's
are.
letters, and what's that?
And definitely are.
Correct, right. So how do you deal with that, Richard? Because that's something I've never heard you talk about.
And then I want to get back to the other thing, but not to disrespect you
Yeah,
at
of
all.
course. No,
Okay,
no, no. And
say
you can
say
save what
you
I'm
had
asking for later as well. You could just
no
address
no
Paul
I'll
and then
forget, and let me do it now.
Sure.
Sorry, I've got short term. It's very defined. Anyway, so say you had received 2,000 love letters from your lover, and you're just reading along, and everything's fine. All of a sudden, the word bulldog, and it doesn't match a damned thing. You'd think, oh, they had a brain fart and they got distracted, maybe saw something on TV, accidentally wrote a word that didn't belong there. It has no context, it has no meaning. And you just go, okay, that's a brain fart. Scratch that out, don't worry about it, and you move on. That's what you do.
But it's the word of God.
It is the Word of God, and I'm only proposing a logical solution to that. I've never had to use it for any part of any book, although I have had to use that exact idea for entirety of books, like all of First and Second Maccabees. Second Maccabees, for instance, it matches nothing anywhere.
Well, what about something more to the point of Jesus? Is it? Do we cast the first stone? Was that an addition? Am I right on that, Ed? Do you know? But I know we have sayings
I believe
of
so.
Jesus.
Yes.
We have Jesus saying things in the New Testament that
Yes.
we know he never said, that were additions to the text.
That's not my point. My point is it in keeping with the rest of the story, or is there an argument there?
So
I'm not really worried about what he wrote in the dirt.
So basically,
Okay.
you're saying as long as it keeps within the storyline, you're okay with it, regardless of when it was added, because
But
It really doesn't matter when it was added.
The story is the Sadducee story, or is the what's
Sadducees
that
and
one?
the whore, yeah.
So because there were two different factions in the Jewish whatever. One
Right.
was liberal, one was conservative. One was believing in eternal soul and resurrection. One didn't. Correct?
Yes, as far as I know, you're right. Yeah.
Which is diametral opposed.
In English, diametrically
Okay.
opposed. Yeah.
So it is important what branch are you following?
Why?
Because theoretically it's about your eternal soul, or not.
Yeah. Which I actually think is whether or not your body will have a perfect human body at some point, or it won't. That the soul is contained in the brain, in the mind. It's part of mind.
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You came with these ideas and this interpretation of ancient texts.
Yeah.
In this way, now in 2012,
12.
would you be able to come to the same conclusions in 1991?
Could I have? No, because I wouldn't even have read it.
I'm referring to the knowledge. I'm referring to the possibility of experiencing the same expertise, like from the text. Would you come with the same idea in 1800s?
Okay, here's what I believe happened. First of all, I believe this is not my idea at all, but that this reading frame was shown to me very laboriously, very slowly, with a lot of detail. I had heard and known of this for about 2 weeks. I could go to a Catholic priest who had been through seminary and all the schooling and all the learning, and he probably spent 6 to 8 years doing that, and propose to them challenging questions about the text that are definitely within the text, which they literally had no response to. And I could just keep firing them off, and they couldn't answer and couldn't answer.
But isn't that because your knowledge of your Hebrew text and your knowledge about the background of the Greek text and
no, now you're talking about things I've studied since then.
Yeah,
I didn't study these things at all before then.
So what triggered you?
What triggered me was you could most easily describe it as an acid trip, except I hadn't used any acid.
Okay.
That there was a Hollywood quality movie that played in my head. The movie was about 3.5 minutes long, and it shown me the biblical story and then translated it for me. And it wasn't until the very end that I even realized what it was saying, because I'm not much of an astronomer. I'm not a fan of science. Sorry, got other stuff to do. So I didn't even know. I didn't even know what it was. What's that?
You're not anti-science either.
No, I'm not anti. I accept what's real, whatever that is. If there is a deductive argument that is valid and sound, I just accept it.
Well, what about? Oh man, the anti-science thing threw me because I heard a jab conversation.
I'm actually not anti-science. I'm a fan of science. I don't know much science.
Well, when you say science, what do you mean, Richard? Like, what about medical science, right? Because
medical science.
Well, I have two things. Because one, have you ever taken acid before?
I have not. I've never been that brave.
Okay. Well, I just know that
scares
like
the crap out of
some
me.
of us that have taken a lot of drugs have flashbacks, right? Like
I've never.
Thing. But if you've never,
I'll tell you the most powerful drug I've ever taken in my life. I took 2 hits of Trucker Speed, over-the-counter Trucker Speed, which is I don't even know what that is.
No dose.
Caffeine. It's caffeine pills. They're like high-strength caffeine pills. Yeah. And I took exactly 2 of them, and I would not take 2 more because the crash was so hard. I thought, man, I'm going to die trying to drive home. And I know that's the strongest thing I've ever taken.
So that was just in reference to when you say it's like an acid trip, but I immediately am like, oh, has he done a bunch of acid?
It's an easy way to explain it if I say acid trip.
Sure, and if you were a big acid user, what could explain your like an acid trip could have been like a flashback or just, falling back into some sort of mindset that maybe you've had before. That's the only thing I was clarifying. But when you say your science, I heard a conversation, and maybe it's between. I liked.
Go ahead, man.
Conversation.
Just leave the other person's name out.
There was a jab conversation involved, and you said you're not taking anything like that. And me having experience in the military, they shot us full. So they've shot you and me full of all kinds of shit. I have no idea.
Oh my gosh!
They lined us up, and they pop. Right?
Did you ever go overseas and have to get the gamma globulin shot? Dude, it's a monster.
Not when I was in when I was a kid, and I don't know, maybe we lived in Germany for a long time, so every couple of years I'd have to get a full array of shots on the passport so that they'd let me fly.
Yeah. Right.
But my point being,
reasonable.
What's that?
Which is reasonable.
Oh, 100%. I've look. So I'm. I don't know if this. Anyway, I'm fully vaccinated, boosted, and all that stuff because
Exactly.
one, I am.
I just want to
pro-science,
say
but
that
I'm also. I've been shot up. I've had vaccines ever since I can remember. Right, like to go to school, we had to have shots to go off this. So when you say, Richard, I'm so sorry. This is so long-winded way just to ask. When you say you're pro-science, it seems to me that at least in one particular area, you're not pro-science.
Not true. I'm just not going to need it because I'm more careful than that.
How?
Yeah,
how
but
can
what
you
I'm
be
saying is that
careful
doesn't have,
about the future.
that doesn't have anything to do with being careful. If you're pro-science, right, and science says, hey, this is your best bet, then I'm going to go take that best bet.
No, your best bet's to not get infected.
With what?
Right.
With whatever.
And if I have more of a chance, look, I've often explained it like this. If I'm going downrange, I'm wearing a flak jacket.
Sure, okay.
Right? Would you rather have the flak jacket or would you rather go downrange without the flak jacket? Because
if
what
you're going to
saying
walk
is-
downrange, get the flak jacket.
Right, but you're saying your best bet is to not get shot. And I'm saying,
Yeah,
my
don't
best
go
bet-
downrange. Right.
Well, right, but unless you're not leaving the house, I mean, do you not leave your house?
I have very limited interaction with physical people.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Okay, I just wanted to ask that because when you,
No, you're solid. No, it's just reasonable. Wow, someone's mic is trash box. Trash. Okay, it's Trusty Ape. Refresh, brother. Okay, so for people who interact with a lot of humans all the time, please get all your shots. Please?
Yes, it is.
Be
important
responsible.
to get your shots.
It's not just you, it's people around you, it's your entire community, it's the livelihood of our culture and microcultures. Please get your shots.
What? Why, Richard?
Because it prevents disease.
But aren't we in the image of God?
I don't know what Christians have told you that they think the text means by that, but I will tell you what I think the text means by that.
Okay.
We have a physical self, modeled after beings who have a physical self, and the reason that we are modeled after them is because we are their genetic descendants.
Okay. What the spiritual shit comes from then?
I'm not really sure. I think it's a lack of telescope is where it comes from.
Good.
No, I'm quite serious.
Good. No. That's a lack of telescope.
I think that's where it comes from. Here's why.
I need to make a t-shirt about that.
An uneducated person looking at the world, it looks, because it's really big, it looks flat, right? And when you look at the sky looks domed. So you've got a flat and a dome. That's what you've got. And it's very easy to assume that it's not so much distance versus size and brightness and what kinds of gas. Thanks, Kev. You can shut your camera back off, leave it on, whatever you want to do. I'm going to get back to telescope in a minute. Kevin, you were trying to say something. Do you recall what it was?
Am I better now?
Yes, please speak.
Maybe not.
You have a big delay, but
My
your
location might just be bad.
I think your location is bad. I mean, I love you. Please come on again sometime, but this isn't working out very good. Okay, so until we had a real telescope, and by real telescope, peace and respect, Mac the Human, I mean Harpo Blues, peace and respect to you. I mean I mean, the correct mirror by Galileo in the first telescope, the first real one. We couldn't tell the distance of these things, and we couldn't tell. We couldn't tell there were objects out there that we literally could not see with a looking glass or a periscope, whatever those kinds of devices that weren't very good at all. We just didn't understand that. Okay, so when you perceive the world as a dome, and your world, your part of the world as a disc, then there is literally nothing out there. It's an absolute philosophical nothing, an absolute nothing out there.
Except
So
it
you
wasn't.
can't. What's that?
It wasn't.
I know it wasn't. But there were people who in certain areas who still hold this position.
Okay.
And some of the repercussions of these bad ideas, like Christians hold these bad ideas, because there's absolutely nothing out there, then there can't be a material heaven out there. There can't be material
see what you
angels
mean,
out
yeah.
there. There can't be there. It's on another plane of existence or something. Which Christians still say this crap.
I see what you mean. They cannot see an external world beyond the whatever our telescopes can see. They can't see angels in the in your in
Therefore, they don't exist in reality. Right. Now we know that there are entire galaxies
Is that
on the other side of some nearer galaxy, and because there's something in the way, we can't see what's on the other side of it. We just can't. And to answer purple rhymes with orange, in a B theory of time, yes. You can plan on taking acid and have a flash forward now.
Oh, in a B theory of time, yes, you
Sure,
can.
of course.
However, the B theory of time goes against God,
How?
because the B theory of time, if I'm not mistaken, it goes it says that the past, the present, and the future happens in the same time,
Yeah.
and that it's incompatible with an Almighty God.
Okay, well, first, I don't think it's incompatible, and second of all, you'd have to be talking about some specific God. And if you mean the Christian God, it's not necessarily incompatible.
You know what was the
And Ed, it's definitely not incompatible with Richard's version of the Christian God. Sorry, Richard.
True. Very
I bet.
true.
I mean,
I bet. But the Muslims always want to say the contingency argument. You know the contingency argument.
They're fans, yeah. I'm familiar
Yeah.
with the argument.
Do you can you believe in infinite grace?
I think there were events and places and persons early in the infinite. We could just be early in the infinite. And there is no physical infinite. There's only the thought experiment infinite. Just like there's no nothing. That's a placeholder that we have, a mathematical idea, so that we can calculate other things. There is no true infinite. So you can't have a physical infinite of time space. It doesn't work that way.
Why?
It only works mathematically.
Well, mathematically is not enough for you.
I think maths are languages we developed to describe reality and even experiment into unknown realities. But it's I don't think maths in and of themselves as a whole are perfect and infallible.
What when you think of maths in their all splendor, what do you think about? Because maths explains the entire world like bits and bits.
Yes.
We can't explain our world without maths.
I know you're right.
What's up, Richard?
Peace and respect, Joel.
Hey, Joe.
Joel, everybody, Joel.
Hi, Joel.
Hey, everybody. Figured
Okay.
you might need a math and science guy tonight for your show.
You are an actual math and science guy, and it looks like I could use bailing out right about now. Let me introduce you right after I say the following. I don't know maths very well. However, I've heard it postulated that maths are limited, and
By
and
what?
that you can't. Well, by the fact that they're maths, actually. Like for instance, the incompleteness theorems, that
Okay.
because they're a thing within itself and cannot actually adjust to the actuality outside of our understanding of what the maths are, and our maths are incomplete, just like everything else we have. Then I can say math has an outer diameter, whatever that is.
Okay. Would you hello everyone. Do you know the quantum fields experiment?
Joel,
Yes.
go ahead. I have no idea about quantum anything.
Yeah, I was wanting to actually emphasize, Richard, that what you're talking about, so math is just another form of language. It's a way of expressing, yeah, it's just a way of expressing other concepts. We can express things verbally like we're doing now. We can express them mathematically, artistically. There's abstract, there's concrete, there's almost an infinite form of expression. Math is just one of them.
Would you say that the quantum fields are the metaphysical way that the world exists?
Certainly speaking metaphysically, yes.
Would you agree, Richard?
I don't know, they seem microphysical to me.
Microphysical.
Yeah, not macrophysical. I mean, on a macro scale, but they're microphysical. If you mean they apply everywhere, I guess they would.
Yeah, metaphysical refers to the fundamentals of the physical world.
Oh, sorry, wrong word.
So,
In which case, yes.
so yeah. So the roots of our reality are quantum fields.
Well, especially if you're going to go into the expressions of what's called decoherency versus coherency properties, then yeah.
Sure, I know that. What's his name? Ronald Donaldson? No,
Richard Dawson. Richard.
no.
No, not Richard. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I hate it when someone does that to me. I'm sorry.
There was this guy that went on the Lex Friedman podcast and Donald something. I can't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette while you guys chat. Orge, would you speak? So I'm sure you're Orge.
Yeah, it's me.
Thanks, bro.
No worries.
How many orgasms do you have, Richard? Kidding.
There have been 6 attempts at porn bombing me. The first one did slide in.
I've seen
I
them.
won't fall for 2, but I didn't want to walk away from the camera.
Yes.
Good deal.
Don't worry.
Enjoy your
it seems
smoke, sir.
it seems he's had quite a bit of people not being the people that they are. I didn't really realize that was such a big thing on YouTube until recently.
I know. It amazes me that people actually bombarded him with porn. I mean, why? Why would you bombard Richard Mason with porn? Because I was in the back room and I've
No,
seen
quantum fields. Do not talk about those guys. They want your love and attention. Don't give it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Anyway.
Yeah, quantum mechanics is just another way of trying to describe reality. It's one of multiple ways, I guess.
Would you guys agree that the Casimir effect is a real thing?
I challenge it. It's a measurable experiment, but it's not and it's Casimir, the Polster or Palmer effect. It doesn't help. It's an experiment with
Help with what?
electrodes and, excuse me?
Help with what?
With trying to explain virtual particles, mainly. That's the main caveat with that experiment, and it doesn't seem to help.
I understand that in a way, but it doesn't take the fact that the virtual particles happens.
Well, that's the question mark. So, what is a virtual particle exactly, and why does it take two electrified metal poles in a near vacuum for it to work? Why is there so much real particles to make a vertical particle or virtual particle? Is a big question mark in my mind.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why, but it happens.
Well, so that's the thing. I think the experiment is, it's like an experiment. It can be falsified, it can be misinterpreted. But the question mark, or the topic that most people seem to associate it with, is the idea that virtual particles pop out of nowhere or out of nothing, as Lawrence Krauss, I think incorrectly, tries to assert.
Yeah.
And so
Oh shit!
is that mine or is that somebody else's? That's somebody else.
It's mine. It's mine. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Yeah,
Joel,
so
where-
it's kind of a misleading or false conclusion that virtual particles, whether they exist or whether they come out of nothing, quote unquote, happens with an experiment that requires matter.
Why? No. Why?
Well,
Why?
'cause the experiment for the Casimir-Polder effect requires mass. It requires, again,
Oh yeah.
it requires
true.
something, other than virtual particles. So it's like a circular logic reasoning thing. Type
But
thing.
the Casimir effect, it was to prove that the quantum fields are a meta of our reality. That was the point of it, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think some can make conclusions with that, but yeah, no. The Casimir effect, more simplistically, is trying to understand why is there a positive pressure in a vacuum environment when two electrodes are electrified close together. It's also applied for
Okay.
capacitance fields and other things.
Okay. So why?
Well, and that's just it. It raises questions. Where's this positive pressure coming from? But the conclusions are not helpful. Is what I'm trying to help.
It's
Right.
Jesus.
All right. Of course, it's Jesus. Jesus is ubiquitable. Ubiquitable? Is that the word in English?
Could the electromagnetic fields between the two poles just be somehow expanding or exciting pre-existing particles somewhere that just aren't measurable in the experiment? There's all kinds of question marks. So it's not useful to me.
I don't
Well,
think
Joel-
it can be pre-existent particles.
Joel, where do you come from with the theist atheist position?
What do you mean?
He's
Where
a
do you-
Christian.
Where do you? Oh, okay.
Oh, what am I? I'm
Yeah.
theist. Yeah, I'm a scientist, so of course I'm theist.
Yeah, he's a
Say
dirty,
again?
filthy Christian.
Wait,
you're
did
a
you?
scientist and you're
Therefore, you're a theist. That's not always like. I mean,
No,
we don't-
that's a fact, because atheism requires a confirmation in negative beliefs that there's
No.
something.
No, I'm saying like most like that. That's not always the case. Like,
No, it is always the case.
I have trouble with.
That brings me back.
I have trouble with just someone saying, "Oh, I'm a scientist, so obviously I'm a theist," because we have scientists that are theists, non-theist, agnostic. We have all sorts of.
No, but
No, see, that's a misnomer, simply because atheism requires the belief in a negative, basically. So scientists require positive belief. Scientists believe in evidence. Atheism, it requires a belief in lack of evidence on purpose. So therefore, it is actually oxymoronic for atheists to want to even subscribe to science, which requires evidence.
So you're saying no atheist can call themselves a scientist?
Well, they certainly can't try to follow or pursue or try to be scientific. Because
So do
again,
we have-
science requires having positive evidence.
So-
Atheism requires the exact opposite of science.
So are some of the best scientists in the world
Really?
atheists?
No, because again, atheists can't really be that. I mean, you could claim to be anything, but to do science requires following positive evidence, repeatable, observable evidence in real time. I like to stress.
Sure.
So
and-
atheists just do the
and
exact
honestly-
opposite.
honestly, I don't care about the semantic game. I just think it's wild that one, you make this claim that like, I'm
Yeah,
a
it's purely
scientist.
logical. It's irrefutable. It's not a debate. It's not
No,
an
it's
How,
not an
so,
opinion.
so I'm not asking to debate, but I think some of the best scientists in the world, some are atheists.
Well, that's an appeal to authority and also appeal
What are you
to all
talking
kinds
about?
of other semantics, like you would say, or
No,
like you
no,
have
what are you
said.
talking about?
That's
just the fact
appealing
of
to
the
your
matter.
opinion on what's best. And
Hey,
so
Joel.
those of us that are actual
Joel.
scientists, we don't care who's a better scientist or who's a worse
I
scientist.
never said anything.
We only care about
better
what
or
the actual
worse.
science, what the experiments, and
Jesus
what the
Christ,
conclusions
man.
can help actually
Is
reach
this
us
your
to
first
conclude.
time with Joel?
And
Yeah,
so
it's like
since,
triggering.
since you guys are
Joel.
showing that you guys actually dislike science based on the fact that you're
Joel.
trying to ridicule me for stating a purely logical statement about science,
you heard
Nobody's-
his
this
feelings.
Nobody's
shows that you guys are
ridiculing you.
hostile. You
Maybe
guys are
should
hostile
listen.
towards science. You can't even
Hey,
be civilized.
Joel,
maybe you should listen.
All you're
before
doing
you
is
go.
attacking me personally because you have lost your
No.
own arguments.
Nobody attacked you.
That's all you're doing. You're interrupting and attacking me.
Well,
No.
that's because you're going off on something I never said.
Well,
I
that's
simply asked-
actually, you
I
won't
asked
even
you
let me
questions.
finish. That's why you're so rude.
Man,
You guys are religious extremists, in my opinion, by doing that.
No one,
You wouldn't even let me finish.
no one is extremist in here.
I think you are because you guys.
I'm
That's why
totally
you're interrupting me. That's why you're trying to say. That's why you're trying to shove your opinion on me about who's a better scientist.
no
wouldn't-
one ever said better science.
Yes, you did. You said best scientists are atheists. I think that's an
I
absolutely
never said
ridiculous
that.
statement. You just said that. You asked me what my opinion of the idea that the best scientists are atheists. Now you're
No.
laughing. Now you're mocking. Now you're being a total extreme jerk.
No, that's the other
I thought
guy.
Richard's
Oh,
channel is about
yeah.
peace and respect. You guys are like, and you're just totally disrespectful.
So
Yeah, I apologize. I am.
Thank you.
I'm deeply disrespectful to your beliefs. Yes.
Well, then you're again. I can't wait for Richard to get back and to hear this.
Yeah. No, that's fine. But
hey, Ogre,
my
Yo,
are
go on.
you?
Are you
Just-
atheist? May I ask, Ed?
where do you come from, Ogre?
I'm from the Midwest of America.
Where do you come from on the scale of theist or atheist?
I'm a dirty heathen.
Dirty heathen.
Yeah, me and Joel have gone at it many a time in the past.
Oh, I think
I
anybody.
thought we've had some really good convos, Ogre, didn't we? It's been a while, though, huh?
I didn't say we did. I just said we've gone at it.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult just to get off the start if he's not going to listen to what people are actually saying.
Oh, that's
um,
you.
That's
Welcome
correct
to
because
internet, dude.
because
Welcome
Joel,
to
if you'll hear
internet.
me out for 1 minute, what I said was, I think that some of the best scientists in the world are atheists, and I just think that's a fact of the matter. The way that I think some of the best scientists in the world are Christian, the way that I think some of the best scientists are Muslim, the
Yeah.
way that I think some of the best scientists are Hindu. I think these
Right,
are
right.
all
No, I understand. Don't
just
worry.
factual statements. Well, a minute ago you chewed my fucking ass out because apparently I'm some like rude interrupting when you didn't listen to what I actually said.
Well, no, because the other fact was that I was trying to explain why it's oxymoronic for atheists to claim
but
to be
nobody,
scientists,
no
and
one
you
was ever
interrupted me.
talking about any of that. I
Well, I
simply
was.
asked you a very yes, exactly. But
So you were
nobody else
interrupting
was.
me like you're doing now.
Man, because you're literally talking about something that's not even been put on the table.
So what
Okay,
that
I'm gonna
what
ask
this
you guys to
confessed in is
start
that
over.
You're trying to be a control freak. So-
God
Joel, I'm
damn.
going to ask you guys to start over.
Sure,
I know
man.
it's asking a lot.
No,
I
no,
know.
that's fine. Hi,
I'm just
Richard,
asking you
welcome back.
guys to just extend forgiveness to each other and start over.
Yeah, and if I may further clarify my position, an atheist claiming to be a scientist is like, a dog catcher claiming to be a medical doctor. They can claim it all they want, but unless they actually do the work and they know how to profession works, you know, and how to actually
I mean,
how to do, you know, medical work. You know, their claim that they're whatever they claim to be is just not true. So it's the same, you know, atheists
How do you know that?
claim to be
How
anything.
do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, because again, as I was interrupted, so scientists basically are those that are paid to do science.
How do you
Science
know it's
requires
not
positive
true?
evidence.
How do you know it's not true?
Because science, doing science, the pursuit of science, however you want to describe it, requires having evidence, having a positive belief in evidence with things that you can measure and examine and test. Atheism is the exact opposite. Atheism requires a belief in the lack of evidence. So it's the exact opposite of science.
I
Well, I
don't
think
know what definition of atheism
Exactly.
you are
There you go.
It's
running
the
off.
disbelief, the lack of belief of God.
A lacktheism, you mean?
Right. So since it requires the negative belief, or basically the disbelief in something instead of having evidence for it, that means that
How
they
can
can't
you
do science.
quantify? How can you quantify a lack belief anyway?
It's just a negative. It's a logical negative.
So I don't believe in you. I think you're a puppet.
Okay. Well, again, if you want to be a scientist, you would test your theory. If you want to be an atheist, you can't test your theory.
But I can test my theory.
How? How do you test a negative? How do you prove a negative?
I can search you. I can track you down and
Oh.
prove that you are a real person.
So that would be a pursuit of trying to discover evidence. But an atheist is somebody who's convinced that there is no God. So they have stopped trying to pursue for evidence.
So you are.
Let me attempt to move this conversation forward a little bit.
Please.
Okay, if something is logically impossible, we can negate that as possible. We can say that is not possible. Does everyone agree to that?
Not necessarily, but I see where you're trying to go.
No, not necessarily. If something is logically impossible, it cannot exist. There is not necessarily.
Well, again, as a the scientist mentality would be that nothing's technically impossible.
Do you know what
Beliefs and things change all the time.
Do
I have to agree
what,
with Joel right now? That's really going to upset me.
I mean, what we think might be
Sorry,
impossible
Jorge.
today might not be impossible tomorrow. Is the point, right?
Yeah, I think Joel's on a good point here. Nothing is impossible. You can't say something's impossible because the very next test.
No,
could
listen,
prove you wrong,
listen.
right?
Logically-
James Randi's
logical,
goats jumping off a building
Logic.
example.
or Joel, logically impossible, it means it cannot exist.
Yeah, according to the logic, but your logic could also be false.
Well, what's
Logic.
logically
Therefore,
impossible? My
It
question.
could be possible. It's not likely. I'll give you not likely, but I can't say impossible.
Right, but
Well-
the question was, Richard, will you do that one more time for us?
I said if something is logically impossible, of course, without going outside of classical logic. If something's logically impossible, we can say it does not exist.
I would say that's correct if we're going by classical logic. Even on my so limited understanding of logic, I would agree with. And Richard, well, how do you answer that question?
Which question? Sorry.
What you just asked, the question you just posed to the panel. What do you say?
I forget what I'd said. I'm sorry.
Jesus. If something is logically impossible, it cannot exist. Do you agree with that?
Oh, how do I answer that? No, I
Yeah.
subscribe to that totally.
Awesome. So Joel and Ogre are saying they don't subscribe to that. That's where we're at.
Well, my question would be, what is logically
Caveat
impossible?
first. Go.
What is logically impossible? What's a good example of that? Do you think
How do you define logic?
something that's either true or false?
Who made logic?
God.
God.
I would say that logic is it's a description of the actuality.
Logic is like math. We made math. We made logic. We have described reality with math, with logic. We made logic. Logic is not made by God.
So I would disagree with that, because if we made logic, then logic could be anything. Up could be down, down could be up, true could be false, false could be true. If it's
Correct.
anecdotal, as you just said, then it doesn't technically exist. There's no standard.
Right? But it doesn't, isn't it?
Well, let's go over that, Ed. Let's go over that just real quick. I mean, if we're talking, are we talking about classical logic?
Go on.
Okay. So I'm not going to insult you by giving examples. I'm just going to point out that I think there's no choice about classical logic at the scale and speed of animal we are.
Of course it is. Go on.
Well, there you go, Richard. That's the whole point, right? The logic that we see makes sense for our current reality. There's nothing to prove in any sort of definitive way that our understanding of logic is correct. Maybe 1 can equal 2, and we just don't know it yet. So within the
Of course
set,
it is.
within the set that is our logic, yeah, you're right, but you can't therefore apply that to all of existence without knowing everything, like you were talking about earlier.
Of course of course you can. Of course you can, because logic is based on the individuals. It's
So
not,
if
If
my
someone
logic
said
can be different
1
from your
plus 1
logic.
equals 5, it's true then, you're saying, right?
logic is not based on multitudes.
So there's every individual has their own logic. That's also true. That's ridiculous. That's pointless.
Right.
No, it's not pointless. It's actually true.
So 1
Well,
plus
can
1
you
equals
expand
5
on
if you want
that?
to. That's what you're saying, right?
You can think that 1 plus 1 equals 5 if you want to.
And it would be true for everybody or for reality?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's true or false.
Why
Wait,
not?
now we need to talk about what truth means and individual truth versus any possible objective
I
truth.
mean, I'm not stoned enough for that conversation right there. I'm sorry.
Yes, you are. I know
I'm
you can
drinking
do it.
beer. I chose the wrong drug.
Yeah, apparently
Totally.
that's your fault. Sounds like a me problem.
My logic is messed up.
Are you advocating? No, never mind.
I mean, switch now. The conversation is going to last a minute.
I can do
Okay.
that, actually.
Okay, so Ed, if you're saying that anything a person believes to be true is true to them, I can agree. But if you're saying that that is valid in
I
all
haven't.
cases, then I
I
can't
haven't said
agree.
that. I haven't said that. No.
Oh, okay. All right, fine.
I haven't said that. No.
So,
of course not.
yeah, was there a higher level conversation, guys?
You guys were having it.
No, I was differentiated between what is called explanatory truth. No, phenomenological truth versus the objective truth. What-
Well,
So can we say that what we observe in reality as a consensus, classical logic, the three laws of classical logic hold outside of people's opinion?
What's the three laws of? I'm sorry. What did it say?
Identity, excluded middle, and I always get them in the wrong order. Identity, excluded middle, and
Oh yeah.
stuck on a word.
True. That's true. That's true for every individual.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise-
Okay.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be individual anymore. That's
Fair
true.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if I may, real quick, kind of bring this to a real quick head. This is the difference of what's called solipsism, if you guys have heard that term, if I'm saying it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea
Yes.
that we make our own reality versus, reality doesn't rely on humans.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah,
rely
I
on
think-
humans, or do you mean that our perception of it and our description of it relies on humans?
Yeah, we can't do science if reality is shaped by individuals.
No kidding.
Is that because of the biases or why?
Because science relies on again, repeatable, observable observations in real time. So if
Correct.
what you observe is different than what I observe, then it is impossible for us to share science. I think.
No. What you observe needs to match what I observe.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Versus the solipsist, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I'm sorry. He believes that only what he sees or believes is true. then if somebody disagrees with them, then that's not true, and that's not logic. That's not science. That's just third grade, whatever nonsense.
Okay, so if I don't agree with you, then I'm part of a different reality.
No, that's where again science and logic come into play, where we can try to apply concrete examples to create repeatable tests to see who's right or wrong. Hopefully.
So to differentiate who's right and wrong, it's between you and me. If I agree with you, you're right.
Incorrect. No, it's between, I guess, again, established rules of logic and scientific observation, things like that. Objective.
Simplistically,
if we can't agree on rules of math and logic and science, then we can't agree on anything. I don't think. Or if we do, even if we temporarily agree on something, well, we can disagree on a whim, and it's just useless.
The idea, if we can agree of the reality, we can establish the reality.
So right, so that's solipsism versus objectivity would be that reality exists whether people think about it or not. We try to understand reality, or we just make believe. What you're saying is you make believe things.
Do you think the reality would not exist if humans would not exist?
Yes, I think. Well, that was a weird sentence. I think reality exists whether humans exist or not. To be clear.
Correct.
Joel, I'm going to ask you to give Ed a little bit of forgiveness because he is not speaking in his native-born tongue.
No, that's fine. What is it? What is your?
Yeah, my French is a bit rusty. Sorry.
Your French? Are you from France?
Obviously, but yeah, my French is a little rusty.
What's your nationality, if I can ask, Ed? Where are you from?
I'm a Romanian living in the UK.
Very cool. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Do you know where Romania is on the map?
I do.
It's a good question because I don't.
It's East Europe.
Eastern Europe. Yeah, that's right.
And Joel, what kind of Christian are you?
I'm sorry?
Joel, what kind of Christian are you?
I don't know. What would you say, Richard? You know me a couple of years now.
Practicing?
KGB only.
KGB?
He's rather not mainstream.
Yeah.
So like yourself then, or?
No, he doesn't agree with everything that I'm saying, but he also thinks some things that some Christian religions are saying is not sensible.
I don't know that what we disagree on, Richard. Do you?
I don't know either, but we haven't flushed it all out, so I can't say you positively agree.
I'm pretty sure you guys disagree on Noah's flood. I'll say that one.
Yeah.
So
I think is the Catholic organization an evil thing?
If you're asking me, I don't think they're evil. I mean, they're wrong just like everybody. We're all wrong. That's what the whole point of trying to talk about this stuff is for.
What do you mean we're all wrong?
All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, and we're always learning. We're always trying to better understand God together. In fact, that's what the whole pursuit of science is. I love to quote Einstein on that, about how...
So God left us alone to figure out stuff?
No, I think he wants us to listen to each other and to him.
Listen to each other like when we have ideas and let's make fusion kind of stuff?
Well, yeah, all the stuff.
So
Jesus said to love your neighbor. Well, love requires listening to your neighbor, right?
Listen to your neighbor.
do you believe that God is a he?
I don't know that God's necessarily a gender, but I mean, it's not important, I guess.
How old do you think the earth is?
I don't know.
Ballpark? Young? Old?
All I know empirically is that there is
No, wait.
radiometric isotopes that are less than a billion years old.
Wait. What do you mean empirically?
Testable.
Okay, how do you test?
By sticking it in a test tube or something and poking holes in it till it makes sense.
Radiometric dating, close enough? Do you assign value to the theory of radiometric dating?
Absolutely.
There
Good
you go,
stuff.
guys.
Okay.
It's time stamping.
Do you believe Noah existed?
Probably, I don't know. Seems like it.
Do you believe Moses existed?
Probably.
No, he didn't.
It's like
No, he didn't.
it's like asking if any dead guy existed, right?
No, it's not actually, but that's because
It's like-
there are people that you wouldn't consider scientists that are in the top of their field that don't agree with you.
Well, that's okay. I disagree with people that are in the
Okay.
top and the bottom and the middle of their field. So it's all
I have a
good.
question for Joel. Joel,
Sorry.
how many times in a month do you take your news from Answering Genesis?
I don't know. Actually, I don't like their website so much anymore. They agree too much with atheists. Ooh.
Oh, no, they don't.
Yeah, they recently have. Oh my gosh, some of their articles suck.
They did, yeah. Yeah.
So you agree with some of their stuff, but not all of it.
No, it's like you guys. I mean, there's stuff that everybody agrees and disagrees with. I don't appeal to anybody. I appeal to what seems right, like Richard.
So you're on the fence, but on the
Oh,
outside
no,
of
I
the
don't fit your
fence.
paradigms. I'm a real world science geek. I like to know as much as I can and find others that can help find a better answer. It's as simple as that.
But
What's your
yet you
question?
believe in ghosts.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to test empirically. I know there used to be paranormal college degrees at like Stanford and Oxford, but that's about it.
Could you keep your
I hear you laughing over it, Richard.
degrees? Could you keep your degrees and scientific degrees without believing in ghosts and spiritualism and stuff?
I could, yeah. My degrees are like in computers and physics and crap. They don't care about ghosts.
So you could be an atheist.
Yes, college degrees do not make you a scientist or not.
So why are you not an atheist then? Personal
Because
experience.
I've got evidence that God exists.
What makes you a scientist?
I do science for a living, I guess. I don't know.
Well, right, but you said there are atheists out there doing science for a living.
Well, that's just it. If you're claiming to be a scientist, doing scientific work, that means that you have to rely on positive evidence for your beliefs. Atheism simply is the opposite of that. So how
Well, I'm
can
just asking what
somebody?
I
I'm
think
just asking you what makes you a scientist.
Well, I just answered it, didn't I?
Well-
the degrees and shit. But we
No, he gets paid to do science.
Yeah.
Well, right,
It's
but
his
I
job.
apply scientific
Richard.
principles and I figure
on.
things out, and people pay me for it to do science.
But Richard, there are atheists out there doing science that he does not consider scientists. There are
Right, he
atheists
just
out there
considers
doing-
them paid for not doing their job well.
No, he doesn't consider anyone that's
Well,
an
again-
atheist getting paid. So
we just
any atheist
ignore
getting paid or
the
doing science is
fact.
not a scientist. So it's something else other than getting paid or doing science.
I see the logical inconsistency
Yeah.
you're pointing out. I hope
And
Joel
I
does
can-
too.
We
Yeah, no, and I can
just
explain it.
ignore
So
the
again-
fact that Joel has evidence for God.
I didn't
Yeah,
ignore
so-
it. I want to get back to it as soon as this part's done.
He's got testable evidence for God,
Yeah, everybody does.
Exactly.
repeatable.
Joel
Yeah, everybody does.
amaze us.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's in every single field of science. In fact, all fields of science, from Planck's quantum physics to Mendel's genetics to all of it, from even
You just appeal
Climate's-
to the materialism.
no, I'm just saying all fields of science were all postulated and began with evidence for God. So which field would you like to talk about? You want to
No.
talk about Planck's
No,
evidence for God? Or you want to talk about?
no, all fields of science that you start off, it starts with materialism. It
No,
doesn't
no,
start with
oh God, no. No, materialism was falsified over a century ago.
No, it didn't.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, then that's your religion, and that's your religious opinion, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Prove me wrong then.
Well, because even quantum
Now.
physics, Planck's evidence for God, for example, confirmed that nothing is material. That, as Planck put it, the mind, God's mind, quote unquote, is the matrix of all matter, as Planck himself put it. But the
Okay.
idea that we have a decoherency side of reality that is basically above nature or supernatural, whatever you want to call it, the idea that there is
That's
a
a
regulatory
hypothesis.
system.
That's a hypothesis. Has it been proven?
Yes, and I don't know why you want to
How?
interrupt me.
How?
Well, because we can regularly repeat and quantify, quote unquote,
Repeat
how
what?
to watch these wave function collapse events happen and do our own creation with it. Mainly in things like microchips, and I learned this when I was doing semiconductors
Microchips.
and nanobots.
No, wait. Microchips are your
Ed, you are
God.
sounding a little impatient.
No,
Yeah.
but
I'll do my best to answer your questions, Ed,
he
but you have
just-
to give me a moment to answer them.
I'm sorry. He just said that microchips are evidence for God.
Not necessarily. No, the microchips is how we learned how to create things from a decoherent state, quote unquote, from a supernatural state into a natural state. So we'll do things like plasma physics and other things where we will measure and try to predict when a wave function collapse, or when and where, to be more precise, a collapse event will happen, so that we can augment or change parts of reality, or AKA, dopants and material for a microchip, for example. We can predict how God does it, and then do it and watch it happen ourselves. Create the conditions and watch these reactions happen. And it's beyond regular chemistry. It's a quantized field type theory where we're literally creating things. It's not necessarily out of nothing. It's out of what's called a decoherent state of information. We're getting better and better at it.
What do you guys think about this? Because if I'm gonna say something, you
Well,
guys
Ed-
said Joe.
Ed, for
Yeah.
me, I get confused. So could we back up for a minute? And just, Joel, will you give us your favorite testable, repeatable evidence for God?
Oh, talking to him. Prayer. Pray to
There
God.
you go.
If we have
There you go.
if we have billions of people all praying to different gods, what does that say to me?
I wouldn't care. Again, I can launch a SpaceX rocket into orbit and learn all the mechanics behind it and test it and repeat it. That shouldn't matter to you until you do it yourself.
No, that's
Same
not
with
what I
prayer.
mean. I'm sorry. And a lot of the time I have trouble getting my point across clearly because
Sure. No, that's
what I
fine.
was trying to ask you, Joel, is prayer doesn't seem to be a good metric that God exists because we have so many people praying to so many different gods.
So that's what's called an appeal to popularity logical fallacy. So what I'm trying to help encourage you and everybody is to take whatever anecdote you have for examples like that and do it yourself. Do it empirically. Do your
No,
own
no, no, no.
experiment.
Joel,
You pray to God.
back
See what
up.
happens.
Joel, again, I
No,
don't
simply.
I don't
No,
often-
no. Sorry. Let me just rephrase that. You pray to God and you see what happens. Do your own science.
Yeah, sure. Nothing's ever happened. So,
Well, then that's your
but
science.
it's,
That's
so right.
if God
therefore
doesn't want to reveal
doesn't
himself
exist.
to you, that's between you and him, as far as I can tell.
Which my science goes against your science.
Well,
How
your
do
science-
we reconcile?
I'm just
I
saying
actually
prayer-
teach a class. I actually teach a class on prayer. I'd be happy to show you how.
Yeah, but Richard, that just seems like you're saying, Joel's
No.
saying, well, that's between you and God. If you're not praying right, then
Well, he's just
whatever.
saying he doesn't have a teaching method or doesn't
So-
prefer to
so it's-
to. Go ahead.
Yeah, Richard, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt for 1 second because so Joel, that's great. So that's an individual something. That's not something that you and I can
Mhm.
go into a laboratory and test repeatedly, right?
Why
You
not?
can do that in the privacy of your own home, but I can't know whether that's imaginary, like all in your mind, or I can know that's actually fact. So what I'm asking you
Exactly.
is what's your best that we all can do, right? Testable, repeatable evidence for God.
Well, so again, that all science is only convincible to each person individually. So what convinces me that T-TEP might, for example, might be a good rocket start material might not be, the best way for you to agree. So you have to set up your own experiments.
Well,
Same thing
okay,
for
so I got a
God
problem with
and
that
for
one,
everybody.
Joel. I got a problem with that one. The point of science is that it does give everyone a baseline. You don't take aspirin because you personally thought it
Okay,
worked.
guys.
Well,
You took
like
aspirin
Richard
because
just,
I have
just
a
like
question.
Richard offered.
You're
listen to
making
Richard's
science
advice.
to be completely pointless then. Like everyone
I have
can
a
do
question.
every
Then
experiment
listen to
ever.
Richard's baseline. Richard
have a
just offered
question.
a teaching moment to try to learn how to pray.
I
No,
have
yeah,
a question.
But Joel,
There's billions of others. Go
again,
test.
I'm not
I
being
have
I
a
found
clear.
God. I found God
Okay,
because I studied.
You guys
because
can't even be understood. Slow down, everybody. Just slow
Yeah,
down a little bit.
I
I
tried
have a
to
question.
understand everybody's God. I studied Islam. I studied Jewism. I studied
Joel.
the occult. I tried to
You're-
test every theory, every religion out there I could, and when I prayed to the God of the Bible, He answered. It's a simple. And if that doesn't work for you, good. I mean, that's fine. It's
Joel,
not. You know.
how do you distinguish? How
you
do you
don't know.
how do you distinguish between like objective reality and your imagination? Because we know that there are people out there that
Exactly.
are praying to
Exactly. That's the T-jump question.
it
How do
is,
you-
but
By
what I'm really
science.
more interested in this is because when you talk about rockets, we know objectively that there are better materials to make rockets out of, and it's not you test yours and I test mine. It's together we can test them to figure out which one is the best material, and that's
Not
what
at
I'm
all.
asking. Like,
God, not at all. No,
because
if that were
it
the case,
seems like if you
there
let
wouldn't
me
be
finish for
multiple
1
rocket-
second, it seems like all of the it seems like the tests that you're talking about are very subjective, that the five of us can't come to an objective conclusion because all of these tests are really subjective because they all have to do with your mind, not
So you're
us
speaking out
being
of a
able-
lack of experience, basically, man. So
No,
even with the rocket material
I'm saying
example,
with a rocket, the
no,
five of
that's
us
not
can-
true. Please listen. That your belief about rocket material is false. If that were true, that we could all just do the same tests and come up with the same best material, there wouldn't be the multiples of rocket development companies across the country and across the world, and certainly in the past. We compete, we study, we disagree. Even the rocket material analogy is the same as prayer.
Well,
What?
but
No.
they're all competing
No,
towards
no,
the
no,
same
no, no.
end, though. If they
So
all
is a prayer.
if they all find a rocket material that works the best, then they
Uh-huh.
find a rocket material that works the best.
Did you?
So is prayer.
Did you
But
just
prayer
say
doesn't
that
work
the
that way
rock?
because
Yes, it does.
2,000 years
Wait.
later,
Wait.
Well,
Wait.
for people like
Did
Richard
you
and I and
just
other people
said-
that have scientific
Did
evidence
you-
of God's existence, it works for us. If it doesn't work
Did
for
you
you,
just-
then keep doing your own
Then what's
science.
the
Whatever
point?
works for you.
then what's the
Did you
fucking
just
point?
said? Did you just said that the
To
rocket
find the answers.
launch is equivalent to a prayer?
Well, rocket material science, yes. And there's
And
all
would
kinds
do-
of varieties
We do the
of
same thing.
rocket launch profiles. This is a ridiculous conversation to me, gentlemen.
Rocket launch
Okay.
would do the same thing as a prayer from the Christians.
Right. So we try multiple varieties of everything, whether it's rocket launches or prayer. Whatever works best for you, that's your science. So whenever I
what-
pray to the God of the Bible, He
whatever-
answers my prayers.
Whatever works for you, because for us,
Right. That's
our-
what science is.
No, our rockets goes to heaven.
If
Your
science was
rocket-
the same for everybody,
your
none of us would
Christian-
disagree. There would be no
Christian-
atheists or theists.
Christian rockets don't go to heaven.
See, that's stupid. You're just
No,
being
it's not stupid.
yeah. That's just being
No, it's
stupid.
not. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
is.
That is
You're-
true.
Well, you're either being silly on purpose, or you're pushing a religious prejudice. Is what I can conclude with that. Which is it?
I'm not
You're being
pushing
silly.
religious prejudice. Of
And it
course
sounds
not.
like it.
That sounds like a
You haven't
t-shirt.
prayed.
Christian rockets don't go to
You-
heaven.
you-
I can't buy that.
You haven't prayed for a rocket to go to heaven, and that's for sure.
Yeah. See, you're being facetious.
No,
You're
I'm
being
not.
dishonest. Yes, you are.
I'm sure that you haven't prayed for a rocket.
No,
to
you're
go to-
mocking Christians. You
I am.
think Christians are stupid, is what you're telling us. So you're saying that we have to pray to make our rockets go to heaven. That's just being a jerk. You're being a religious bigot.
So,
That would be helpful, yes. That would be helpful, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
so Joel,
Well,
do you
you're
believe?
proving Einstein and Chesterton correct that atheists are the biggest bigots.
So do you believe, Joel, that
Oh.
like, what if we back off the rockets for a minute and we just say metal, right?
Yeah,
So
whatever, dude. Yeah.
No, it's
not-
not
that's
whatever.
beyond the
Actually,
point.
Joel, there's a big difference.
Give him a chance,
between-
Joel.
There's a big difference between what you're talking about, which I think is subjective, because prayer is subjective. You'd agree with that, correct?
No, I don't. I absolutely 100% disagree.
No. You pray for yourself. First,
Pray for
That
you.
is by
foremost.
definition subjective.
You can't control our prayers, Ed.
We're not talking
No,
about
but you do. You do. You control your prayers.
your mind.
and you pray
is
for
subjective.
yourself first and foremost.
So what you
that's-
guys are doing, you're preaching. You're telling other people what to
Man,
think and
it's
what we
just
do.
one Christian
No.
trope after
You're
another. It's not even a
forcing
conversation.
your beliefs on me.
I'm sorry,
It's
Richard. It's not even a
ridiculous.
conversation with that dude.
Yeah. So you have to shut me up. What you want to talk about, Richard?
Nobody's gonna shut you up, but
You just did.
dude.
You just
No,
did. You're
well-
constantly interrupting me, and then you just told Richard that you can't have a conversation with me. So
If
you
that-
just said,
well,
shut
no.
Joel up, quote
No, I
unquote.
never
what
said
you just
shut-
said.
You don't even
Okay, so
understand.
here's how you
He
actually know the
didn't.
difference between your own biases and the outside world.
There we go.
The outside world actually exists. Your biases are how you perceive the outside world. How do you know the difference? Because your biases will not continuously work in the outside world, especially on topics where you have no knowledge. When you're guessing, you're going to get a high percentage of failure.
Unless it's your truth, right, Richard?
Unless the
There's
thing
no
is true.
such thing
Yeah.
No, unless it's your truth, as
Well,
they were saying.
Richard,
There
hold
is
on.
no such thing as
There's
your
a difference
truth.
between true and your truth, whatever your
Right.
truth means. Now, Richard,
I'm not talking
no.
about my truth when I say something works in reality. That makes it true, not my truth.
well, right, but Joel comes in with my truth. My point is this: is prayer and testing metals are two totally different things, because I think we can all agree that when we go into a laboratory and we test metals for their strength, that we can come to an objective conclusion on which is, or I'm sorry, we can come to a conclusion on which is the objectively strongest metal. Prayer
Sure.
does not work that way.
Yes, it does.
Is it our opinion or the metal that tells us that?
It's
The
the
metal
test that
opinion.
we put the metal through. You and I simply with a hammer, Richard, can take 3 different metals
Yeah.
and figure out which is the stronger metal. And you know what?
If they're far enough apart.
It may not always be the hammer, right? So the hammer may dent, therefore we know one of the metals we're testing is stronger than the hammer. We can objectively test that, is what I'm saying. I don't
Right.
think
Yes.
prayer works the same way.
Right.
Okay,
so what
well,
you're
I don't know what
confessing-
you mean. Joel, give me a minute. I don't know what you mean by prayer or what you think I mean by prayer. Okay? And I might...
by prayer we mean to invoke the deity that is that has authority over this world.
Has what over the world?
Authority over this world.
Authority. Okay, sorry. Okay, that's a really, really vague description.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't
Based
invoke
on I mean,
For
based on the
instance,
Christianity.
If I
Based
were
on the-
a theist, if I were a theist materialist, and I said something like physics, and my prayer indicates what is aligned to physics, which could have been the description of what you just said,
Richard,
then
Richard, we cannot guess about this kind of stuff. We
that's
are
my point.
talking about the creator of the universe. Okay,
I don't assign that
Okay.
idea value.
we are talking about the guy who made all this to be possible.
I don't assign that idea value
Can I?
Yeah. Well, I think.
Why
if I
not?
may-
Why not?
Ed, if I may,
because it's ridiculous.
Can
It's
I-
against my belief system,
if-
and I
if
think
I
even
can
against the
interject.
Bible.
Can,
Stephanie, you're new. Let's give you some floor
Go
space.
on.
I wanted to help Ed's understanding too.
can
Hold
I-
on, Joel. Let's just give Stephanie a minute.
Can I ask Joel a question?
Well, I wanted to help
Sure.
Ed understand something about prayer, if I may, before you change me. Back to me.
Stephanie's mic is also very low. So
I'll
you know.
I'll crank it as high as I can. Thank you.
Okay, educate me then.
You may be stuck in, I think, in a common misconception that prayer is demanding or controlling God, and I know a lot of religions do that, but for Christianity, we don't. It's the exact opposite. We try to understand what God wants, so we don't evoke God. We just listen and hope to agree with Him.
Is,
Are you,
is-
Catholic?
Yeah.
Are you
My-
Catholic? Are you Catholic?
Me, no.
What
But
are
that's
you
not
then?
that's not important.
Okay.
It is important.
Okay. Let's go ahead and give it to Stephanie. Go ahead, Stephanie, please.
Hi, Stephanie.
my question to Joel is the Christian God the only God that will answer prayers?
Anecdotally, no, but
Why
I
not?
don't know. That's
Why
a
not?
good science test.
Why not?
Well, that's anecdotally no. So, in what anecdote can you demonstrate that? I don't know of any anecdotes that I've heard from Christians who'd be willing to defend the idea that, let's say, Ganesh answered prayers.
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own stories. If that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Little
So-
moment of governance. Stephanie, would you go to icon because you're lagging?
Turn off your video, in other words, you're asking?
Yes. Please turn off your videos so that you stop lagging so much. Please continue. Stephanie.
So, I guess I guess I don't understand. So someone who prays to Ganesh and has their
So
prayers
why is the Christian God lagging so much?
I'm sorry. I'll just duck out.
No. I think I understood your question, Stephanie, if you're still here. If someone prays to Ganesh, why, and they get answers from Ganesh, why is Ganesh not true?
That was the question as far as I could understand, yes.
Yeah, that's the
One
same
of it,
exact
yes.
type of scientific inquiry. It seems like there was a lot of experiments that confirmed the Earth was flat centuries ago, or that
No,
the sun was the center, or the Earth was the center of the universe. And a lot of people believed that very strongly until we found other evidence. And so it's the same exact principle in my mind. I haven't always been a Christian. I've tried other religions. I've been an atheist, but the evidence for those beliefs paled in comparison to the evidence that I have today.
When you said you've been an atheist, what do you mean?
Somebody who disbelieves that God exists. There's only one definition of atheist.
There is not one definition.
Well, in the
of
English
atheism.
language there is. I know you're Romanian,
In
but
English.
yes, there's only one definition of atheism.
So an atheism, it can be lack of theism.
Right. That's still.
But it's a different
disbelief in
term.
God. Well, it's still a disbelief in God. A belief, or it's the universal negative of the belief in God. Just real simple.
What?
That's not important either. That's not important. We're trying to talk about if you want evidence for God, we've got Einstein's theory of relativity, we've got Planck's quantum physics, we've got Mendel's genetics, we've got just reams. We have tons of evidence for God as postulated by scientists. And then again, the ultimate point is to test God himself.
But these
You
are all
have
evidences. These are all evidences of the Christian God. You said moments
Yes.
ago that you'd tried other religions
Mhm.
and they have been ineffectual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
So your anecdotal, the anecdotal evidence of the person who prays to Ganesh and has had a prayer answered, you would say that Ganesh is an aspect of the Christian God?
No, I wouldn't. And just to go ahead and fast forward. your
Why
point,
not?
all empirical evidence has to be tested anecdotally. Would you agree?
No amount of anecdotal data is data because it's anecdotal.
If you do not conduct your own experiments and just believe somebody else's word by blind faith,
You didn't
you are
listen to
not being
me.
scientific. You have
You
to do your
didn't
own
listen to
experiment.
me. No amount of anecdotal data is data because it's anecdotal.
Well, I'm an information scientist, and we deal with all kinds of data. So the point being, I'm trying to
There's no
raise
such
is that
thing as
if you do not
informational-
recreate somebody else's experiment, then you are using blind faith. You're
Right, but
taking
don't
somebody else's
scientists
word.
don't scientists do experiments together? Like scientists aren't all out there
Sure.
individually doing their own thing to come to something. They're doing experiments together. They're working within other
Well-
groups. This is what we're talking about. So if you're
Whether
claiming
you're doing it in a group or not, you're still doing it, right?
right, that's
Yo,
if you let me fucking finish, dude. instead of
Well-
just always on the ready, listen to what I'm saying, because
What?
maybe it's the dumbest point you've ever heard, but at least let me finish the point.
I wish you'd do the same.
Dude,
Oh, that hurts.
I think you're
That
distracting
hurts.
from the
That hurt
point.
a
Whether
lot.
you do your science yourself or with the group, just do your own science. That's all.
Joel,
awesome.
Joel,
So if I have-
Joel, shut up.
if
No.
we have
Rude.
multiple scientists doing an experiment across different areas of science to come to an objective conclusion, couldn't we say the same thing for you, your Muslim brothers, your Hindu brothers, and all of this? Prayer
Well,
should work just like science, or at least that's what you're claiming, but it
Yeah, yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
seem to.
no,
Because
you
when
can say that all you want. In fact, I've been on the bleeding edges of science and technology for 25 years. I've had people of all walks of life and all religions, and I love them all dearly. We have a lot of fun. And yes, we do pray to
Okay.
different gods sometimes.
Stop,
But the
stop,
point
stop,
is,
stop,
when you
stop,
do
stop,
your
stop,
own
stop.
science,
Do
you
you-
come to your
do you
own
think-
conclusions.
Do you
Stop,
think?
And
stop.
do
you don't need to
think that
interrupt
they're-
people like me.
do-
So
do
you
Joel.
prove that you do not want
do
to
you-
listen.
Joel,
You guys are trying to force your religion onto me right now. Is all. You do
I'm
not care
Joel.
about what I actually think.
I'm simply
Stop.
asking questions.
No, you're
to-
interrupting me. I
No,
can't
I'm
I
not.
can't finish one sentence.
show
I
your
haven't
video.
been able to.
Tell me what I just
haven't been
said.
I haven't been
Show
able
you
to since I
your
joined this chat.
video.
Well, you just interrupted me interrupting somebody else. Or you interrupted. Anyways, what did I just say? Somebody tell me.
And,
Prove my
and
point.
now a
You
moment
show-
of silence just so everyone can breathe. I'll let you know when we're going to talk again. Please just breathe for just a moment. I appreciate the zeal, the passion you all have, but it's getting hard to understand the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Joel, that includes you, brother.
Well,
Just
I'm
breathe
saying.
for just breathe for just a minute. It's going to be okay. We all got plenty of time.
I agree.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let Stephanie lead out, even though it's completely arbitrary. Stephanie, would you please go ahead? And you're
Yes.
frozen? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm not frozen. I'm just taking that minute. A hot minute.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to be hostile. I'm trying to be cordial and cool and trying to answer questions.
Of course, that's why when I was talking, you immediately interrupted me.
Oh, the
Can we
last
stop reminding each other of that?
Yeah,
It's
the
old
last
news.
minute was me being
Let's move forward, please. Stephanie, the
May I-
floor is yours if you want it.
May I ask a question? And this isn't, I'm not trying to attack anyone. You just said, Joel,
Mhm.
that you've worked with your Hindu brother and sister scientists and Muslim brothers and sisters scientists. When you do science,
Mhm.
do you feel that if they are religious, that they are working towards their science in accord with their understanding of their gods?
Usually, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that their gods are as valid as yours in the pursuit of science?
For me, no, but for them, sure. That's the
Well,
joy of.
then which god should we choose as the valid god?
The one that
The
talks.
one
shows
that
evidence
speaks
to you.
the one that speaks to me, or the one that speaks to you?
The one
Or
that speaks
is
to
there,
you.
or are they equally valid?
No, yeah, never subscribe to somebody else's belief. Only test your own science. It's my point.
We were
Okay.
talking about
So-
your
so-
belief. We were talking about your belief, Joel.
Don't talk about my belief.
What do you think
else?
about Stephanie's question?
I just answered it. Don't rely on me.
I actually have a line of questioning here that might prove to be enlightening, maybe not. So, if I understand this right, the Muslim scientists, the Hindu scientists, the Jain scientists, the Buddhist scientist,
Mhm,
all engage in the pursuit of science in relation to the craft of science, the discipline of science, in relation to their own faiths, right?
Usually, I don't read people's minds.
Well, yeah, but you did acknowledge that their scientific discoveries or things were undertaken for those who are religious within the framework of their own religious traditions.
We would like some evidence for that as well, please.
Well, it's my experience, Stephanie, that traditions aren't necessary.
Well, okay, so the traditions aren't necessary for science?
Well, nothing's necessary for science other than what, again, is repeatedly observable. And the wonderful men and women I've worked with over the decades of various religions, some would try to adhere to a religious tradition, quote unquote. Some wouldn't. Some are mold breakers. I mean, it's just, it's like the Vulcans.
Sure, but the science.
No, he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it about woman.
For God's sake.
I'm sorry.
The science at the end of the day is the science. It's not. I'm trying to see if you would posit that the science is an outgrowth of their religious beliefs, or
sometimes.
that the science sometimes, but not always, right?
Well,
so
again,
the science itself is the science. It's not the religion. It's not necessarily the God of your Buddhist friends and your God don't vie in the realm of science.
No, they do. They can, is the point. So I think you're trying to have a conversation that scientists like myself don't care to have. So let me re-stress or reiterate, if I may. So
Sure.
When we're doing science, when I do science, I'll share the observations that we're trying to work on together, trying to come to the best conclusions together. Sometimes we'll talk about our different religious beliefs and how this might explain X, Y, Z. Sometimes we don't. It's just like.
Let him finish.
Why?
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
It's like talking about cooking recipes. Sometimes you mix conversations, but the idea that what we understand of the universe and just science in general, again, the various fields of science, those are what has convinced me and others of the different religious conclusions. As simply as that.
Okay, but of the different religious conclusions.
Yeah, and it's always changing.
That's what I'm trying to get at, because I understand that it appears to me that you're a devout Christian, and I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem. I do and I don't, but it's okay. I don't really. For me, as a practical matter, it doesn't matter to me what your religious beliefs are. It's what you do. It's what you do with them.
Cool.
So if your religious beliefs lead you to believe that it's okay to pass laws that discriminate against people and make people's lives miserable for no good reason other than your God tells you that these people are unworthy of equality, then your religious beliefs to me are harmful.
So that's why I don't like atheism, because atheists are the biggest bigots, as people have said over the centuries. Christianity, Christ says that you have to love your neighbor. Let me finish. You made your statement. Let me finish. Let me answer. Let me reply to your statement. That's why Christianity, to me, makes the most sense. And I would like that it would make sense to you as well, since Christianity is one of the very few, if not only religion in the world, that says that you must love your neighbor and that everybody is equal, that God does not have respecter of persons. But Christianity, it is illegal in Christianity to discriminate. And you have to interrupt me to be able to learn something about Christianity that you don't want to
Joel, I'm a fucking Joel. Joel, let me tell you something about myself. I am the
But
daughter,
why do you have to be
granddaughter.
hostile?
No. No, I'm not being hostile. I'm
You
trying
just
to tell-
hostile.
I
Now
am.
you're gaslighting me.
No, I'm trying to explain my.
You're
Heritage.
ignoring you're ignoring the
No.
irrefutable
Come on,
fact.
Joel. Come on,
Yeah.
No,
Joel.
I'm not. I'm trying to
Christianity
tell
is
you.
all inclusive.
I'm trying to, Joel. I'm trying to tell you who I am as a person. If you
Well,
don't want to hear it, then
we're trying to
I
talk
don't
about
know.
larger topics.
I don't know where the charity is in the conversation.
But we're talking about a larger topic. I don't care if you're Christian or not.
Like what?
Stephanie, I just wanted to let you know.
What do you mean?
I would
What
agree
do you
with
mean?
you.
What do you
I
mean?
agree with you, Stephanie, that I think that most discrimination, whatever. I mean, there's whatever. I mean, we have to discriminate against murderers and pedophiles and stuff like that. But most
there
of that
is no.
I
is
did.
no-
I was not.
Christ.
Joel, please give me a sec here.
I'm
okay?
not the one. I'm the one
I
that's
wasn't-
being interrupted constantly. You guys are all hostile towards me.
You can't honestly.
Joel,
think that
I
at
am
this point.
not being hostile towards you. In the
Yes,
least.
you are.
And I'm.
Now you're
I
calling
am
me
very.
stupid.
No, she's not.
Did
Yes,
I
she
call you
is.
stupid?
Yes, you
I did
do.
not call.
When you
no,
say
I
that
did not
what I'm
call you
saying is not
stupid.
true, you're calling me
Joel,
stupid.
Joel, you're
Joel.
being
Joel,
really.
Joel,
really-
That was
you
calling
really-
you a liar,
you're-
dumbass.
Joel,
See,
Joel,
you guys are all you're all triggered. You're not.
I don't like this. This is not progressive. I've asked about 10 times for you guys to give each other a little breath in between words. If you'd like to come back into the conversation, I'll bring you back in, but for goodness sakes, people, no one can understand what any of you guys are talking about.
Let me know what I need to do, Richard, to help these guys not be so upset. I'm trying to be real and honest and answer questions.
First of all, you need to shut up.
Honest. Wait a sec. If I appear to be hostile, Joel, I apologize sincerely. I really didn't think. I don't think that I was being.
Okay,
I
apology accepted.
know that I
Well.
know that you feel attacked, but I'm not the one attacking you. I just said I respect your beliefs. I also said that the problem I have with people's beliefs is what they do with them. And you just a moment, and then I'll stop and I'll probably leave. And you immediately said, this is why atheists are the most bigoted people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, dude, that seems to me to be quite the reaction to a charitable understanding of a Christian faith tradition, which I come from.
Okay.
And I'm sorry you don't want to listen to that. I'm sorry you don't want to hear it. I'm sorry you feel it's an attack, but it wasn't.
Well, I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding me then, Stephanie, because it's not that I'm attacking that. I actually agreed with you. And I was telling you why I don't subscribe to atheism and atheists, because they're the ones that are the most discriminating, and I give examples. And then I was trying to show the counterexample that Christianity is the exact opposite. Christianity is one of the most inclusive philosophies out there. And so I agree with you. That's what I was trying to say. I was just giving more reasons why I agree with you. That make sense?
So, I'm curious as to how you square so most of the laws in America that be, whether it's anti-trans, homophobic, any of the bigoted laws that we have in the U.S. are driven by the conservative Christian movement, in my opinion. And I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. How do you deal with that, Joel?
Me? What's an example of an anti-trans law?
So everything they're trying to put up, whether it be having to take your kids across the border to get health care, whether any of the anti-trans laws that are coming up, but let's just focus on the one gay, where up until very recently, it was problematic for gay couples to get married in certain states.
Nope, never.
Never.
Right. That's a misconception. It's a myth.
That's never been a thing.
That's a political lie. Correct. It's always you've always been able to get married as a whatever couple. I mean, you can get polytheist or what do you call it? Polygamy. Yeah. I mean, that's just a misnomer.
Polygamy's not. What are you talking about? Polygamy. Polygamy is not legal in every state.
Yeah, but polygamists can still get married, quote unquote. They find the right church. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Why do you talk about polygamy and gay? Do you think gay and polygamy are both crazy stuff?
No, it's just I'm just saying that the common mythology out there, the political fraud that try to create false narratives, such as it's illegal to be gay in America, that's
Nobody ever
easily
said
destroyed.
Well, I don't mean illegal. I think it's been tough for gays to get married in certain states.
Joel,
very
Joel.
recently.
Hey, Joel,
yeah, what's up?
I don't talk a lot.
Sorry to be rude. Sorry to be rude, guys. I'm
It's your
sorry.
channel, Richard.
Well, I still love you all, and I want to be respectful to you. I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's unreasonable to ask anyone to defend a position that they do not hold.
Thank you.
So the correct way to say this is, Joel, do you think homosexuals should be able to be married?
So, Richard, that's not
I don't
the
care.
point that I was. And again, I'm not always very as clear. The point that I'm making is Joel saying Christianity is one of the most accepting religions in the world, and I think the way that America has been and the way that Christianity is woven into everything in America, that it obviously isn't the most inclusive, whether it's because I've had gay friends leave church because they couldn't get married there, whether it's because I've had gay family members that have had problems with Christian friends with Christian family members. I mean, to me, it's quite obvious that Christianity, at least the Christianity that I'm familiar with, is not always that inclusive.
That's
So
fair.
Joel is
That's fair.
claiming that it
Let's grant that Joel is stupid, okay?
Thank you.
And he's only talking about who he knows of Christians, which includes himself.
I don't think
now
that makes
if
him
what he's
stupid. I think that makes him.
no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Joel will be fine. Don't worry about Joel. So let's just say that by Joel's experience, these things are not true. Now let's grant him that he includes himself in his experience, and let's get back to what he believes versus all Christians everywhere. Because I tell you what, I won't defend most of what Christians do.
All right. Most Christians are very non-Christian. I agree. How's that?
So I'll mute after this, but it seems to me that I'd be fine with that. But Joel seems to be talking in much, much broader strokes about Christianity rather than what he believes.
He should be more careful. He should.
Well, what did you think I misconstrued? I mean, first of all, I don't think America's a theocracy like you just claimed.
Does anyone think that I just claimed America to be a theocracy?
Yeah, you just said that American laws are based on these Judeo-Christian beliefs or whatever.
I didn't say anything. I just said Christianity's woven into politics and America as we know it. Now,
it's irrelevant.
You seem to. I'm not sure what it's called, but like Stephanie really was charitable with you, and she said something, and you immediately like, "You're calling me stupid. You're gaslighting me. Fallacy, this and that." And this poor lady's just like, "Look, man, let me make a point." Richard says, "Hey, guys, I want a moment of silence," and the only person that's talking back to him.
No. That was very uncharitable of you. No, you are personally attacking me, and you are leaving out context now, just to be negative towards me. You're not explaining why I thought she was gaslighting me. You're just using those negative connotations to attack me.
I was just stating facts of the conversation.
No, you are being very misleading. And everybody that's here that's going to listen to this later can rewind and hear why.
Well, let's not talk about everybody that's going to listen to this later. Let's just ask the panel simply, was I misleading, or does everyone think that Joel's the one being combative, interrupting, and coming at this from a weird angle? Because every time I say
that's
something...
an attack.
No, I'm asking the panel this.
Well, you just asked the panel if you want to attack me. If Joel's being the one that's wrong, that can't get his word edgewise. This is ridiculous. Like Richard just tried to help you understand that what I believe is not what America believes, or not necessarily what you think Christianity is. You're pushing your own religious biases onto me, and it's not very nice or fun.
Dude, one, I don't give a shit what you think nice is.
I know.
Two, when you make a statement like Christianity is the most inclusive. What did you call it? I don't think it was religion. You said it was the most inclusive.
Philosophy.
What? Sure, philosophy.
Teaching,
So,
whatever
right.
you want to call it. Yeah.
So awesome. So when I respond to that, and then you say, or Richard says, hey, well, let's just talk about what Joel believes in his experience. I say to Richard, well, Joel's not claiming his experience. He's talking about Christianity as a whole.
Well, yeah, Christ's teaching to love your neighbor as yourself, that's pretty damn inclusive, isn't it?
Well,
Although
it's hard
some
for me to-
Christians
it's
will
hard
try
for
to
me to
say
talk
that guy
about-
and that guy over there are not my neighbors, which
It's
is
hard for me
cheating.
to talk about
It's terrible. but yeah.
it's hard for me to talk about a person's belief when they're talking about something else.
Well, if you're not talking about Christ's belief, then you're not talking about Christianity.
And again, I really struggle with having to be so clear because I was talking about your belief, not Christ.
I try to agree with Christ. So whatever I believe, if in fact, huge caveat, if I believe something you think that disagrees with Christ, please let me know.
Drop all your possessions and preach the gospel. Hate your
Done it
father.
several
before you hate
times.
me. What's
Yes.
that?
I've done that several times in my life, yes. In fact, I'm kind of doing it right now. I mean, I own a computer. Actually, I own 2 computers. That's about it. And a tablet and a phone. I just gave up my house and all my furniture.
Just
But
gave it
regardless,
away.
that's not important. Yes,
Who'd you give it to?
a family. If you really must know,
No,
we
it
don't
doesn't
have.
matter.
We don't have.
That's
going to
get pretty personal pretty soon. Let's stop right there with that.
Oh,
yeah.
well, I
the
wasn't coming
larger
from-
point was if there's something you think I disagree with Christ, or if
No.
any quote Christian disagrees with Christ, please
Man.
let us know.
I wasn't coming from a place of malice. This dude just said he gave away his house. So of course, I'm like, wow, who'd you give away your house to? That's just out of interest.
It's
But
okay.
if you're going to constantly think that I'm coming from a place of disingenuousness or malice or attack or any of these things, then you can't have a conversation, right?
Well,
Because if you're always on the offense or defense or
Yeah,
literally
you're
like
trying
of
to
the
say I'm not a
opinion that I'm
Christian.
upset, if you won't shut up for a minute, let me finish. If you're constantly thinking that I'm out to gaslight you, trick you, talk about something that you don't believe in, then we can't come to a table and have a conversation.
Agreed.
When
That's
I
why we
try
ask you to not do
equate-
those things.
when-
Correct.
Jesus Christ, dude. When I try to equate studying the hardness of metals to the different types of prayer, or scientists coming together as a community to perform an objective experiment to different
We do that with prayer, dude.
different religious communities coming together to pray and see what the objective answer of if there's a God, if there are multiple gods, if this, it doesn't seem to work, and then you never even address that, right? Like you're just
I
off
did
on
address it. I
one
just
of your
addressed it
things.
just now while you were
while I was
interrupting all of our subjects
while I was
together.
talking when you
Well,
right while I
because-
was interrupting.
Just trying
You
to help out.
you guys are all a little bit short on patience, and I know these are hot topics.
Well,
Richard,
let's,
I'm really sorry, but this is the last thing I'm going to say before I'll mute for a
let's
while.
calm down.
It's-
Let's have a
it's
cool
not- shut the
conversation.
Fuck up for a minute.
No, let's have a
Richard, there's
cool conversation.
common- there,
Let's have a
Richard-
civilized conversation back and
Richard,
forth.
there's a common denominator that I think everybody can see.
That's called mobbing. That's a form of abuse, psychological terms. You're trying to minimize and attack the target you're trying to abuse right now.
He said
You
he
don't
was going
wanna
to
listen to
mute
me?
for a while, so he's muted, and he's obviously going to stay to that. If we can move the conversation forward away from that
Yeah, please.
in whatever way you guys see fit.
I was really trying to be just helpful, man.
Beyond abusing knowledge.
Abusing knowledge.
Ed, would you please start over? Because your background music, I had you muted, and apparently you didn't unmute yourself. You didn't see that. Would you start that thought over again, please?
How
Well-
can we move ourselves beyond?
Yeah. Yeah, and if I may, Richard, maybe you've got a good topic to help us all talk about.
I actually liked the hammer and steel, the hammer and metal
Me too.
observation. I like that. I think that if something is true, it works in reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there is a way to develop a real, you could call it a lot of labels. You could call it introspection, meditation, prayer. I don't really care what you call it. But it apparently does produce legitimate falsifiable results in a much higher than would be expected by chance or happenstance or guessing. And if that is true, then I think a person has to consider information theory and start thinking about how that's possible.
Amen. Absolutely, I agree.
Now, as to a question about 20 minutes ago, or probably more, of Stephanie's, what if someone prays to Ganesha and has their prayers by their own perception, whether true or not? I don't know that whatever prayer was falsified, that they have their prayer answered. In reality, the word, the Jehovah is not a word, and the Tetragrammaton Yod-He-Vav-He is also not a name. Okay? Those are not names. Those are ways to refer to things. Right. Ganesha is a way to refer to something. Okay? And if there is a God for mankind, that God is one. And if you pray under the name of Ganesha or Jimmy down the street, I don't think it would much matter to a higher mind who is interested in your well-being. So maybe Ganesha is the right word for God, but Yod-He-Vav-He would work just fine in the mind of Ganesha. Ganesha would still answer.
Well, here's a question for you then, Richard. Do you know how many, I'm sure it's in the hundreds of names for God in just the Bible alone?
Oh my God. Your point is made.
Yeah. I can share all kinds of wonderful things. There was a wonderful woman I used to code with, Mansa. She's from India. She was trying to get her citizenship here in the States. She had Ganesha on her desk. We would talk about, her faith and her religion. She was in question. She didn't know if Ganesha, she thought it was just a good family story. So we'd talk about the stuff we would do. It's just, people are people, and everybody's beliefs are fluid. And I think that even if, the diehard devout Christian out there, if you're not constantly checking that the God that you believe in is real, then that's still, you're just as blind as anybody else. We have to go by evidence every day.
I'll tell you a good funny one, Joel. I'll tell you a good funny one.
Please.
People neglect to understand the word Israel means someone, anyone, who wrestles with God.
Yes. Remember that.
Which means definitionally, if you're in here talking about the possibility of God with me, you are at least momentarily of the tribe of Israel.
Okay. You fit the label? Yeah.
It's just a label, but there's an idea behind it, and the idea is real.
I agree. And even the label of Christian, it's supposed to be a follower of Christ. If you're not doing what Christ taught, you're not a Christian.
I actually have a problem with that, Joel.
Okay.
Because what you're saying actually is, by my perception of the objective Christ, I am following.
Sounds picky, but okay.
I am super picky, that is true.
Yeah, that's why I like you. I used to, when I was in the military, I was active duty, I used to get other Christian soldiers mad at me because I would say, I don't want to call myself a Christian. I want other people to say, hey, look, that guy's acting like Christ based on my actions. You need to call yourself Christian.
Okay, guys, come on. Let's unmute and get a conversation going again because you're all brilliant people. Yes. I want to hear where this goes. I really do. I'm not trying to get any of you guys to shut up.
And I would love to help have a good conversation. I am not the typical stuck-up whatever Christian. I think that's maybe if that's a misperception about me you guys might be having. You're trying to attack other Christians through me.
Now, you can't be surprised by that. If you say the word Christian, there's a lot of baggage.
Yes.
I know that when I say I'm a Christian, there's going to be a whole bunch attached to that.
Yep. A lot of prejudices.
Can't complain about that.
Well, and it's understandable. There's a lot of jerks out there that claim to be Christian. A lot of jerks that claim to be Muslim. A lot of jerks that claim to be atheist. Should all be able to work it out, right? Everybody says, right, Joel. Come on.
I'm
Have
sorry,
fun.
I ain't got nothing. I was just. I don't usually bring the conversation. I usually am part of the conversation, you know. So I don't really.
Well,
I'll
unless
think
somebody else says so, or gay, I'd ask what's on your mind.
Orge is a scientist in a different field from you.
Yeah.
Not active. I'm not
Oh.
actively in the field like Joel.
My
I
mistake.
gotta correct people all the time about that.
Well, it's what you like to talk about, so I kind of made the mental image that you're doing it right now.
Exactly.
My fault.
No, that's good. It's all good. I ain't mad. It's a compliment. Shit.
Well, and regardless, you can still share data, whether someone's a professional scientist or not, right?
What kind
yeah.
of field?
Orge, what field?
Geosciences, geology, stuff like that.
Cool.
So you can provide that data if I ask you to.
I can attempt to. As I said, I'm not active, so I mean, I'm not reading papers for fun or something. I mean, so, but like, I'd probably know more than you. Yes.
That's very cool.
Okay, provide me data beyond the flood.
Provide you data beyond the flood.
Mhm.
My first thought would be where you define the flood, and then after that, we could go into a conversation about why wherever you put the flood line is, we've had active deposition or active creation of rock after that.
We do not have to go to this fucking cycle again.
I have a
We
question
know
on that.
we're gonna put it. You're gonna put it like 1350 BC, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Joel, this is really interesting. Let it go.
Okay.
Well, no, in the geologic record, like, you know, point at that rock was dropped by the flood. That's the kind of data point I need, because when you point at some rock layer and say that was created by the flood, that tells me in my the way I organize the rocks, right, via pick your deity method,
So
that's flood, and below that would be older.
if I organize the rocks differently than you, then I just fucked up your entire system, isn't it?
Well, any rock layer you look at was mapped by a geologist in like the 20s or something like that.
No,
And
not
they
geologists. No, not geologists. The creationist geologist thing with you, isn't it? Isn't it?
Say that again. What?
Your microphone skipped, Ed. Say that again, please.
Creationist geologists agree with you. Therefore, you are keeping what you have.
Creationist geologists do not agree with me usually. I argue with them a lot on YouTube. I don't know what I'm agreeing with the creation geologist on. Am I confused? Am I not confused here? I don't get what Ed's going after.
Yeah, you
Well, when Ed is done,
apologize.
I'd like a question for you too, if I may.
go on.
Ringwood
Ed.
Orge?
Yeah.
You familiar with ringwoodite? The discussion.
I think we've talked about ringwoodite before, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I talked about that with Richard too.
Cool. Not convincing then?
No, not to me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. Spoiler:
Uh-oh.
Orge thinks that Ed is religious. Ed thinks that Orge is religious. Neither one are right.
Orge is extremely religious and is
No, he's not.
Is
Orge,
Joey,
state your
fun.
religious. Orge, state your. I hate to spoil the fun because that was really interesting. Orge, would you please state your religious stance?
I would. The most common way I think is what soft atheist, or like hard agnostic, that level.
there's no such thing as soft atheist.
My
So
point is
Steve,
he's irreligious. That's my point.
Yeah. I do not hold to a deity, although I do not say that there is none. I don't go
Yeah,
that.
I'm not so cruel. I let you guys keep going though. I just want you to notice that.
No,
No,
but it
I-
was a little fun
You know,
to
like
listen to.
what Aaron Ra
do
and
it
stuff
for a
like
minute.
that drive themselves as hard, right? I don't go
No.
that far, but I
Or
definitely, definitely
Or
on the
here.
evil side of Joel.
Or here. Or here. Or here. Do you think that something starts something?
Do I think that something starts something in my life? I wouldn't say I've seen that counteracted, but that's at a very micro level. I mean, is this like a related to the universe? Is that where you're going with this?
Okay. Keep that to yourself. Keep that to yourself. Do you think nothing starts nothing?
I think that's an irrelevant sentence by definition
Why?
because you have two nothings.
Explain me why nothing explains nothing.
Well, explain to you why nothing explains nothing. Didn't Richard say that law of logic, law of identity? I think.
Yeah.
So that would, I guess, in the sense that nothing is identifiable. I don't know if that's true, but that's
Okay.
deep cut math there.
Short interruption. Batman, say something so I can relax.
Go on.
Batman, you got yourself muted somewhere.
Hello? You can relax.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
He's been getting porn bombs, so he's all on edge.
Sorry, guys. Keep going.
So I am Batman. Are you Batman?
Ed, did you have a
Yeah.
did you have an end point to that conversation you had me on?
I did. Yeah, I throw it away.
Ah, okay.
I think Ed's coffee is a little strong.
No,
Oh, bye, Joel.
no, I throw it away because you guys are not sincere with me.
What
You
did I do?
not. No, you are not sincere with me. You do not adhere to the what is called.
If you want to spell it in French, I'll look it up.
Yeah, go on.
What how am I acting? Say that, spell it in French, and I'll Google translate it.
No,
If you
it's not
can't
about
think of the word in
Google
English.
Translating.
I don't know what I did wrong here. I'm lost.
No, it is about the reality. If you cannot define reality as I am defining reality, we cannot have a conversation, isn't it?
Okay. I define reality as what I perceive, what I exist around me. That's the way I define reality.
Exist around you.
Yeah. And then I make the logical assumption that you and me see the same reality.
Okay, perfect. So, what am I doing? As I'm gonna see your reality as well. Okay.
Yeah, I assume that you and me see the same reality. You and me see the same bread. You and me see the same StreamYard account, all that jazz.
Correct. The whole bullshit things. Okay. What are we gonna do about that?
Continue on.
No. No.
Oh shit!
No. Are you gonna impose your reality to my reality, or I'm gonna prove your reality to your reality?
Yeah, you lost me there, man. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna
I do have a question for
impose?
the former geologist.
Are you gonna impose your reality to my perceiving reality, or I am gonna prove my reality to your perceiving reality.
Richard, can you translate that? I'm lost. I heard you, Batman.
I think he's asking how you guys are asking you how would you guys find common ground. I could be wrong.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
I don't know if I've ever really found. I don't know how many people have like changed minds, or how many times my mind's been changed by this level of conversation. If we were sitting across the table at a bar, and you asked me something geology related, I'd probably take you outside and walk in the stream with you and show it physically. I can't do that here at any level, so I don't know if I can, or I don't know if you can, but I'm not here to have my mind blown. I'm here to enjoy myself. So either way, I'm good.
You know, now that I think,
Well,
there's maybe a way for
me
that.
too.
Can I just suggest something real quick? So you know how
Go.
we can test and like determine different wavelengths of light, right? Maybe the machines can actually be of use when it comes to determining, for example, what actual color something is, right? Regardless of a person's perception. Right.
Yeah, but to what point?
Huh?
To what point?
So the point being, like, for example, I don't know if you remember the event with that dress, where it was a blue dress, and people were saying that it was white. Some people were saying that it was gold, right? But it turned out that it was.
It was obviously gold and white. Come on, man.
So to determine what it actually was, right? We used
No.
machines.
My friends, my dearest friends, I have no opposed views on
Richard, where are
this
you?
channel.
Sorry, Ed. What is Richard doing?
Richard is trying to get his camera on his face.
Is Richard taking a smoke break and forgot to cut his camera? Is that what it is?
Oh, no.
No,
I think he's sponsored. I think he wants us all to smoke Eagle, whatever that is.
Is that
he's trying to. And I'm gonna get the. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Well, make sure you smoke on
Can
camera.
legally
so,
do
you know,
that?
we're
Like
confused.
get cigarette
on camera.
sponsors on YouTube?
No, he didn't. No, he doesn't. Who's
Old white
watching
blue
this?
dress.
So former geologist.
Yo,
All right. So what was it that scientists or geologists looked at to determine that the moon was a part of the Earth?
the moon?
Yes, as in
I think Joel would love to have a go at this too, actually. But I believe that densities, chemical compositions of rocks, its pattern of orbit, stuff like that. I don't know the specifics. Maybe Joel knows better, but yeah, essentially stuff like that. We find a lot of the same rocks in the two locations, so we assume maybe they were together given proximity.
yeah, but
Yeah, I
if it's
know a
a
little bit about it.
situation, if it's a situation where for like, for a couple millions or billions of years, that all of these different rock layers are being made, like what layers of rock would you say that we
Billions
would
of
use to
years.
determine that?
What are you talking about?
Well, I guess my first thing is rocks are made in many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, the moon not having water produced rocks, for example, makes us assume there was never any water on the moon. So, that's it lines up with the theory regardless.
Yeah,
Or
there's no
evaporated.
geological activity on it in terms of
Correct,
volcanoes
because
and
it's just
stuff like that.
yeah, exactly. There's not enough mass and all that jazz.
Well,
I don't
there
off
is
the top of my head, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I'll
can
look
speak
that
on it a
up.
little bit. I mean, there is activity. It was one of two assumptions. One was that it was
There's moonquakes, yeah.
Yeah, they're moonquakes.
Yeah, there's canyons and rifts and stuff. But I don't know. I think the prevailing theory is that it was smashed as part of the Earth, but it's just a theory. The other theory that it was a captured asteroid or whatever, or planetoid. My understanding, and if you understand differently, sorry, I keep trying to call you Ogre, was
Whatever.
yeah. The regolith on the moon, it's not similar to the Earth. I mean, there's similar minerals, of course, but the lunar regolith is the Plagio class, whatever it's called. It's different than what's on the Earth.
Well, and a part of that is that the lack of the different erosional environments, right?
That and the lack of any real excavation going on. We haven't dug any holes in the moon yet, I don't think. Right?
Well,
Yeah, right. Because what I'm thinking, right, is that maybe if we did some kind of digging or mining, we could probably find some evidence for life, like mainly like
You think?
microbial life and stuff like that. That was probably on the Earth, and we could, if we find any evidence that there was some kind of life on the fossils or whatever, I think that could probably give us a really good idea as to how far back life started on Earth, basically. Does that make sense?
I don't disagree with that. I think people aren't looking at the moon because of the lack of environmental change. Like, there's no water and stuff like that. No running water and all that jazz. But yeah, if you send me up to the moon, I promise I'll bring a shovel with me.
Well, yeah. And the guys that did go, they did bring shovels, but it still didn't help.
Oh yeah, but my money ain't on the moon as opposed to like Mars or the big planetoid moon. But hey man, I hope you're right. That'd be cool.
See, that's something you and I agree on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would show that the moon was made from a collision from another, I guess, large object crashing into the Earth.
No,
spilling out.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. No.
I mean, if it has the same fossils as the Earth, or it could be, you could make the argument and say, use the panspermia hypothesis and say, hey, well, these same asteroids with.
Don't laugh about that. Don't laugh about that. Don't even laugh about that.
Well, was there a larger point?
There's no fossils beyond.
You're asking me, or
yeah? Is there a topic?
Oh no! So I just wanted to pick his brain, just in general on the moon, because a lot of people just kind of see the moon as just a giant rock, and there's probably nothing else exciting about it other than the fact that it's
Batman. I guess on that note, I think the reason why people don't think it's exciting is the majority of views of the origin of life have dynamic systems of weather, have water, moving water, have a lot of stuff that the moon simply doesn't. So in order for life to have existed on the moon in some way that we can recognize, you're talking about something that even the primordial Earth wouldn't be able to emulate.
Right.
So I think that's the biggest reason why no one thinks about the moon for that. Plus the radiation, lack of atmosphere, stuff like that.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, like, if primordial life existed on Earth, right?
That would be mind blowing to like anyone in the biology field, for exactly the reasons I said. I hope it happens. That sounds badass. I ain't a better man for the moon having life before Mars.
Like, does anyone know how far we've estimated life to be? Like, all the way back in the
We
past,
know.
Like the very first.
We know. Just make your bloody estimations.
Well, I wanted to try to share what's exciting to space guys like me if that helps you want to do some research, Batman, look at what the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and the Koreans, for example, and the Japanese, they've landed some probes and stuff. There is all kinds of packages up there that are trying to dig around and find that kind of stuff. The most exciting part of the moon exploration for guys like me is material research. So, like, for example, the idea that the LRO is able to try to detect and map large mineral deposits across the whole lunar, not just the surface, but even some underground resources. And there's all kinds of huge finds of titanium on the I guess the largest deposits that they're detecting so far. And the idea that titanium is a strong light metal that could be used for all kinds of structures, not just buildings, but other spacecraft. That's probably one of the most exciting aspects if we could set up a titanium mining operation and just start building things with it.
It'll be good practice for asteroid mining.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like building
vice versa,
everything.
yeah.
Everything. Start building stuff across the whole solar system just from the titanium deposits on the moon. It'd be cheaper. There's less gravity, so it's easier to do stuff.
What Joel's hitting on is one of those like mind blowing science things is that big expensive instruments aren't used for one thing. We're not going to the Mars to look for life. We're going to Mars for 1,000 different purposes, all of them relevant, and every single satellite up there has 15 different cameras on it, and they're all useful.
Right. If we find life, great, but right. There's multiple things going on with. Yes.
Man, Ed, you don't look too happy.
I know. I don't know. I'm gonna.
It's the gold dresses.
I'm gonna bail out, guys.
Hey, take care, man.
Bye bye.
Here, buddy.
Hey, Joel, you talk to Mark Reed a lot?
Ed, thanks for coming by. Peace and respect. Thank you for your contributions.
No worries.
Hope to see you again.
And I hope you and I get along later, dude. And, okay, Mark Reed? I don't think so. He sounds like a weather guy.
Oh, I think you and Mark will get along swimmingly. He's that would be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can catch on to my sarcasm pretty easily.
Okay. Richard just posted him asking if you should join.
Yes, please join Mark Reed.
Is this going to be a sparkling conversation?
Oh,
no, Mark's pretty reasonable, dude. He's brilliant. He's as fair as he knows how to be.
Cool.
I don't know what to say.
Love reasonable people.
Namaskar, everybody.
Light and Fire, your microphone is junk. What can you do about it, man?
It's the StreamYard app that's junk. It's not my microphone.
StreamYard is junk, but you're like.
How about now?
There seems like
better? Can you hear me now?
It is better. Yeah, thanks.
It's better. He started saying it with his chest.
I'd be interested in Mark's take on Joel's claim that atheists aren't scientists.
Sure.
Okay, I know it's going to be Orgay when I ask who of you wants to drop out so Mark Reed can come in.
Oh yeah, the
knew
gummies I told you I'd take are hitting me now. So
all right, brother.
I'm incoherent as I go.
Hey, thanks for dropping by, Orgay. Peace and respect to you.
Yeah, if someone else drops, I might pop in and be useless some more. So take care, guys.
Nice to meet you, Orgay.
All right, take care.
Not useless. Not useless. Peace and respect. Also, Mark Reed.
And I can go too, by the way, if I need. I heard you talking about science, so I wanted to jump in. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Orgay. I don't need to come in, but I love Orgay. He's awesome. But hello, Orgay. I really want to talk to you as well. So yeah, we'll catch up soon. But hello, everybody. How are you?
Hi.
All right, your microphone's a little bit distant and echoey, Mark. If you can do something about that, and I'll try to help from my end.
I have a question for the scientist.
So,
what do you think about Mikhail Mendeleev receiving the table of elements in his dream? What do you think about that?
I don't know if I've heard of that.
Well, a lot of inspiration has been received in dreams, right? Like people process in their subconscious that raises certain patterns and thoughts. There's nothing incredibly unusual about having a dream about something and then going to investigate it. And the investigation pays out, well, sure, but you know, I don't see a significance to that.
You don't see the significance of the table of elements?
Well, the table of elements is kind of cyclical. There's a pattern to it, and it was first mocked pretty heavily when he first came up with it. I think it was Mendelssohn, from memory. Was it Mendelssohn? Am I thinking of? I'd have to look up the name, but I know that sort of people joked, "Oh, play us a tune on your table of elements," kind of thing, because he likened it to a piano scale kind of stuff. So there was sort of a lot of inspiration that went into it. However, I don't think that as he developed it, it was the same as the original inspiration. We get inspiration from all kinds of things. I don't see sort of having a dream about something as being any kind of real significance than sort of cloud watching and coming up with something off the back of that, or you know, seeing something and you know, quietly wondering about it. There's no real any more significance.
Have you invented anything?
Nope.
Yeah, Mark, if I may
That's
help.
why you don't see a significance.
Okay, cool.
I can help on that, Mark. My understanding, the first tables were kind of like pyramids, and it wasn't any one person really. I don't think. The developed the periodic table we're talking about.
Yeah,
what do you mean the
periodic
first one was pyramids?
If you Google it, it'll tell you who invented it. It's
Mendeleev, yeah.
Yes,
Mendeleev, yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't think it was any one person, but yeah.
Yeah, he
Well,
had
it
a
was-
dream. He had
yeah.
a dream of the table, and then he worked with cards to develop like better improve it. But anyway, I'm gonna just leave it at that for now.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a dream on like a solar collector in a sort of a half sphere shaped kind of thing that reflects it all into one point, a ball on a thing. But if my field was power dynamics and solar energy, I might be able to develop that, but that's not my field, so I have no idea how I'd go about developing that. And that's a dream, right?
Just start drawing out your dream. Put it on paper first.
Right. Yeah.
That's where I would start. I would draw it.
Yeah.
First.
Well, I kind of did that, but I don't really know how to develop it. But you know, just say that did pay off, and I sort of just went, okay, well, it's just a dream, yeah. So, but just say that did pay off for some reason, right? Which I don't think it would. I don't think I don't think it's really practical in the way that I've spoken to, you know, sort of power technicians and people that work with solar panels. But anyway, just say it did. Would that mean there's something? What are we saying about it? That my subconscious threw up something, or are we saying there's something more to it than that?
Oh, of course, there's a lot more to it because you can meditate on your dream.
Okay.
And while you're awake.
So what are you claiming is more to it? Like what are you saying is happening there?
Oh, it's the first you gotta ask, where do your dreams come from? I mean, that's the
Well, I mean, as far as we know, the brain. If they're coming from somewhere else, then I think that would have to be demonstrated to me, because they appear to be sort of the brain's throwing up things from the subconscious, like processing information from the subconscious, as far as we know.
Short point of moderation. Point of moderation. We have Dr. Tapioca Weasel in the back, but we can only fit 6 people. It was anyone about to leave anyway.
Well, he said he doesn't need to join. He wanted to be to remind what my field is. My field is distributed networks, so computer systems and basically network engineering, if that makes sense. Like integrated circuits, distributed systems, so internet and local networks.
So
Ooh, I hate
Uh,
network guys.
Hey, Richard,
Oh,
I'd be
I haven't
happy
haven't
to-
even talked about firewalls yet. How dare you?
Richard, I'd be happy to
which
make room
firewalls
if I
you
could
work
get.
with, Brocade or Cisco?
I'll drop out
Cisco.
and listen outside for a while if the conversation.
Fiber switches or in-house Ethernet.
Ethernet, personally.
Well, if I may pipe up, am I muted?
We hear you.
Mark,
Oh, we hear Joe.
Jorge left. He said that you and I would probably get along, apparently, so maybe that's why.
Maybe.
I'm an information guy as well. I'm not
Okay.
a network engineer per se, but I think I know pretty much enough about it.
Well, I wouldn't call myself a network engineer, but that is my field. It's the easiest way I can sort of say what
Okay.
my field is, and people understand what it is. So
Very cool.
distributed networks, yeah.
Well, you and I may have a lot in common
I
then.
was in the IT field
Okay.
for a while myself.
Mhm.
So, Mark, could I get your opinion on something? And this will help you, Joel, interact with Mark a little bit. So there
Sure.
are two things that I love listening to you sparse out stuff and just to get your opinion on these two things that Joel presented to the group early on that maybe I wasn't able to suss out. Maybe I'm completely wrong about. But he said one, something to the extent of atheists can't be scientists. And then
Okay.
two, his favorite evidence for God is prayer. And those two things, to me, are really tough for me to wrap my head around, that I disagree
Okay.
adamantly with. And I wasn't able
Sure.
to make myself clear. So maybe I'd love to hear you and he talk about those two things a little bit.
Okay. Well, I think science is. I mean, if we're talking about the same thing, which is sort of the methodology, sort of methodological naturalism, where we have a system of finding out what is true in the world by using that specific observation, questions, sort of designing experiments, replication. If that's what we're talking about, then that's completely religion neutral. The whole idea of methodological naturalism is that anybody can participate, even no matter what you believe in. Like, you can believe in supernatural things, you can believe in a god, you can believe in anything. The only requirement is that you kind of start from a naturalistic point of view, that you don't bring the supernatural into your methodology. It's okay if it ends up at the supernatural.
How can you not bring the supernatural when every hypothesis has to be approached with faith? How can you not?
Well, it depends how you're using faith. So if you're using sort of the biblical version, which is sort of trust in things that are hoped for, we're not trusting in that hypothesis to be true. For instance, the whole idea of a hypothesis is that you're trying to falsify it, which is sort of the opposite of faith, because
Well, you
what
have
you're
to
trying.
believe that it might work. I mean,
Well,
if you don't believe that it might work,
No, you
then
don't.
what's the point of hypothesis if you don't
Okay.
think that it might work?
Okay,
Elimination.
Light and fire. I think you're trying to aim for the word intuition, and not the word hypotheses.
But also, maybe to
Well,
my question, Joel, would you
Yeah.
clarify for Mark why you don't think atheists can be scientists, and maybe that'll help
Yeah, maybe.
because the
Sure.
faith is a much different thing than we were talking about. So Joel, if you'd help me out there.
Sure. I could try to repeat, I guess, my anecdote, or I would prefer to just quote Albert Einstein verbatim on it, if I may.
You tell Mark
Well-
why you don't think any atheist can be a scientist.
I mean, anecdotal evidence isn't really that strong, Joel. I've got to sort
Yeah.
of be cautious around it. And Einstein was an atheist, so I'm not sure why quoting him would be.
Well, yeah, you
But
may
if
be
you fully
pleasantly
agree with-
surprised then.
But if you
Sorry?
fully agree with what Einstein said and it's worded better than your poetry, go ahead.
You're so kind, Richard. Yeah, I was gonna tell Mark you might be pleasantly surprised. Einstein said he's not an atheist, but let me just quote Einstein because I agree with him 100%. He said, "Quote: Religion and science go together. As I've said before, science without religion is useless, and religion without science is blind. They are interdependent and have a common goal: to search for truth. Hence, it is absurd for religion to prescribe Galileo or Darwin or other scientists, and it is equally absurd when scientists say there is no God, aka atheist. The real scientist has faith, which does not mean that he must subscribe to a creed. Without religion, there is no charity. The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe." So, and I could expand on that, but the basic premise here that Einstein and I would try to make for others is that scientists deal with evidence. And so we want to, the things that we quote unquote believe in as scientists have positive, repeatable, like you said, you started to describe, Mark, positive observable evidence in real time. Atheism requires on a lack of evidence to believe that there is no God. So that's the opposite of science.
Right. So he also wrote a letter that was sort of sold that said that religion is a childish belief kind of thing.
Wrong.
And that the God that Einstein believed in was the God of Spinoza. He
Which
was not
Spinoza was a Christian, but notice the fact you guys dismissed the other quote.
Spinoza wasn't. Spinoza was his God was physics, and that's what.
So
Einstein
notice you guys
referring
have
to.
lost. If this was a formal debate, you guys just conceded debate.
Okay,
You
so
ignored a
I'll
point.
read out what he wrote in the letter. For me, the Jewish religion, like all others, is an incarnation of the most childish superstitions.
That
And
is not the
Jewish
letter,
people
Mark.
to whom I'm gladly belong, and with the mentality I have a deep affinity, have no different quality for me than all other people. As far as my experience goes, they are no better than other human groups, although they are protected from the worst cancers by a lack of power. Otherwise, I cannot see anything chosen about them. That's actually what he wrote in the letter.
Wrong, sir. No. If I was hoping not to have to interrupt you, but if you go do some further research, you'll find that that's actually a purposeful mistranslation by the English people that that retranslated that German letter. It never uses the word childish. It never says those words. It's a quote mine. Nor is it relevant to where Einstein explicitly said that it is absurd for scientists to claim there is no God, meaning that atheists cannot be scientists.
That's not what it means.
Gonna need citations on all that, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Mine's from his biography, page 70 from where did it go? Hold on.
Einstein
yours
also
is
was
sort
the
of
Pope of Science.
it's kind of ironic that you're sort of saying that it's taken out of or it's quote mined, because that's exactly what you're doing.
No, sir. This is a direct quote from his biography.
Yeah, if I could just finish. There's basically, if you look at it in context, it like if you read the rest of it, it actually shows why he doesn't actually believe that. So I'll read out the context around that.
No, you can't, because you're reading from a mistranslated version.
A mistranslated
from a letter that can never be sourced.
Well, I think it's look. I'll just link to a.
But you're dismissing Einstein's argument about why scientists cannot be atheists. You're misleading the entire conversation. We're not talking about the mistranslated letter about what's childish about religions. We're talking about why scientists cannot be atheists. I was using another scientist to expand on my reason.
Let me address it. So I don't really want to get bogged down in this and the reason why is because
you're dismissing the argument.
Joel, just let me finish. Listen, mate, just let me finish.
You're dodging the argument, sir.
I could say you're quote mining, and you can say I'm quote mining. We just
no.
Accusations at each other all day long. Now,
that would be false.
The whole point is that it's not up to one scientist, any scientist, to determine what science is.
That's a straw man.
Done. That isn't how anything works.
That's a straw man logical fallacy.
What it is you're making a fallacy called an appeal to authority.
No, I'm
You're
not. I didn't
basically
say
saying
Einstein's an
that
authority.
This
That's a
one
lie. You are lying.
person, you are trying to use
You
him
are
as an
misrepresenting me,
authority
Mark.
to determine what science is.
No,
Science
you are
can be
sticking your
done by
fingers in your ears
anybody.
and lying about me,
And
sir.
basically, it can be done by
He's
atheists,
being a
it can be done by
religious
Christians.
extremist
It has been done by
His religious
atheists
beliefs have
and
been
religions.
challenged.
Joel, could you let him finish, please?
It's just not it's not a fruitful conversation.
Okay,
it's
you
very
guys
well
aren't being
known.
fruitful, but I want to bring it to
Yeah.
where it is. So if Mark Reed could finish, please.
Sure, and it's very well known that people like Spinoza and Einstein believed that God was physics and the physical interactions of the thing. I'm not quite mining. I read out the letter that Einstein wrote sold for like £170,000. I'm not making it up. I'll link to a news article about it.
Would you please?
You know, so I'm sorry.
Would you please?
Sure.
Just share screen when you find it.
And then everybody else, please research how that was a mistranslation to sell for that fraudulent auction. The New Yorker did it.
Auction.
Yes,
How
the
was
word
auction
childish does
fraudulent?
not exist in that letter that cannot be sourced. It was found posthumously in 2008.
What's the
Therefore,
word
it
that was
cannot
used?
be- It was inserted on purpose by an English translator. It does not exist in the German letter. And the
Okay,
letter
what was
cannot
the,
be
what was the
verified.
sentence? What was the sentence correctly translated?
Go look it up. It's on. There's plenty of research
I-
about it.
I thought
Joel,
you had
if you-
this. Sorry, I
if
haven't
you
heard
would
this
provide-
I
article.
can look it up for you if you need, but I'm just
Please
saying.
I do
that
need you
isn't-
to because I'm not familiar with the statement.
Then go look it up.
So Einstein penned the message on January 3rd, 1954 to the
Just a
philosopher
moment, Mark
Eric
Reed.
Gutkind.
Mark Reed, would you
Yeah.
please hit Control ++ a couple times so everyone can
Sure,
read with
yep.
you?
Well, why? How is that relevant to what Einstein said about why scientists can't be atheists?
Okay, just 1 second. Let's see.
This is a red herring strawman
He
argument.
penned the missive on January 3rd, 1954 to the philosopher Eric Gutkind,
thought
who
we
had
wanted
sent
to
him a
talk
copy
about-
of his book, Choose for Life, The Biblical Call to Revolt. The letter went on public sale a year later and remained private hands ever since. In the letter, Einstein is frank about his views on the supernatural. The word God for me is nothing more the expression and product of human weaknesses. The Bible, a collection of honorable but still primitive legends which are nevertheless petty childish. No interpretation, however subtle, can for me change this. For me, the Jewish, and this is the part that I read out, the Jewish religion, like all others, is an incarnation of the most childish superstitions. So this sold for $170,000, that's it. He basically said that.
Would you allow me to read the first paragraph, please?
Which the first paragraph?
The first 2 or 3 paragraphs there, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you're done, Richard, I'll help you look up the counter evidence to all that nonsense.
Well, I'm not ready to say it's nonsense yet, but please present your opposite evidence.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Who's got the?
I'll stop sharing
Well,
so you can
just
share.
a re-caveat. We're talking about why scientists like myself and Einstein tried to explain how atheists can't be scientists. So if you want to talk about this atheological apologetics, do a Google search for New Yorker Einstein letter. If we must chase this red herring, by the way.
Well, I mean,
let's
it's
go
a
ahead and
red
flesh it
herring
out.
that you brought up, because even if I absolutely concede that Einstein said that, it doesn't make it so because one person said it.
Let me explain why it's. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me explain why it's not a red herring. What Joel said is, I agree with the following. It doesn't matter if Einstein never wrote it.
Yeah.
Thank you. The red herring is the what's called the Gutkind letter. It's the atheist's common religious tactic to bring up other things that are different than the subject to try to say, well, no, Einstein didn't really mean that.
Do you think atheism is a religion?
Absolutely.
Wow. All right. So who's the god of atheism?
It doesn't matter. Whatever god they want to
What do you
invent,
mean?
usually
Of course it
themselves.
matters.
Religion
Well-
doesn't require belief in God.
Well, sort of. it sort of does if you're talking about it literally. If you're sort of saying, hey, these people are religious about sowing kind of thing, if using it in a metaphorical sense, no. But, you know, that's a metaphorical thing.
Well, that's why atheist churches today get religious tax benefits, because the various states out there, the governments have ruled. If they have ruled that atheism is a protected religion, then that religion does not require belief in God.
Or maybe they don't want to give up their own tax benefits. So when someone, just like the satanist groups, come into schools and say, hey, if you're going to preach your bullshit, we're going to preach ours. And they're like, hey, you know what? Maybe we won't preach our bullshit.
Can you show me that ruling? That ruling should be very easy to find. Can you show me the ruling where it says atheism is a religion?
Legal precedent is set by things such as that there's various Buddhist and shaman type and other type of
I
religions
understand that you're making
require
claims.
no
What I'm
belief.
sort of asking is for you to back up those claims, Joel. You've made a lot of claims. Now, can you show us where the mistranslation is on the gut kind is your evidence that you promised
Somebody
us?
want to look it up for me as I'm on my phone?
You didn't give the reference.
You didn't
said
give any
New Yorker
reference.
Einstein letter. It's from the New Yorker.
That's not giving the reference. That's not how that works.
It
So
talks
I
about
looked up what
how-
you told me to Google, and what came up was sort of more what I said than what you said. So maybe we're finding different things in Google.
Well, that's a
maybe...
shock.
So
Well,
if somebody wants to bring up, if someone wants to actually be honest, bring up a browser here in the chat, and I will walk
So
you
you
through
think
it.
I'm not being honest?
Yes.
Why?
Why?
What am I doing
What is
that's to be
preventing
honest?
you from
You're
doing
not
this?
being genuine, and you're
I
again
think
you're
he said he's on his
causing
phone.
distractions, and you're
Well,
being
he
rude.
Can say that. Are you on your
How
phone?
am I
Is that
being
why?
rude?
Yes, I'm on my phone. I can't
Okay.
help.
Okay. Well, at least that contextualizes it for us. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
said
he
it
said that
earlier.
before. Yep, I heard
missed
that.
it. Sorry.
The
Richard-
first article,
Where'd Richard go?
that came up says the letter to Gutkind is conspicuously short on metaphysics. It's essentially a complaint about traditional Judaism. Einstein says he is happy being a Jew, but he sees nothing special about Jewishness. The word God, he says, is nothing more than the expression and product of human weakness. And the Hebrew Bible is a collection of honorable. I mean, I don't know what you want. This is what came up when I looked it up. I don't. And that was from the New Yorker.
Mark, you're just doing it wrong. You're not using the rights. I'm fucking around, but that's what Joel is saying. You're finding the wrong information.
Yeah, if we're going, if you really
I'll
must
share
do
my.
this,
I'll
if
share
you
my
really
screen
must do
again.
this, if you really must do this, I've looked up the
Must do
article.
what?
I'm looking at it now, and I'll just quote from it from my screen. It says, "Quote: In some new accounts, Einstein is quoted as calling the biblical stories, quote, nevertheless pretty childish, end quote. But this is not what his letter says. The phrase was inserted by a translator, apparently at the time of the first auction. Nor does Einstein call Judaism, quote, the incarnation of the most childish superstitions, end quote, also a translation error. The word he uses is, quote, primitivin, end quote, that is, quote, primitive, meaning pre-scientific. He is saying that before humans developed science, they had to account for the universe in some way, as they invented supernatural stories, such as the nature of our own super scientific age. However, that if you perform a search for Einstein childish God, you will get thousands of hits. Einstein will be eternally associated with the characterization he never made."
Okay, well, you told me to look up New Yorker Einstein letter. That's what I looked up. Top one is actually from the New Yorker, right? So
It's called Reading into Albert Einstein's God Letter. Yes, sir, by Louis Menard, December 25th, 2018. Now do a control F or whatever for the words.
What are we trying to prove
childish.
again? That the atheists can be scientists?
He's trying to prove ultimately
Einstein
that's
was an
related,
atheist.
but at this point, he's
Yeah.
trying to prove the very specific
So
assertion.
what am I
that
controlling?
Einstein
I'm
did
destroying
not
his
use the
straw
word
man
childish.
argument, gentlemen. I'm
What
destroying
am I
his
looking
straw man
for?
argument.
What am I
Hey.
looking for?
Childish?
Childish?
There we go.
Okay. Called Judaism, the incarnation of the most childish superstitions. The word uses primitivism. Okay. Then had to account users. So hang on a sec, Joel. Let me go. I let you say whatever you wanted to say. Let me go. He is saying, so this is what he's really saying, that before humans developed science, they had to account for it in the universe in some way. So they invented supernatural stories.
such is the nature of our own supernatural scientific age.
Yes, before Christians invented science.
Hang on. Einstein had what might be called a night sky theology, a sense of the awesomeness of the universe that even atheists and materialists feel when they gaze up at the Milky Way. Is it too awesome for minds to know? There might be something like God out there, but we can't pick it up with the radar we've got.
I missed the important part where it said that the Einstein quotes about nevertheless pretty childish, quote unquote, does not exist.
Yes, but it goes on to say, Einstein is saying that before humans developed science, they had to account for the universe in some way, so they invented supernatural stories. And I've highlighted the actual passage where the New Yorker is saying what he did actually say.
Right. Before Christians invented the scientific method.
So how could he be a theist if he's saying that they invented supernatural stories? Humans invented it.
Well, simply because he agrees with the evidence that God exists and with supernatural science.
No.
In fact,
he's saying that they invented these stories about God.
No, you need to practice what you preach, Mark. I'm in the middle of answering your question.
Okay.
The reason why Einstein is a theist is based on, again, many other things that you don't care to want to insert into your equations yet, including the original quote that I tried to answer this question with, where he said, quote, "The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe." That is a supernatural claim and is not deist.
It's a God of Spinoza, so basically he's talking about physics.
Spinoza said that Jesus Christ is the way to salvation, quote unquote. I can read that too.
I've quoted there is what Einstein did say, and I've highlighted it so everybody can see it. They invented.
You are ignoring what Einstein said.
So
you are ignoring.
He actually said, even though people do make stuff up and they look up into sort of how it, because he said at one point, God does not play dice with God does not play dice with the universe, and that was a direct reference to quantum physics. And the whole idea was that quantum physics relies on probabilities.
Einstein was wrong about that.
He was wrong about that. That is correct. Yes,
and that was a subject manifestly within his area of expertise. Was the entanglement question and the EPR paper, and he was incorrect about that, as was demonstrated conclusively by John Bell and Alan Aspect, who won the Nobel Prize a few months ago.
But that doesn't denigrate anything that Einstein did.
No,
what I'm saying is that his God was the God of Spinoza. It was the God of mathematics. It was physics. It was more a materialist thing. And he thought that religion was, as this specifically says, invented supernatural stories. And unfortunately for Joel, that's just how it is.
I agree with Spinoza. Spinoza said, quote, "We may be able quite to comprehend that God can communicate immediately with man, for without the intervention of bodily means, he communicates to our minds his essence. Still, a man who can by pure intuition comprehend ideas which are neither contained in nor deducible from the foundation of our natural knowledge, aka supernatural, must necessarily possess a mind far superior to those of his fellow man, nor do I believe that any have been so endowed save Christ. To him, the ordinances of God leading men to salvation were revealed directly, without words or visions, so that God manifested himself to the apostles through the mind of Christ, as he formerly did to Moses through the supernatural voice. In this sense, the voice of Christ, like the voice which Moses heard, may be called the voice of God. And it may be said that the wisdom of God, i.e. wisdom more than human, took upon itself in Christ human nature, and that Christ was the way of salvation." In quote, Baruch Spinoza, Tacitus, Theologico Politicus, 1670, page 12. I don't know of any other person, any other religious belief that says that Christ is the way of salvation except a Christian.
Yes,
okay, so in order that everyone can move forward, let's assume that everyone has made enough evidence for all of their stances. Let's go back to Joel saying he agreed with the way that he read. The way that he read Einstein's, and he agrees with that statement because he was using that to explain his position. And let's go forward from there, please.
And I can expand on that as well. That's what I was hoping to offer.
So I guess my question would be, why does Einstein or Spinoza determine who can do science?
They don't. That's a straw man.
No. Let's do what Richard said. Let's move on. Let him expand on what his position.
No, Joel, that's a question.
Well, I don't. It's a straw man logical fallacy because nobody's saying that Einstein determined science.
It can't be. It's a question. It can't be a straw man because it's a question.
No, straw man fallacies are where you try to argue or you present a question like you did that nobody says. I didn't say Einstein determined science. Therefore, since you're asking why does Einstein determine science, that's not something that I've said. You're attacking a different argument than I have made.
So what does? Okay, I apologize. So what does Spinoza and Einstein's position on God have to do with determining that atheists can't do science?
Okay, thank you. Simply because, as I've already stated, scientists, we try to derive our beliefs and our conclusions based on positive evidence, things that we can observe and repeat, in real time. Atheism requires a lack of belief, a lack of evidence in God for their belief. So therefore, atheism is incompatible with the scientific pursuit.
Observe and repeat in real time is a complete mischaracterization of the requirements of science.
Well,
right. So
I can't hire you to do what I do then for work.
Wait, time out. So sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So let's not conflate the terms as Christians do, but Joel is not. Let's not conflate materialism with atheism. He's saying that atheism itself, a negation, extended out, tell me where I'm wrong, Joel, extended out would make a person unable to do science. This is not the same as saying a materialist can't do science.
Yes, sir. You are absolutely correct.
Well, I think that argument could be used for just about anything. Like if you have faith that there's a Bigfoot and Joel doesn't have faith, I could say, well, it's a lack of faith in something, therefore you can't do science because you don't have faith in the evidence.
Right, so science is trying to find evidence. Atheism concludes there is no God.
Yes, it concludes there is no God, but that's based on evidence.
What evidence do you have there's no God?
Well, every single every single mind we have ever found needs a brain to determine it, and the scientific evidence points to a brain being necessary to produce a mind. If you can show me a mind without a brain, then I'll be happy to concede that point. But until then, we have no end of examples of minds having brains and no minds floating around without a brain.
There's actually a multi-billion-dollar international research going on right now trying to discover how people's minds or conscious soul, whatever you want to call it, how it survives several minutes, sometimes hours outside of brain, outside of the death.
Well, if you can show that the mind survives brain death and sort of, goes after the death of the brain, well, great, but you don't have that evidence.
Yeah, we do.
Again, okay, could you present it, please? I need a citation for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I got all kinds of cool videos and such, but
No, not YouTube videos, actual scientific papers. Thank you.
Yeah, the one I like to show the most, which again, this is frustrating because it sucks trying to talk with people that don't keep up with modern science. The one I like to share the most is the lead researcher from New York University talks about it. I can give you, it's a YouTube video, but he's interviewed by
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Joel. You can make a YouTube video about anything. I'm talking about a citation here, not just a YouTube video.
Well, we can look up his work and others. Again, there's 15 major hospital systems I know of that I've read papers on.
You could also make up a paper about anything.
Can I get some background on what Joel's profession or experience as a scientist is?
Does that make anything relevant?
Well, I mean, it helps me evaluate. It helps me evaluate how credible I should take your opining on the subject.
From what I remember, he's a programmer.
So that means that if you don't have the same credentials, then we should never listen to you.
That's not what I said. I said it helps me evaluate how credible you are. I didn't say it was a binary choice.
Well, so as a scientist, I would never evaluate something's credibility based on somebody talking about it. I would always evaluate the credibility based on the actual.
For me, in fact, you outright called me a liar.
Well, that was only about Einstein's quotes.
Oh, so you only do what you just said you never do under certain situations.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between trying to evaluate something based on a person versus the evidence, or versus the actual, whatever it is you're trying to talk about.
This
versus
isn't
somebody
a trick
lying
question, man.
about something on purpose.
I'm just asking if you actually do science, or if you're like John Morris Pendleton and you were an intern in a lab 15 years ago one time.
Well,
That's all I'm
I
asking.
I can talk all night about my scientific career, but that's not going to change.
Can you talk for 15 seconds about it right now?
What do you want to know?
I want to know what your general background is. I want to know, what is your day job?
Right now, or my past?
In the relevant to your assertions that you are a scientist, where is that coming from? This isn't a trick question, man.
I've been doing all kinds of cool science stuff since I was 20 years old.
Like what? Can you give us an example of an experiment that you've done, maybe? Like just one experiment that you've done?
Hey, I'm going to interrupt for a second. Like I'm a 4-year-old.
You guys are extremely hostile.
No,
what do you mean?
I'm sitting here trying to answer your stupid question, and you still
not answering. That's the thing. He's asking you a question.
I'm in the middle of trying to answer your stupid anecdotal questions.
Joel, if you want to say,
you cannot understand science, and you're interrupting me while I'm pretending to try to answer you. You guys are so hostile.
Joel, look, if you want to say, hey, I don't want to give my scientific credentials, that's fine. Like, just say that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Well, I can brag about all the stuff I've done for Elon Musk and the things that I've done for microchips and the things I've done for bioinformatics. I could brag about my career all night long, but it doesn't change the facts of what we're trying to talk about.
Well, I would agree, but you've sort of made a lot of claims over this time and provided zero actual evidence to back up.
Well, because you don't want to look them up.
Well, I've been trying to look them up, but the first one I looked up, the first one I looked up disagreed with you.
No, it didn't. And it said that the word childish does not exist in that letter.
Yeah, so
why was
if
my
I could
question
just finish.
a stupid question?
It's not.
I'm just trying to understand the interlocutor that I am having a conversation with. That's all I'm trying to do.
Why don't we chill out and try to be friendly?
Well,
I am. I'm asking you what you do. I did the same thing to Mark when I walked in. It was literally the very first thing I did. I said, "Hey, Mark, what do you do? I'd like to know a little bit of your background."
One of my favorite big experiments was qualifying and doing a lot of the rocket scientry for the Falcon Heavy, for example. I'd invented what we called the impossible camera to be able to test, actually find the root cause for the AIM-06 rapid unplanned disassembly event that we had in, like, was it 2018-ish or whatever it was, 17-ish, where I figured out how to make a camera survive in a 3,000 psi negative 300 minus, actually probably closer to negative 400 degrees Celsius COPV densified liquid helium tank.
Degrees Celsius?
Excuse me?
Negative 400 degrees Celsius?
It was getting there. It was, well, almost. It was like negative 3 something.
Degrees Celsius.
So
you are aware that absolute zero is minus, like, I think it's 273 degrees Celsius?
I don't think so. Hold on. Are you sure?
Yeah. I am an ultra cold atomic physicist. I am sure.
Hey, Tapioca Weasel.
Liquid helium. What's that freeze at?
Hey, Tapioca Weasel.
4 Kelvin. Yeah, go on.
What kind of scientist are you?
I am a postdoctoral scholar at Stanford University studying ultra-cold atom interferometry.
Okay, and you have corrected me. Yes, negative 269 degrees Celsius, negative 452 Fahrenheit. I was getting Fahrenheit wrong with that.
So if you invented a camera, what company were you working for when you invented that camera?
SpaceX.
That was invented by Polaroid.
Well, that's just it. When we needed to prove to NASA why that COPV bottle happened at AIM-06, I called every camera company in the world practically trying to help figure out, and they all told me that it could never be done. So we had to set a bunch of experiments, and then I invented that camera. And if I didn't work for SpaceX at the time, I'd be a multimillionaire probably by now, because it was a very awesome camera. But regardless, No, I do all kinds of stuff, guys. I'm an information scientist. I started in chemistry. I started in quantum chemistry, and then I got into just computer science and things like that. And then I started working for Elon, and now I've changed all my current my past stuff into information. So now I'm a coder, doing AI development, you name it. The National Institute for Health wants to hire me because I've done some bioinformatics research. They want me to develop some new DNA archiving software tool.
So,
they want to.
I've waited until this point in the conversation to officially call BS on everything. Not everything, but
Then you're BS.
the implication of what you're saying. Fair enough.
Well, I don't
Go
care.
for it.
We're not talking about me. We're talking about what other people also talk about. If you wanted to debate why atheists can't be scientists, you have to give counter arguments to what I and Einstein and others have said.
I did.
No, I
and
don't.
you sort of trotted out that research has been done
No,
about
you
mind.
attacked me personally.
About-
All you did was attack me personally, and you bring up
Who?
irrelevant things like the Gutkind letters.
Who attacked you? I attacked you personally. I didn't attack you personally. What are you talking about?
Well, we're talking about this other guy that claims to be some nuclear physicist.
Well, I'm not that other guy. Okay, I'm not. I'm me, not him. So you've claimed that minds can exist without brains, but you refuse to show any kind of.
I just told
evidence for
you
that thought.
I can show
That
you
is
some of the stuff that I have
absolutely
researched.
just
Yes.
a baseless,
If you
hollow,
want to
empty
change
claim
topics,
with
we can
nothing
go into
behind it.
we can go into that. It's called the
Well,
Lazarus syndrome.
you
We can go into that
demonstrate
research
that
if you like.
claim? Can you demonstrate that claim? Can you point to a paper or the title of a paper or who wrote it or anything at all to demonstrate
All right.
that a
We'll
mind
get
can
you-
exist without a brain?
Yeah, I'll get you the doctor's name, and you can go from there. Maybe. Hold on.
Well, that's a good start. It's just you're making a lot of claims with nothing to back it up. You said you would show
Well, because it's not relevant
the
for one thing,
article.
dude.
You said you would show an article and did not. You said a lot
Well, I
of
said I'd
things
show
and
you a
didn't show
YouTube
it.
video that you said you dismissed because it goes against your religion.
Yes, so that's not. Yeah, so atheism is the same as a religion, like abstinence is a sexual position.
No,
It just
atheism is a
isn't-
religious belief about God.
Well,
Okay,
no,
quick
actually,
timeout. Quick timeout. Got somebody backstage. I got no more room. Is anyone interested in dropping out for P-Town?
Me.
I mean,
It's a
sure,
yes or no.
I'm not really talking much, I guess.
This is Attack the Einstein channel tonight.
And doing God's work.
No one's
Einstein is
attacking
underrated.
Einstein. No one's attacking Einstein.
Yes, you are.
How
Einstein
so?
is underrated.
Thanks, Midnight.
How so?
That was so polite of you.
How am I attacking Einstein? Because you're making a lot of claims, but you're not backing anything up, Joel. How am I attacking Einstein?
By disagreeing with, I guess, what I quoted him from, and by strawmanning him, and then quoting a mistranslated letter that misrepresents everything.
Is
That's not
disagreeing with
attacking
somebody
Einstein.
attacking them?
That is an
Yeah, you're
actual
attacking me.
representation of what he wrote when you told me to look up the letter in the New Yorker. That I read out what it said, and
No,
so
you
if you no, I didn't. I showed it on the
Right.
screen, Joel.
You
What are you
read out
talking
what?
about?
No. You only, Mark. You only read the part that confirmed
Okay.
your religious
So-
bias, and you ignored the
so-
part that disproved your religious bias.
Yeah, so this is kind of the delusion of people like this, that they
See,
I mean, I
that's an
get
attack.
something up on the screen, I basically show in like sort of a highlight for the entire audience where it says what it says, and then he said that I didn't read it out. It's kind
Right.
of like your willingness to believe this thing overrides anything else that anybody can do. So I'm providing sources and showing and demonstrating what I'm claiming. What I'm
No, you're
not
not.
saying is the same from you, Joel.
No,
So
what you
can
did, so
you,
that
going
was
back to it, can you back up this claim that a mind can exist without a brain? Could you give me some evidence for that?
I can, but just to clarify, what you actually
Well,
just
you keep
projected
saying
onto
you
me.
can, but you don't. So can
notice-
you now?
Do you know how extremely rude and arrogant you are? I'm sitting here trying to talk with you. You interrupt. You are trying to control the conversation because you know you are in the wrong. So let's clarify something really quick. First of all, you ignored the entire purpose and context of bringing up your falsified Gutkind letter to ignore the part where I made the correct connotation that the words like childish and superstition, those kind of things, those words were inserted into that fake letter on purpose. And that's what that New Yorker article was pointing out, that you ignored. You did not read those parts that were pertinent to the context. You glossed over them and you read only parts that you thought reinforced your false religious argument about the man. And second of all, if you want to talk about dualism, and the biomedical research out there trying to understand why and how human beings come back to life, self-resuscitate, it's called Lazarus syndrome, and how there's billions of research dollars going on today, medical research dollars, trying to figure out better ICU medications to better preserve people's memories and cognitive abilities after death. I would love to go into that topic.
Okay, so that was a lot there. I thought we'd moved beyond the whole Einstein thing. You seem to sort of,
see how he ignores everything in one ear out the other.
Joe, what do you expect from the atheists? They're the most violent people in the world. They killed the most people.
So trying to drag us back to Einstein, I've already said that I read out what was there, and what he said was that, hey, if childish was a mistranslation, it was more that humans invented these religious systems, and I sort of pointed out and showed where it said that. Now, Lazarus syndrome is about the spontaneous starting of the cardiopulmonary system, not the spontaneous starting of the brain after brain death. So I'm not sure what that's got to do with anything. But what I can point out is that even though Joel went on to make yet more claims and just stacked those claims up here, he hasn't shown any demonstration of it, even when I asked, even when I gave him all the time in the world to do so. He's trying to claim, hey, I interrupt him, therefore he can't demonstrate it. Well, I didn't interrupt him, and he still can't demonstrate it. Nothing has been added to the conversation besides more claims about the Lazarus syndrome. Can you demonstrate that?
One of my favorite examples is from a Dr. Sam Parnia, Parnia. He is one of the lead, if not the, he's the director of the resuscitation research at New York University's
Could you repeat that spelling, please? Sorry, just the spelling again, please.
It won't help you.
It's not a trap, dude. Just answer the question. Oh my God.
I just want to look it up. Well, why can't I look it up? Well, what's the spelling, please?
You can look it up. If you were genuinely honest with this type of
scientific okay, yeah. Oh, Parnia, thank you very much. I don't know who put that up, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you. So whoever did that, someone's paying attention.
Could have been you.
So regardless, the point was, or the original topic was, I thought, that atheists really can't be genuine scientists like Einstein and I talk about.
Actually, to bring it up, it had to be me.
Thank you, Richard. Because atheists don't want to test their religious theory. They say that God doesn't exist because there's a lack of evidence. That's the opposite of what scientists do.
So sure, but Joel, like I brought up, right? We have across the board of our top scientists, we have Christians, atheists, Hindus. We have all cultures and all religious and all types and shades and colors of scientists are out there. But you seem to be saying the atheist ones can't be doing science when they're demonstrably. We can show they're doing science. They're out
like
there
who?
Doing science.
Like who? Who do you think's a good example
like
of a scientist?
Like me, come to my lab, watch me all day, and explain to me why what I'm doing at work doesn't qualify as science.
I mean, Richard Dawkins is a famous atheist, and he definitely does science. He's a preacher. Are you serious? He's an evolutionary biologist.
Well, he studied it, but he doesn't do it.
So Richard Dawkins isn't a scientist.
He's just he's a preacher. He's an atheistic sermon dude. He's a priest.
Kind of true.
Well, what does he do? He preaches for atheism. He
calls
theists brain viruses and all kinds of really rude, evil stuff.
Okay. What about Francis Crick?
Oh, it wasn't him and the other guy saying that they were on cocaine when they stole that discovery of DNA from that lady? What was her name?
That's an ad hominem fallacy, sir.
No, that's what he said.
No, well, that's got nothing to do with whether he's a scientist. He can be on PCP for all I care. He's still a scientist.
Well, again, I think that him stealing that research from that other lady was proof that he really wasn't. What was her name?
Really? So you don't think he's a scientist? What about Stephen Hawking? Was Stephen Hawking a scientist?
Yeah, the best, the only theory that I'm familiar with that Hawking's postulated that was original was his theory that black holes could melt, and that was falsified after his death. Everything else he did,
Hawking's no contribution to science whatsoever. Yes, Sir Joel, you are absolutely wrong. You are 100%.
Well, then tell me, what do you think was Hawking's greatest contribution to science? I shared mine.
Probably the shape of the universe.
No, he was wrong about that. The Planck and the WMAP telescopes did that, not Hawking's.
So if they're wrong, Joel, does that make them not a scientist?
No, not at all.
So what makes Stephen Hawking not a scientist?
Well, for one, he didn't really make any scientific contributions, and for two, he was just a mathematician. I mean, you can call mathematicians scientists, and some scientists are mathematicians, but I don't know what Hawking was paid for to do that contributed to science.
Well, Francis Crick definitely worked on biology, physicists, neuroscience. This sort of hand waving and sort of apologetics of, hey, this person wasn't a real scientist because I don't agree that atheists can be scientists is ridiculous. Like, these people were scientists. There's no question in the scientific community that all of these people were scientists.
Thankfully, you agreed with me. You just agreed that there wasn't any real significant scientific contributions by Dawkins or Hawkins or these other supposed atheists.
I didn't say that. I said it's what you claimed, Joel. I said it's what you claimed.
Well,
and what I want to point out is that Joel has switched from sort of backing up his ridiculous assertions to, let's get into something else because I can't prove any of the claims that I'm making. What has actually Joel demonstrated today?
Well, you actually proved my claim for me.
You just make claims, Joel, that you can't back up and then pretend in the weird sort of delusional way that they're all correct and they're all backed up and they've all been proven beyond a doubt. Well, guess what, Sunshine? They haven't. And until you actually show something to back it up, you are just making baseless, empty, hollow claims, and no one should believe you.
So you just talked about yourself, and so you actually provided the evidence for my claims, and I appreciate it.
What evidence did I provide? I didn't provide any.
Well, when I asked you for an example, what was some good scientific contributions, and you just made things up. You said Hawking's developed the shape of the universe. That's absolutely false. And second of all, this all boils back down to the simple assertion by Einstein and others that atheism requires the opposite of science, the lack of belief or the disbelief or whatever of things based on a lack of evidence. Science requires evidence. If you don't have evidence, you don't say anything. Atheism says something. Atheism says God does not exist due to a lack of evidence. That is anti-science.
Okay, so what I want to do is share my screen, if I could be so bold. It's from the Royal Society of Scientific Research. So
appeal to authority. Appeal to authority fallacy.
Okay, so just ignore the sort of bleating from up there and sort of look at this. And I just while we're doing that, just while we're doing that,
atheism is anti-science.
When somebody makes a claim and sort of says, "Hey,
Mark
this
is preaching from his church."
When somebody sort of says, "Oh, you've got to go look up how it proves my point," they're just shifting the burden of proof, and that is what Joel has been doing all night.
Notice Mark cannot present a counter argument. He cannot counter my argument.
Thank you. So
he cannot counter my argument. He can't even repeat my argument.
I agree
Mark
with you, Joel.
Cannot repeat Einstein's argument against his religion.
They began with the singularity theorems, followed by his discovery that black holes have an entropy and consequently a finite temperature.
That was not Hawking's work. That was Penrose. Hawking helped Penrose as his assistant. Hawking shared
but he wasn't
the Wolf
doing
Prize
science
with Penrose for Penrose's
So when he
discovery.
was helping Penrose, he wasn't doing science. Is that what you're trying to say?
He was helping Penrose with his math as a college assistant, as an academic. So no.
So he
it was
didn't
not for
contribute
Penrose,
in any way, did he, Joel?
If
He
it
didn't
was not
contribute.
for
He didn't do
Penrose-
science in any way.
If
So,
it was not,
hold on.
no, he didn't.
Hold
didn't.
on.
I don't think so.
Hold
He
on.
didn't. So he
I heard
helped
Francis
Penrose.
Crick before.
But it
Wow.
doesn't matter.
Wow.
Helping another scientist work on his theory that's not your own theory does not make you a scientist.
What?
It was not
Okay.
Hawking's theory.
Listen to this guy. What are you
Why
on,
are you
sir?
so religious, Mark? Why are you so extremist?
Why
Why do you
are
have to
you?
make
Why are you
everything about
projecting?
me?
Why are you?
Hold on.
I'm the one that wants to talk about the science. Hawking
Yeah,
didn't.
so I'm gonna call
Hawking
BS
helped
as
Penrose
well. I
do
think
some
this
math.
guy is
So
full
if
of
a
shit.
kindergartner,
The
if
impossible
a kindergartner had helped
camera,
Penrose,
the
you're saying
impossible
the
camera
kindergartner's a
was developed
scientist.
by Polaroid, not SpaceX. I don't believe you for a second. You are such a liar.
Good. I don't care,
You don't
Mark.
even
I don't
know
care what you
which
believe.
company.
Wait,
you don't
no,
even
hold
know
on, hold
which
on, hold on,
company
Mark.
created the camera. You're a
Mark.
liar.
I'm
Mark.
glad you think that I didn't work for Polaroid. I'm glad.
You did. You said you worked for SpaceX when you invented it. You're a liar.
Yes. Well,
Oh, but you worked for
other people
Polaroid when you
invent
invented it
cameras that
now.
Polaroid
Who were
didn't
you?
make.
Who
They're
were you
genius.
working for?
Stupid.
Who were you working for?
Christ.
Polaroid or SpaceX?
Other companies invent other kinds of
Oh,
cameras. Genius.
yeah, of course they did. Yeah, of course they did. But it
Polaroid
was widely known that
didn't
the
invent-
impossible camera was invented by Polaroid.
Yes, Polaroid did
Yeah.
not invent my camera. Right, I invented my camera.
Okay, well, what's your name so we can check the patent?
I'm not going to let you dox me.
Oh no, of course you won't.
Yeah.
Of course you're not.
So full of shit.
Well, because you're just a religious extremist. You have to attack me. You don't want to talk
I'm
about
not
the
religious.
science. You are extremely religious.
I'm
You
not
are the most
religious.
religious
He is
person here.
kinda
I
religious.
kid.
No,
You
I'm
are
not.
the
If
most
science,
religious person
science
here.
would have to be a religion in that case. Is science a
No,
religion?
You
No,
are.
of course
You're,
not. Thank
you are so religious. You're
Oh,
such
I'm a
bigot.
religion.
You can't talk with me. All you can do,
never got a
you're
chance to say
forced.
my
Your
thing,
religion
but,
forces you to attack me.
Yeah,
You
Midnight.
can't be
Midnight was
civilized.
trying to say a thing. Can we let Midnight say his thing?
Please. Hi,
Sure, of
Midnight.
course.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
I heard. Okay, I guess Richard is here. I guess I have to let him talk.
Speak.
He's a host. Okay. I heard you mention Francis Crick and how he quote unquote stole. You know how he quote unquote stole the discovery of DNA from Rosalind Franklin. No. Okay, Rosalind Franklin used crystallography to use crystallography to take a picture of DNA, and and Francis Crick and James Watson, used that to discover it. Had she not died, she would have received the Nobel Peace Prize along with the
Physics.
for physics.
He
Thank
said
you.
peace. He said peace. Sorry.
Right. So she's the discoverer, not Crick. Right.
That's not.
No, that's not true.
Well, he didn't take the picture.
That's not how that works.
Oh.
Wait, so if Stephen Hawking had taken the picture, he would have been a scientist. But
Oh, sorry.
if he didn't take the picture, he wouldn't be. For example.
Okay.
No, Tapioca,
Okay.
that's wrong.
It just wasn't his
No matter
discovery.
what Hawking did,
Okay,
he would never
time
be
out.
a scientist because he's an atheist.
Time out. Time out, please. Okay, so this is enough fun for one night. Joel, I hope you enjoyed it. Everyone else, I hope you enjoyed it. This conversation is not going to move on till Joel leaves. Joel, I would ask you to leave. Not
Yeah,
that
I
I
was
have any
hoping to talk with
prejudice
you more.
against you.
Yeah,
What's
I was hoping to more talk with you more, man.
Well, find me. We'll do a private.
Well, I mean, is there like friends of yours that are actually tolerant?
Everyone's tolerant and intolerant on certain
Except-
topics in certain ways, but we all know this. We're
Why
human
do you
beings.
have a victim complex? That's what
I
I
know.
want to know.
He
Thank you,
started
Midnight.
out by
Thank
calling
you,
me a
Midnight.
liar,
Thank you,
and
Mark.
I'm the one that's intolerant. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay, so we all have our opinions, and okay, everyone's
Yeah.
presented their case deeply. I appreciate all the work, all the zeal. Joel, if you would make way, I don't like kicking people. I don't want to kick anybody, but there you go. Joel complied with that. Thank you very much.
Oh, Bree wanted
And
to talk to him.
we have Bree and P-Town and moving on then with a new conversation.
Oh, I was wanting to talk to Joel. I think he's like a fun one.
Wow.
Like, does he never heard like of Frank Oppenheimer or Jane Goodall or any of these?
Yeah, right. I was like, what the fuck?
They're not scientists, Bree. They're
Right,
not
of
scientists.
So
One of
Mark,
Sorry, Bree. Bree, I love you deeply. I do. Man's not here.
Okay, I'm just talking about scientists, atheist scientists. I can do that without the guy being here.
Yeah.
I just honestly don't think it matters. Like, to science, what you believe doesn't matter. That's the whole point. We're trying to eliminate what you believe from the methodology. That's the whole point of science.
Well, I liked. I mean, I didn't like the way he did it, but I thought it served a good purpose. But this is where you and I ultimately start bridging. Is before we get anywhere, Mark, is you want to hijack the definition of science from the beginning. It's always the same.
So science
You
is
want
just the
your
observation
approach.
of reality, right? P-Town? It's just the observation
Actually,
of
this is-
reality and how
I
we got indoctrinating that. How can that be anything but secular?
If your approach to trying to find knowledge is making it so that you literally can't pursue God doing it or looking for God because you can see him on accident, you can find him on accident.
You can pursue
if the
God.
reality pursues, but you can't call it science by your definition.
You can pursue God. That's fine in
outside-
science if you want to do that. But what you have to do is make an hypothesis and then falsify it. So if you want to make the hypothesis that God created the universe, that's fine. But how do you falsify that, P-Town?
Okay, quick point. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. Tapioca Weasel, you're in charge. Thank you. Unless you don't want to, Bree could do it.
The problem isn't making a hypothesis with science. The problem is that the hypothesis has to be falsifiable. And because God is not falsifiable, or no one's found a way to make God falsifiable, it can't be used as a hypothesis. So
That's my point. That's my point right there. Right there.
Well, then
you say
find
that
a way
you
to
can,
falsify
but
it.
you can't. That's my
That's
point.
a
We're already-
You have to
you
have a
base
natural
yourself-
conclusion. No,
That's not the
science
fault
is
of
a
science.
natural.
You are saying, yeah, you can if you can make God a hypothesis, but you can't make God a hypothesis.
Well, how
you
are you
make it
supposed to
so
falsify it, P-Town?
you
Falsify
I-
it. How are
the
you supposed to
broad-
do that?
Is that saying
the
my
broad description.
hypothesis? My hypothesis is because
You,
this is
how you
magic,
can't
it's not an
falsify
answer.
God. You
So
can't falsify God.
P-Town,
That's the point.
P-Town, just a sec. So, like, I'm not putting God in its special category of, oh, you're not allowed to do God. There's also hypotheses that are completely materialistic that you can't use as well. For instance, if I hypothesize there's a teapot around Saturn, if there's no way to falsify it, it can't be used as a hypothesis in science because I've got to be able to falsify that claim.
Let me give P-Town an approach.
But that's your definition of science.
P-Town, let me give you this approach.
Hijack the
okay?
definition of science.
Let me give you this approach. Instead of thinking that God can't be an explanation, God can't be an explanation, but we can accept that you can come up with an explanation of how God did it. We can't just say God did it. We can say, how did God do it? What natural mechanisms did your God put together to do this? Instead of using God as the explanation, just say he did it. And say how, God, and you say, how did God do it?
I don't think Mark would let scientists go that far because he won't let them. He won't let them begin with that hypothesis in the scientific method.
All right, Mark.
Because he wants to hijack the definition.
I mean, that's been addressed towards me, sure. But the problem with what you're saying, P-Town, is we allow unfalsifiable hypotheses to basically you put the hypothesis out there, and if it's not falsified, then it's true. Then everything we can't demonstrate is false is then true. That means
false.
that fairies and unfalsified
supportive evidence.
Excuse me, P-Town, I'm talking right now. Can you please? I'm talking. That means if you put fairies out there, you can't falsify it. Has to be true. If you put aliens from another universe out there, unfalsifiable, has to be true. This is the reason why we don't allow unfalsifiable hypotheses to just get their way in science. You can hypothesize God all you want, But until you find it a way of being falsifiable, how do we do science on it?
You're hijacking the definition of science. Science is more than just than just falsifying things.
In
Pursuing
science,
knowledge.
Let him
science, can God be an explanation?
Let him finish the thought, Bree.
Yeah, let him finish. And then you can go, Bree. I think I've made my point.
Okay.
What were you saying, P-Town?
This is what I'm saying is we have a different definition of science.
Right.
I would
Could you
be more
both
than willing.
give your definition of science so that clarifies for everybody.
That would be good. So what's your definition of science, P-Town?
Look, I don't have an exact definition of science, but I think that it is. I mean, there's
Then how
lots
can you
of
argue
science, but
against
knowledge.
something, P-Town, if you don't even know what your own definition
Let P-Town
is?
finish.
I'm a
I think
scientist
we
and
all
I don't
realise
have
that.
an exact definition of science. Okay, that's not
Thank
that
you,
out of
Captain.
left field.
Fine.
Is there any way we can
I-
bump my dark understanding or my darkened understanding's mic a little bit? I can hardly hear you, babe.
Oh, I don't need to. I'll just mute and let you
Okay.
guys. I'll let
Well,
you guys talk.
I'm interested in your opinion. I just couldn't hardly hear you.
Sometimes there's no way to find if something's absolutely true. I think that it's okay to pursue
The
knowledge.
Gödel uncertainty
by-
principle.
I think it's okay to pursue knowledge by trying to find out if something is most likely true.
I get that reference.
So I don't think things have to be entirely falsifiable in order to. I don't think you have to be able to falsify things to truth. I don't think it works.
I don't
like
think anything's totally
It's not one.
falsifiable, right? I mean, we could all.
I think we're-
everybody here should agree on that, right?
Right. So to
Even
say
the
that you
physicist-
can't have a hypothesis that's not falsifiable, if you can't, then that's not science. That's the stance that Mark takes, and it's always where we. So that's why we separate in the beginning, because he has a different definition of science than what I would call science. It's a simple thing.
Well, I think
Do you
it's
think
almost like you're accusing Mark of the black swan fallacy, is what I'm hearing. Like Mark is saying that since this has never been the answer, we shouldn't expect that to be the answer. And you're saying,
No,
hey,
he's
that's the black
saying-
swan, right? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, by definition, God can't be falsifiable. Therefore, God can't be the starting hypothesis. And the reason
that's exactly what I was asking you. Can God be your conclusion for your hypothesis? No, we can't. You can put how God did it as your hypothesis, but God cannot be the hypothesis. God is not a mechanism by which something happens in the natural world, and that's what science is all about, right? Making observations about the natural world. So God can act on the natural world and create. I believe He creates. As far as I understand, most people, other than miracles here and there, most things God has set in motion on a naturalistic platform, right? Everything works together in a naturalistic system. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, He created the laws of physics and chemistry and all that good stuff. He created that stuff so that it could make the things that happen to this world happen in this world. So he can't be the explanation of what laws He put in place or whatever. So if you think of God as the creator of the laws of the universe, whether you're talking chemistry, physics, whatever, those are the answers. That's where the answers are, in those fields. It's not going to be God, because God just created the universe, right? He didn't create them, or he's not the mechanism. God is not gravity, right? God is not a chemical reaction. Are you with me?
I mean, I'm following you, Bree, but it's not really what I wanted to talk about. It's really not.
I know.
Yeah, I don't mean to
You
be
wanna talk
offensive
about
by
Mark
that.
and Mark's perceived scientism that you're perceiving, but we have to break down what the confusion is. And here it sounds like to me that you're saying, well, Mark doesn't think God can be the answer. God can't be the answer. That's not a scientific answer. The answer would be how God did it. From your
It's the hypothesis. He won't even let it begin to be the beginning of the process.
Well,
is my point.
But you aren't presenting a hypothesis. You can't. God can't be your
You
hypothesis.
can't.
Your hypothesis can be God did it with X. God did it with this law of nature, with this natural phenomenon. Then it can be studied scientifically. So God can do it, but it has to be with natural mechanisms in order for science to cover it, because science is the exploration of the natural world. I don't think anybody's going to dispute
Right
that.
there. So what I'm saying is you're already claiming that God is unnatural, even though if hypothetically God made nature, then he is natural.
God
My
cannot
point
be
is
natural till we can scientifically understand
I
him.
think I understand what
it's just a philosophical statement. It's just
I think I understand what Bree's saying. Look, let me look at it this way, right? You're wondering how dung gets rolled up in the desert, right? You can sort of go, oh, beetles did it, but that's not something science would say. It would sort of say, hey, this is what they do and how they do it. It describes mechanisms, like the mechanism of how they go out, why they go out and do it. This is the whole point that Bree's trying to make. God did it is not an explanation for anything, but it's just referencing something.
And you can use God in your hypothesis, but you got to say God did this with gravity, right? You could say God created gravity to cause this effect, so that's why this happens in the natural world. You wouldn't just say God. You need to God this way. God did it this way. Go on, Mark. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I think I made my point.
I would say that I think an important part of the scientific process is the prediction of future data. And if there's no part of your scientific process that can usefully predict future data, then it becomes
novel
more
testable
and more
predictions. Yeah.
Predictive power, sure.
Yes, exactly. I suppose I literally had that go without saying, but yes, it's important to point that out. Because it's why I don't like the very common refrain of observable, testable, repeatable. Observable, yeah, generally, yeah. I mean, indirect observation still counts as observation, so there's a conversation to be had there. Testable, again, yeah, that's kind of my point here. Repeatable, you can generally only observe a supernova, an individual supernova, once, unless you get really lucky and are able to see light echoes off of nearby, like, galaxy clusters and stuff.
You can repeat the data. You could do that. You could run the data again and repeat the whole thing. You just wouldn't be.
You can analyze it again.
Supernova. It's always going to be off the data, though.
You're totally right. Yeah. You're totally right. It's just that it lends itself, I think, more to mischaracterization to say just observable, testable, and repeatable than it does to point out that what you're really doing is trying to explain the data.
Right. And that's why Tapioca Weasel and we can have much more deeper intellectual conversations about the physics of the universe, in particular astronomy, because I'm going to make an argument on how it's most likely that God made it, and he's going to make an argument on how it's most likely that science has a better explanation. To quote unquote call it science, right? I mean, I'm giving you guys your definition of science and playing in the other person's court, but because we're both approaching things, where we know that we can't actually test them, and it's not repeatable. We're taking data from what we can observe.
You can test something that isn't necessarily repeatable, though. If you observe something
Sure.
once, but because a different supernova is not a repeat of the first one, okay? It is. I think most people would classify it as that, but I'm very persnickety about my language, and I wouldn't, because every star is different. But if you generate a model, in the case of supernova, it's going to be a fairly quantitative, specific model that's going to explain exactly how the illumination of various wavelengths grows and falls over time and things like that. And then when you see another one of those, you can use that in order to test your model beforehand. You can be like, okay, I see the first day of this thing in space brightening goes like this. Therefore, I predict that the rest of it in these spectra is going to evolve in this fashion. And so you can sort of predict things, but it's not, the laboratory in that case is that star system undergoing that process, and you don't have the ability to take that star system and put it in your lab because stars are big and humans are delicate. So it's not going to work. But you can test details and stuff about it. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Tapioca.
Yeah, no argument there. And that's why when I talk to Tapioca, I'll give him references from the Bible and I'll pattern it with Scripture, the stuff that we see in the stars. And I think at least I get as far as having a discussion with Tapioca before they say, this is not science, P-Town, this is not science. You know, I don't get that as quickly with him.
P-Town, do you think we can get to science using God? Because when you said Weasel says this doesn't, God doesn't, or you say God exists, and then Weasel uses science to say something. I forget how you phrase that, but it and instead of like God does exist or God doesn't exist.
Science has a better explanation.
Right, science has a better explanation. To me, that's a different thing. Why not just say God doesn't exist, right? Because if you're saying that science has a better explanation, you guys are doing something different. Is that right? Like, do you believe science can get to God?
I think that you can use, it depends on how you define science, but I do believe that you can take an information and make it so most likely, yes, it's clear that God made this universe.
Don't you think it's problematic if we have to change the typical definition of science so that you can get to God? Because for me, I'm asking, P-Tom, do you think we can get to science through God? And you're like, well, it depends how you define science. Right then, my eyebrows raise. Like, what do you mean? Why do we have to like define science a special way to get to God? Why can't we just
I would argue, I take a stand because that's what's happened in the last 100 years is that science, quote unquote science, has literally tried to take anything associated with God and the Bible out of it completely, which has not always been the case. So to accuse me of being the one to change the word science, I don't think is fair.
So to be honest,
I think it's modern science that's doing that.
I'm not sure that that's at all true. I think that, you know, science and religion are separate endeavors. You know, that religion focuses on belief and just like that. Science's goal is not to get to God. Science's goal is to through a particular method achieve a certain understanding of the processes of the physical universe. And I don't think that
I think there's a way to prove.
I don't think that takes God out of the equation by any means. But
I think we're just arguing about a word, Stephanie.
Well, I don't know as we are. As you know, maybe we are arguing about what the word means, but I don't think that it's a goal of science or scientists or the scientific method to excise God from the universe.
Stephanie,
you may think so. I think a lot of people do think that, but I don't think that's at all the case.
I don't think we do that. I had a question for P-Town. P-Town,
can I ask Stephanie one thing real quick?
Well, I said I wanted to ask a question ages ago, so I'm going to
let me say something, and then Mark, can I say something?
Okay, sure.
Just because sometimes I'm just a little outnumbered, and then I forget something important.
Okay,
so
sure.
I think an easy experiment would be to just go look at the Webster's dictionary since it started and look at how the word science has changed over time. I'm perfectly fine with giving you guys your definition of science, honestly, because it actually makes communicating with atheists or, easier for me because but where I do take a stand is when science is used in a broad way to put itself higher than the Christian, person who likes to use knowledge to move things forward and to come to understand things better. That's where I typically take a stand on it.
So, P-Town, can you outline, or have you ever heard of any kind of experiment that includes God?
Well, no, but you and I have talked. We've talked. Given that example, I think it was. Remember, I can't remember this guy's name. Semmelweis. So indirectly, of course, you're going to look it up to do your 5-minute Google search and say he wasn't. But basically, at that point in time, at that time period, he was criticized for his work because of how his belief or the words that he used when he presented his information. He used words from right, yeah. But,
yes, sorry,
I
Pete,
mean,
and I looked that up after our conversation, and that wasn't true.
I think that he was a religious man, and you'd have to do more research than just that. And maybe I'm wrong, but I do think that there are times when people are discriminated against because of their religious beliefs in the scientific field, if they use their religious words. I mean, if it does transcend into what modern science would consider not being science.
Well, I think if they're sort of attributing claims that haven't actually been backed up with the necessary experiments and evidence to back them up, yeah, I think anybody gets into trouble for that. But that's not to do with religion. That's to do with making unsubstantiated claims. Read, man, my mouth today. That haven't been backed up, like that guy Andrew, the autism guy. He made up data basically and made claims about autism being caused by certain things that weren't true, and that's got nothing to do with religion. And
it contaminates the data. Yes, I absolutely.
Yes, it's contaminating the data, and sort of so it's more to do with sort of these improper research methods than sort of your religion, because atheists get done for that as well. They make claims about certain things that haven't been properly researched, and they get in trouble for it just as much as a religious person saying, "Hey, God did it." But I think it's telling that we can't come up with an experiment that would include God, that we could sort of put.
You can, though. It's just like I brought up lots of examples where from Scripture where there's things that it said first, that God said first, and this is when I break up with Tapioca, was with the stars thing. I know it's not, about how the stars, how there's a lot more than 1,500 of them that we can see without a telescope, but how Scriptures, as mentioned, that the stars are innumerable, that there's so many of them that we won't be able to count them. It's a simple revelation. But you're going to object and say, you can't say, I have a hypothesis. God might be right here, according from Scripture. So I'm going to go invent the telescope. It wouldn't be, right? That's my point. You're going to make an objection and say that's not science.
It's because that's not a scientific answer. The scientific answer is going to be the natural causes of it.
Sure, so you're changing my definition of science.
I can
call it science.
Science is the observation of the natural world, and God can create scientific mechanisms. I give you that, but God, you can live in a God world and create your hypothesis with God in mind. You can even include the word God in your hypothesis, but God cannot be just the answer, just God. You'd be like, how do the stars get in the sky? God. Or why are there more than 15,000 stars? God. How is it? That's not an answer to that question, right?
I think you missed the point. Is that God declares something in the Scriptures far before we discover it. And by definition now, what you call science is going to make it so that can't be scientific. I think that's hijacking the point.
Hold on.
The point.
The
whole point is that it's...
I'm so sorry, but my question was about how do we make an experiment, and you gave looking in the Bible for these things as your answer, but that doesn't answer my question. How do we then go on to do an experiment? I
said here you sure. How about this? I'm here. So I think that it's fair sometimes.
The Bible.
I think the point is
weird.
I did say it, but I tried to say it fast because I always have to when I'm outnumbered. But if you take the Bible and say, "Oh, look, the Bible says this, there might be a lot more stars out there." I have a hypothesis. There might be a lot more stars out here, just like the Bible says. I'm going to invent this telescope and go see if it's true. That's Isn't that the beginning process of science or not, Mark? Can you do that? Would that be considered science?
Yeah, I mean, then you basically, so as a general sense, and there's different methodologies around science, but there's a general sort of overview. It is observation, then questions, and then forming a falsifiable hypothesis. So if you're sort of going, well, the Bible says this, how do we then sort of make it so we can experiment and confirm it is actually the Bible giving us knowledge rather than, for instance, a lucky guess or something else happening, or somebody has prophecy powers, or somebody was told by extra-dimensional aliens. How do we then go about doing an experiment which shows it is the knowledge of God?
Can I steal me what P-Town's saying? Because I think he's got a point here that God can be the answer to a hypothesis in that arrangement, right? That if it's like affirming the validity of the text, it's more of a falsification of the Bible than anything. It would be an experiment where the answer would be in the positive as evidence for God to say that the Bible made this prediction. And then when we did our scientific investigation, that it was proven true. That would be hypothesis.
That would be okay with you?
Evidence towards the existence of the biblical God. I can agree there.
You follow that. So this is what I'm putting is people who actually do that, Bree, where they have done that, say they're in the medical field or say they're in astronomy. If they start with scripture, some sort of revelation, and then test it, and then come to, whatever it is, immediately the quote unquote scientific community is going to put that aside and say that wasn't science until some other scientist comes along and does the same thing, but just takes God out of it or scripture out of it. Now it's considered science. And that's where I think that science, the community is missing the boat, considering the number of scientists in this world that have been Christian.
So that is science, that experiment you were talking about where you tested the falsifiability or how you could falsify this one verse of scripture, right? But then you can't use that's just one data point in your hypothesis, though. So that'd be one data point in the favor of the science, but then you can't just go with that and say, I'm ending the experiment on this book here, since this one data point was proven accurate when we investigated. That means the whole book is accurate and that the God within that book is accurate.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but just the point, just the sense of just adding that you retain that God mentioned that, you get a lot of pushback from the scientific community. But if you just skip that part and you just say, I think that there's a lot of stars in the sky because of some other scientific dude back in the day might have saw one, whatever excuse they want to use
that's where you
pursue it.
You're flipping the answer, though, because the answer, what your question was not why are there so many stars in the sky. Your question was, is this verse in the Bible scientifically accurate? Does it match up with our observations beyond what we could see? Right. That would be.
But ultimately, it doesn't. And Mark would say that's not a true hypothesis. That wouldn't.
It is a true hypothesis. Your hypothesis.
Mark would take objection to that because I said God.
I think Mark would be okay with the hypothesis being if the God of the Bible is real, verses from the Bible would be that are beyond our scientific methods at the time that it was written or the time that it was taken down would later be proven correct as our science advanced. The science presented in the Bible would start to show that it was real, and that should be across the board.
Sean and I wanted to try to interject a little bit too. Sean had a question for Stephanie, and then P10. I wanted to ask you something about falsifiability.
I actually called in to talk to you because I heard because you became an information scientist, and I want to know if you've heard of Chuck Missler because he's one of my biggest fans.
No,
you should look him up.
I will. Let Sean ask Stephanie a question, please, first, if we may. He's been waiting for a while.
Well, it wasn't so much a question, just as I enjoyed your line of questioning earlier when about an hour ago or two, Stephanie.
Yes, that was in the deep dark past. Yes, that was
right, and it was hard. It was hard to get through because all of us were anyway. But
yeah,
I enjoyed.
It was a piquant point in the
That's
conversation.
yes. But the last thing, when you were talking to P-Town, it made me think that there are so many Christians, there's so many theists and atheists that science doesn't really do much of any plus or minus for, right? Like nobody, it's not a big issue for many Christians or atheists when they get together, but I think for certain theists, it becomes problematic, and then we end up in these discussions. And that was
I
my
honestly
only.
don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did finish?
No,
finish
go
your
ahead.
thought.
No, it was.
I don't think it's a zero-sum game. You know, I think that theists of any stripe can do science.
Yeah, 100%.
And have contributed grandly to.
I mean, for the longest
the
time,
science,
Stephanie, that was all we had.
the scientific endeavor, and you know, and if you want to go back into history and figure out where the scientific method came from,
right?
A lot of it came from the translation movement within Islam, translating the Greek into Arabic, which wound up going through Spain to Europe, which caused the Renaissance, which was the beginning of a modern conception of science.
And am I correct in they're responsible for like
it's not,
most
you
of our
know,
math?
The Arabs introduced zero into our
Right.
understanding of mathematics from India, but you know,
Zero also evolved in North America, though. The Aztec had
this is
zeros.
true. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. You know, it's
But not to sidetrack, I just wanted to say that I thought like what you made me think of is most of the time we all coexist in this realm of things, except when it's problematic for some people's belief. And that's even on atheist side, that's on any religious side, that's on this. So we end up, because I think maybe not the norm, but there's a good amount of people that coexist without science ever being an issue in their beliefs or daily lives, I think.
You know, atheists can hold horrific ideas and be bigots, and religious people can hold horrific ideas and be bigots. So a whole bunch of there's an awful lot of textual evidence that religious people frequently will draw upon to I don't know, to reinforce their bigotry. There's not so much for atheists, but you know, atheists are just simply being atheists who are bigots are simply being assholes. But
Yes.
anybody can be an asshole. I don't see that there's any that anybody's got a claim on morality or you know, living righteously, to use, you know, biblical
Stephanie.
language. Yes.
Stephanie, I have to object because Jill is not here to defend himself, and for that reason.
Richard, I love
Well,
you,
look,
man.
thank you all for having me on. It was nice talking to everybody, and I'll hopefully see you all soon at some point. Night.
Yeah, Darkin, take care, man. It's good to meet you.
Anyway, that's my, you know, best I can do. Anyway, I mean, I really am not trying to be a jerk in any of these conversations. You know, I come from a religious background, and you know, while I lack a God belief, you know, at the present time, that I don't know is that should disqualify me from being one of God's children. And you know, and that's the thing that I find astonishing from people who do hold a God belief. That a person like me should not be considered their sister.
Agreed.
I find that weird.
Well, Stephanie,
And I find it incredibly weird that someone who professes to be a Christian would exclude people from the community of humanity and try to enact that kind of exclusion into law. You know, I find that bizarre.
Yeah, they can't, Stephanie. That's against Christ's teaching. So to go against Christ's teaching makes you non-Christian.
But Joel,
Well, it
they
depends
do.
on your interpretation of that.
I-
That's very,
more
very
do.
subjective.
They
More
do. They're
importantly-
doing it. They're doing it in 30 states right now.
We can't run for office. Yeah.
Well, abortion isn't the same thing. But more importantly, Stephanie, I wanted to
What are you
quote,
talking
as I love Einstein quotes, because I love Einstein, and you reminded me of another quote of his I'd like to share with you. That you touched on perfectly. I think that something Einstein said that you're emphasizing. I wanted to share, if I may, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
He said, "I was barked at by numerous dogs who were earning their food, guarding ignorance and superstition for the benefit of those who profit from it." And of course, we all know who that's talking about. Then there are the fanatical atheists, whose intolerance is of the same kind as the intolerance of the religious fanatics and comes from the same source. They are like slaves who are still feeling the weight of their chains, which they have thrown off after a hard struggle. They are creatures who, in their grudge against the traditional, quote, opium of the people, cannot bear the music of the spheres. The wonder of nature does not become smaller because one cannot measure it by the standards of human moral and human aims. I thought that was
Joel,
brilliant. Compared,
I think it is brilliant. And Joel, but what I would say to
compared to
you
what
is,
you
don't like the
but what I
radical
would say,
atheist either.
what I would say to you, Joel, is that it doesn't require that, it doesn't require that anybody to insist that Einstein was a closet theist, or that this is something we can all agree on. Our common humanity is something we can all agree on, and to the extent that various religions or creeds exclude people from that common humanity, I was really kind of triggered when you basically said an atheist can't be a scientist, or an atheist can't be this, or an atheist can't be that, when you were perfectly willing to allow a Hindu to be a scientist, or a Buddhist to be a scientist, or anybody else that had a God belief to be a scientist.
Sure.
It seems to me that is incredible bigotry. If you don't,
It's why I brought up.
if you don't recognize the humanity, the basic humanity in your fellow humans, then you, as you yourself said, you are not a true Christian.
Right. So you are totally misunderstanding me, Stephanie. If I may try to clarify.
But did you or did you not say that an atheist can't be a scientist?
Right. It's strictly on a fundamental philosophical standpoint. It's not about their humanity. I agree. I love atheists.
You must understand.
I've been a United States military soldier. I swear oaths to make sure that atheists and non-atheists, whatever you want to call them, everybody has the same rights.
I'm sure he's been the president at some point.
You must understand, though, that when you do perform that kind of exclusion, whether it's rhetorical or for whatever reason, you must understand that when you make those declarations, that is discriminatory. It's keeping people out.
Well, it's not me. It's the atheist. When somebody says that something is not true because of a lack of evidence, that is them excluding themselves from science.
That's not.
It just comes down to definitions of words again.
Wait,
yeah, I understand his point.
I'm not sure it does. I think that's a twisting.
I wanted to ask you and talk to you about.
I think that's a twisting of
the falsifiability.
Can I find out where this is published at? That
if you.
Joel doesn't provide actual demonstration of what his claims are, but as I pointed out earlier,
again because it does offer
you could use
very
that same argument for anything.
I'd like
Sorry, Joel, I
can't
hear you.
Yeah, I was talking, but Joel decides he doesn't want to let me talk. So you could use that same argument, and I pointed this out earlier. Joel, do you have no self-control whatsoever? Like seriously? So as I pointed out earlier,
you're just a bully.
Wow. So as I pointed earlier to out to Joel, and he didn't seem to have a response for it, that if you want to use this idea that if you're not acknowledging evidence, no, it's your argument I'm attacking, not you. If you want to point out, well, you're not acknowledging evidence, then anybody that believes in fairies and says there's evidence for them can say that non-fairy believers can't do science. You can say that anybody that believes in Bigfoot and says, hey, you don't acknowledge the evidence, can say, hey, well, non-Bigfoot believers can't do science. This is essentially what Joel is doing. He's basically saying there's evidence for God there, and if you're an atheist and don't acknowledge that evidence, you're not doing science. It's exactly the same argument and can be applied to.
That was an evil,
Mark makes a good
false
point here.
misrepresentation.
So what is the difference between God and fairies in your worldview, Joel, as being a scientific, being able to have the veracity?
That's not a topic.
Explanation.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
Joel,
if you don't mind. I'd like to ask P-Town if you'd like to try to go into the falsifiability of God's discussions.
Yeah, I mean, we can, sure. Like what? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I was
So
trying to
are you talking about, like,
I've been
my
waiting for half an hour to try to talk with you about, if I may.
Right. Yeah, get me familiar with what you mean by the falsifiability of God.
Sure. No, well, there's many of them. Probably one of the more common ones was the relativity discussions behind the origins or the status, I guess, so to say, of the universe, whether the universe is finite or infinite, if you're familiar.
Relativity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that, well, yeah, I'm familiar with it.
The first cause, I think, is another way it's been described. Causality physics, are you familiar with those?
I'm not the best with words. That's why I argue about them so much. But
no, that's fine. I just
I think one of the greatest.
Are we gonna get to the Kalam? Is that where we're going with this?
I think one of the greatest discoveries of 19th century, I guess 20th century science, is that the universe is finite, not infinite.
I hypothesize Stephanie is the prime
I don't
mover.
think that's true.
Yes, I agree with Einstein that the universe is finite. There is a calculable beginning and end point. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
I think
We don't
Einstein
know.
was wrong about that, and I don't think he had a whole lot of evidence in his favor.
Sure, we do, and we can discuss it. But that was what I wanted to point out, P-Town. The way I've tried to help summarize it over the years is that everybody either believes that either that God created everything or the universe created itself. And so if we're going to subscribe
Wait. That's a false claim. I do not believe that. Either
No,
one.
I think everybody does.
Me neither.
Either the universe started itself or God started it, right?
No, I don't believe
No.
it at all.
What's the middle? I'd be interested
no
to
middle.
know.
Universe is
It's
eternal.
just that I don't.
I'd like to know where Joel's going with this, though. If that's okay.
Well, he's
be
starting
difficult.
with a false premise that
He's overgeneralizing a little bit, but I think it's
people
okay.
fall into
false
well,
start.
Yeah,
because it
difficult
rejects
to-
the primary, the current running theory, which is that that it's eternal, right? That I mean, yeah, the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe in its current state, but that's not to say this universe is the only thing that's ever been. That there's been other states that of existence before or after this. When saying before even is kind of a false statement because time is tethered to space and matter. So there's nothing before time because time is time, right? And you're talking about causality, and causality requires time too. So you can't have something before the Big Bang to trigger that, right?
Yes.
It's nonsensical. That's like being north of the North Pole. How do you have something before time when causality is tangential to time? It's tethered. It's inside a framework. You cannot remove causality from time because it doesn't make any sense. How can it cause it without a chain of events?
Well, there's answers to all of these things if you really want to go into it, but I wanted to talk more about what I wanted to share with P-Town.
Well, you need to validate your nonsense before you can.
Well, again, we can validate what I would call is what your nonsense, but I don't.
But my nonsense.
I don't
has
want to be
data.
derailed.
Can we see where he's going with this? Because I gotta.
Okay.
I don't.
Fun. I am having fun with you, Joel. I'm not.
Yeah,
I love this.
Yeah.
So
Joel doesn't
Sure. No, and I would love.
demonstrations
Yeah,
of
don't
his
get me
claim.
wrong, Bree. I would love to open all those.
Mark, go cook
as
dinner
well.
for your wife.
But just if you may, if we can
Aren't
wait.
you making dinner for your wife?
Yeah, I said
Here
in
in
a
a minute.
bit. I said in a bit.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Before we change into those subjects, I wanted to focus on the subject with P-Town, if I may.
Hey, and what's wrong with me cooking dinner for my wife? What's wrong
Nothing's
with that?
wrong. I was saying, it's a nice thing.
Jeez.
It
a nice
sound
thing.
like a nice thing.
It's super late.
I was just trying to show everyone that you're actually a nice guy, Mark.
That's not how it came across.
That's sarcasm, Mark. Mark is sarcasm.
All right. So yes, I would love to go into all those topics, but if I may, with P-Town first. So yeah, it is the first cause discussion, the causality claim. What is the first cause? What is the uncaused cause? Others would postulate it. It's either God or the universe. Either God is uncaused or the universe is uncaused.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you saying the universe caused the universe? That's one of the options. What does that even mean?
That's what Hawking's postulated, correct? That the universe is the first cause.
No.
Or it being ever, always is, or something, but it's still the universe. Can we go where he's going with this, guys? Please.
Physicist here.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to agree with P-Town for a second, and I actually want to say, and Bree, you might not actually like this so much. I think there is a hill for them to stand on when they say that some physicists have said the universe can cause itself. I think it's poorly worded. I don't think they mean what P-Town and Joel think that they mean, but they're not pulling it totally out of their butt.
I know it was the leading theory for a long time. Yeah,
because Hawking does have like a quote that says, because of gravity or something like that, it is in the nature for the universe to cause itself. And I will agree that metaphysically that seems absurd. But I'm not a philosopher, so I shouldn't be somebody you listen to when I opine about metaphysics.
And I'm not a physicist, so you shouldn't listen to me.
But I do think actually, I don't know where the universe came from. That's my position. I don't know.
Well, if I may, again, gentlemen and ladies, P-Town, that's what I wanted to kind of maybe help talk with you to share with others. It's simply boiled down to, and it sounds like you already have heard about it, the idea of whether or not the universe is finite or not. If the universe is infinite and it is uncaused, then that is the argument that, the other summary, I guess, to really point this out, the way I've come up with it over the years, everybody either worships the creator or the creation. So if the universe is finite, always has been, always will be, that's worshiping the creation.
Can you define how you use worship there?
We worship the creator.
What do you mean by worship?
It has a lot to do with how we think you're religious, Mark.
I wasn't finished.
Let's see where it's going.
I wasn't
finished. Can we get a definition for worship?
Let him finish.
Please, thank you. And so that's how we can falsify God, basically, P-Town, in theory. Because if we can confirm the universe is finite, if relativity basically is false, then that is good evidence that God might not exist and that the universe is just always is, and that Krauss and Hawking's and other atheistic scientists could have a point that the universe could be uncaused. But if the universe is determined to be finite, and it is both have a beginning and an end, then that is the evidence or the falsification of the opposite. So therefore, God would have to exist, basically.
I think it's important to recognize it from let me finish, Mark, from a historical perspective, because this very argument, the very stance that they want to have right now, has been a discussion for thousands of years. It's modern day science that has pretty much confirmed that the universe, if you can, as far as we can define it, is not infinite, which was just it's just smashed quote unquote science right in the face. The atheistic community.
Well, for a start, I need to know that. I need to know what you also mean by worship. I need to know what you mean by worship for a start. Next, sort of this idea that if it's finite, then it's somehow. If it's infinite, then it falsifies God. Like you're basically saying, hey, if it's finite, it proves God. That's not falsification. That's not falsification in any way.
I disagree.
And plus, you just said that atheistic scientists, when you earlier said that no scientists were atheists. So you've just completely rebutted
that was me. That was me, Mark. Sorry.
No. Joel just said atheistic scientists. He just said that came out of his mouth.
I thought that was me. My bad.
No. He said atheistic scientists like Hawkins and
everybody makes mistakes. If I said that, Mark, including you.
Can I ask?
Okay, but that doesn't answer my
question about
questions.
physics, real quick?
Well, can they answer my questions first? I wanted a definition of worship. I would like to know how being finite exactly falsifies God, or doesn't,
whatever's most important to
being
you.
infinite falsifies God, and why there are atheistic scientists. That's a mistake. So you've answered 1 out of 3. What's the other 2?
Well, it's whatever's most important to you. Someone said something about physics.
Whatever's most important to me. How does that answer what the definition you're using of worship and how?
It's just an answer. If you don't like my answer, move on. If you don't like our answers, move on.
Joel,
What? That's not an
everybody has
answer.
to worship something.
Say again. I can't hear you, Mark.
Do you feel that everybody has to worship something?
Yeah, it's just a summary.
Ignore the questions.
So can we disagree
How about
with
I got
that?
an answer for you, Mark? How about
at the base level?
making?
I'm sorry.
I got an
couldn't
answer
hear
for
you.
you.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
I was just
You have to
asking.
wait.
So Joel, can we if we disagree on the idea that everybody worships something? I mean, where do we go from there?
I don't care. Wherever you want to go.
I mean, we can't because that's where you're getting like where you can say, oh, Mark's religious because you have this idea that everybody's religious in some way. You think it seems like maybe you think it's part of human nature, which is fine for you to believe that.
Yeah, it's just a summary. It's just
The reason why we talk that way about it is because the Bible talks that way about it. That's the answer for you guys. As far as you guys would define worship, we don't consider you guys worshiping. As far as the Bible calls worshiping, we consider you guys worshiping.
Well, in other words, it's one must worship either God or Mammon. It's like that's your.
I didn't think of that scripture, but maybe
I told you. I told you. I'm well versed in these.
I know you are.
It helps, I guess.
Brilliant, yeah.
If this helps, maybe. I mean, it's just there's other religions out there that are atheistic that literally quote worship the universe, worship other spirits, rocks and trees. Shamanism, for example, different versions of Buddhism.
Animism or pantheism, all sorts of different stuff. I'm a Gaianist. I'm an atheist, but I'm a Gaianist.
That's why you can file not to pay taxes if you get donations.
I don't get it. How can you be a theist that is atheist? That makes 0 sense to me.
So, again,
you talking about me?
Yeah, religions do
just
not require
anybody in
belief in
general.
God.
I think me and you have talked ad nauseum about
right. Like I understand where you're coming from because your idea of a God, Bree, is not what sort of the Christian God or a God that would be under a theist belief, as per the normative use of the definition according to the philosophy of religion.
At all.
I mean, if you're
a good example is
if you're sort of saying that God is anything that could possibly be worshipped in a sort of metaphorical sense, then that word loses all meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. I think that the notion that one is compelled to worship I don't think that worship for theists and worship. I don't think that. Maybe this is just a total disconnect that between theists and atheists that one must worship something. I mean, one doesn't need to worship anything, in my view. I mean, one can appreciate a whole bunch of stuff, but that doesn't amount to worship.
Does worship require ritual?
Yeah, well, that's part of the definition. I think that's what Mark was trying to get to. It's like what is worship? When you say atheists worship, what do you say? What do you believe atheists worship? Because that's a belief. You believe that atheists do this or that. It's like, slaughter Christian babies, or
and there are
have rituals or whatever. Stuff. I mean, it's weird to me that you would conceive of atheists worshiping anything. Worship science, worship religion, worship this, that, or the other thing. What are we looking at? Oh my God!
Oh, he's translating the word worship from the Bible. I think
Bible Hebrew. That's Hebrew.
Yeah, he's trying to find the word. I think the word we're talking about, right?
Yeah, worship is whatever you love the most, what the thing that's most reverent to you. And so, if the idea is that that the universe created itself, then that's the thing that's that belief, that philosophy, whatever that origin of all things, that's what worship.
I have an answer then, Joel. I have an answer. May I give my answer?
Please.
I worship. I worship you.
No.
I worship Bree.
That's disgusting.
I worship P-Town. I worship Tapioca.
Human.
I worship
Appealing to humanism.
I am grateful for all of you.
Well, thanks, Steph. Grateful for you too.
Well, I would counter with, please love us as we love you, but let's worship God together because God is the creator. God created love. God created us to love each other.
We created God. See, this is the thing. This is if you want to get down into my philosophy, we created that thing that you worship.
No.
And therefore, we are obligated to each other.
See,
we
and
have
I
a
would
duty
counter
to each other.
Okay, I would counter that any created God is unworthy, and we should only love the uncreated.
That's why I don't worship God. That's why I worship you.
Well, that's just it. I'm another created being like you. So if worshiping ourselves is arrogant. There is if science points to a created universe. If science points to a created universe, therefore there has to be something outside of the universe to create it. So that postulates the causality that God exists. So if God exists, then he deserves our devotion, not ourselves.
Can you demonstrate that's the case?
My definition
Relativity.
of worship, my definition
Relativity.
of worship
How does relativity
not
demonstrate that's
include,
the case?
Well, Stephanie's talking, Mark.
My definition of worship does not include subservience or resignation or complete I'm searching for the right term, the kind of obedience to God, the kind
Devotion?
of submission. Islam, submission. It's not the same kind of worship that you feel towards the divinity that you believe in. And my belief is that we created this vision.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I disagree.
I understand you disagree, and that's fine. You can disagree, and that's okay.
Yeah, and it's not submission.
But
it's
for
love.
you, yes, but my love is given to all of the people on this earth, my joy comes from my existence.
Right. So that's even more reason.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration of life, and it's not just my life.
Right.
I want to be able to celebrate other lives.
So you and I agree with that. So God is love, and his greatest commandments are to love him and to love others. So when you say you love others, you're agreeing with God. But you seem to need that invented. That supernatural invented part, and I don't see the need to do it. That is not true. I do not need to invent God. I've got scientific evidence. That's why I believe and I know God exists. I communicate with God. God is a loving, holy person. He is just as much a person we can talk to as you are.
How does relativity prove God?
Why can't I finish a sentence?
Because you're just preaching right now. You're not actually having a conversation.
I
understand where you're coming from, but I just don't see
I showed Stephanie respect. Mark, you cannot.
I can show Stephanie respect.
I believe everyone in this chat has showed me respect.
Well, thank you for proving that the theists show respect while the atheists generally can't.
Wait a second. I said everyone in this chat, Joel, and that is disrespectful for what I said.
Well, they're disrespecting me, Stephanie, and thank you for a good conversation. P-Town, I tried to look up Sean Meisler. I found him on his LinkedIn,
because all the questions that I am asking you, you just don't answer, or you just go somewhere else, or you just
because you're interrupting other people. Mark. You're an arrogant religious extremist. Did you want to talk about Sean Meisler's
I'm not religious at all, and I'm not
You're
arrogant. I'm
extremely
asking
religious.
you. I'm asking you.
Wait
I'm
your
asking
turn,
you-
kid.
I'm asking you how the theory
Okay,
of relativity.
let's wait your turn,
relativity, as you
please.
said. Well,
Joel,
it's so I don't
I understand
forget.
you
I
don't
mean,
know
I've let-
anything about basic science. I'll answer that
I've
later,
let other people
please.
talk, and I've been very quiet. I've got some questions for you. How does relativity prove God?
Did you want to talk about Meisler still, P-Town?
I'm not sure who Meisler is, but sure.
Did you just change the
You brought up
subject
Sean
when I brought
Meisler?
this up? How does
As a-
relativity prove God? How does relativity prove God?
We might have to try to interject between the atheist preachers, but you brought
How
up
does
him
relativity
as a,
prove God? Look, this is
as
the
an
you
information scientist.
brought this
Mark, I
up.
don't think
You
you're gonna
said that
get a-
relativity proves God. How does relativity prove God?
It might
talk
come
about
in the conversation if
So,
you want to listen. Mark.
let's find out.
I will talk about that with you later.
Hold on,
Mark,
hold on, everybody.
if I may.
So Joel is
Yeah. Wow.
is
Wow.
relativity going to come up in the conversation that you're gonna have here?
I don't think so. I wanted
Okay.
to ask
Then
about
Mark,
Sean
this
Meisler real quick.
conversation
Then we
is-
can talk
is
about
not gonna
relativity.
answer that question.
Yeah, it's just weird that he keeps asking questions to others, but when asked questions, all he does is change the subject.
I know, I just
call
wanted to
them
take
other
turns.
people arrogant, or call other people things. He interrupts, and then when other
I'm
people
being
interrupt,
bullied.
he gets really upset about it.
I'm
It's
just being
kind of
bullied.
like, I
I'm being
think
bullied
that
by religious atheists.
you're sort of
No, you're
make
not.
claims
Yes, I
and
am.
statements, then
I just
you
wanted to
should be
ask
able
about
to
this
present
other
some
topic
evidence
that
about
P-Town brought up a moment. Then we can talk about relativity, since Mark does not know anything
problem
about
is,
relativity.
Joel, that you keep making these claims, like you keep making these.
No, you're just
really
attacking
sweeping
me.
Claims
You're
that
only
don't
attacking
have
me.
anything
All right,
to
let's.
back it
So
up.
we're getting like deep into the meta here. Let's keep.
I
it
just wanted to
simple
ask
here.
a P-Town question, then we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, Mark. Okay? Can you
Okay,
wait
then
your
ask
turn?
one question here from P-Town, and I will ask the question about relativity, and then you'll answer it. Is that right?
Well, I think Richard let Joel back in here so that I could speak with him too. He
Okay.
so
That's
he
true.
wanted to
That
ask
is
Stephanie a
true.
question, and he wanted to talk to P-Town about this. And then
Mark needs
I
to
think that
destroy
we
me
can probably do something more structured here in a conversation after
Yeah.
that. So why don't we let Joel ask P-Town his question? I have a question for Joel, and then we'll do something structured. How about that?
Thank you. Yeah, sure. And again, I would love to talk about basic relativity
All right,
physics. I just wanted to talk about something else first.
Let's put a time on
I,
it.
I don't know the person that you're referring to, but can you talk about that person for me, Joel?
Only because I thought that was you, Pete. You said you wanted to introduce me to this gentleman as an information scientist, if I recall correctly.
Oh, Chuck Missler. So
Okay, I got
Chuck
the wrong
Missler, he was on the board of directors for the Ford Company. He's written lots of books. I like him a lot. He ascribed in the end to being in the field of information science. I think the way that he approaches scripture, and I just absolutely love the guy. He passed away about 6 years ago, but you know, a lot of it's not like his work was of his own, but he really, in a way, contributed to how I now see the Bible as divine, in so many ways. But I thought maybe you've heard of him. Highly recommend him. I mean,
I think I
incredible.
have. Actually,
Yeah.
I think I
Is there
have.
is there a book or anything by him that you could recommend to the uninitiated?
I think his best one is Cosmic Codes, because it's basically compiles a lot of his books. But he also does the series, Learn the Bible in 24 Hours. You can find all this stuff on YouTube. K House, Key O'Neill House, or something is the ministry that probably holds the rights to his stuff, but his stuff's free.
I see he's got his own website as well. He's published about half a dozen books.
Yeah. He actually built and since you were into rockets, you built the camera for the deep space frozen camera stuff. He designed the microchip for the smart bomb. Guy's brilliant.
Nice.
Lost his billions in a joint venture with the Soviet Union, and then so all of that time along the way, though, he was studying the Bible, and that's how he got pushed into ministry.
Wait a minute, this guy, this theist went into a partnership with godless atheists and lost all his money.
I'm not sure. I think it was a joint venture with the Soviet Union, meaning they gave him the rubles for it. So I don't really
kinda like
know the
Donald
details
Trump.
of it. Yeah. Well.
It looks like he.
Anyway, I
I'm
thought maybe
sorry,
you
I
knew
gotta
him and we
laugh.
could talk about some of his stuff. But
No, I'd love to learn more. It looks like he wrote the Holographic Universe book in the 90s.
Sounds like yeah.
So I think I'm not sure what that one talks about, but yeah, he's probably most famous for some of the more controversial things, like his view on the Nephilim, and but that's not what makes him so amazing, I think. To me,
Yeah, no,
like
if
because
you and I could
the things popular in this world aren't always
I
the
agree.
best.
No, I agree. If you and I do get to talk more often, I would love to.
Sorry,
to
what did he
explain more
invent? What did he invent?
I think he played a large role in inventing the microchip for the tracking system for the smart bombs. He he's done he did a lot of things. I don't think we'll really know for many years. Probably a lot of his stuff is still classified, I imagine. But he went to the Naval Academy, graduated with in honors.
Yep.
He's just a guy where like you want him on your board of directors. That's why he sat on like 10 boards.
Like a military scientist, it sounds like. Yeah.
Somebody
He's just sharp.
Somebody who designed weapons is definitely someone I would want.
He's actually
on my team
tremendously
for the Prince
ethical.
of Peace.
Actually, tremendously ethical man.
Well, I mean that's like the
the
Nobel
military
Prize gets
technology
its name
is
from,
multi-purpose.
He didn't like what, yeah.
Good.
I mean, a lot of it's
Military
deterrent.
technology is multi-purpose.
Dude, and settled when he had a conflict of interest.
I mean, you guys don't even know the guy, and you guys are already backing on him.
No, I'm just
Military
it just
military technology is what pushes civilian technology typically.
Yeah, that's why we're talking on the ARPANET right now.
I was
there you go.
I was agreeing with you
James
there.
Anderson.
It's like
I would disagree on that one,
Nobel
but
Prize.
another
That's because he didn't like that his invention was used to cause so much death, right? So he made the Nobel Prize for the Nobel Peace Prize for advancements that were non-militaristic, right? That's a beautiful thing.
Well,
even Oppenheimer, the famous atheist scientist, didn't like the end result in his later years, was lamenting the death. Yeah.
That's a student of the Mahabharata, by the way. Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
You know.
He's the destroyer of worlds. And then, of course, the obvious point, smart bomb technology is supposed to save lives. It's specifically to avoid collateral damage.
I think a lot of it too is
I get it, but I have a hard
anytime
time
we
with
use
it.
our GPS, there's a lot of that stuff that.
I know.
That's really
So
cool.
Bree, I think it's your turn. I want to be fair.
Oh,
Thank you, Pete.
Actually, Mark was next.
Mark had a physics
Yeah.
question. I
Oh,
think.
sorry, Mark.
Yeah. So my question was, how does relativity demonstrate a God exists?
I can give you a dumb answer and then let Joe give you the good
I
one.
think that we'll
Like
let the
short
physicists chime in with the final word on this too. Is that okay, Tapioca Weasel? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Yeah, but only because I will enjoy having the last word.
I think that one of the other greatest discoveries, besides, as far as we can define it, the universe being finite, which Tapioca would disagree with, out of principle probably, but also the relationship between space, matter, and time. I think you can, in a way, decipher that time is a physical property, and I think that in the barest sense, it's another way of looking at how there's probably a God that made this. Now that's the dumb answer. What do you think, Joel?
I don't think it's so dumb. That's basically the causality conclusion, that if the universe is not infinite and it is finite, then it cannot be the first cause. So then that just begs the question: what is the first cause?
Well, infinite, by definition, defines itself as causeless and tenseless, right? So there can't be a cause if something's infinite. That's that's beyond the definition of what infinite would describe.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Can the first cause be first cause be finite? It sounds like this is the opposite.
They're a cause is
No, that's infinite regression. If it's the first cause is finite, then it's infinite regression because you have to have something before it. But if something is infinite or eternal, then it does not need a cause.
There's no first cause at all in that model.
Yeah, I think
But I think there's a practical point to this, though. If you can determine that time is, in a sense, a material thing, by which I mean God stands outside of time. He created time, is a basic premise behind Revelations and Scripture. I mean, it's, the point is that if you can actually determine that there is something outside of our time domain, then that's very strong evidence for God.
So, P-Town, it sounds like you follow an A theory of time where time is linear and not connected into the expansion of space and matter. So that's problematic with relativity. So with relativity, space and time are connected to they like as space expands, time expands.
Yes,
I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is, if
I
you
think
can,
you and Joel disagree there. I think Joel is a B theorist and you're an A theorist.
I would say that God made I understand the basic.
You're an A theorist, Joel. Are you an A theorist?
No,
if you want to know what I think, just ask me. I mean,
well, I'm asking, are you an A theorist?
Not necessarily. I actually disagree with what you're saying, P-Town. Time, I believe, is more of a abstract concept. It's a measurement. So whether we're talking about space-time equations or Cartesian, so the four-dimensional Cartesian type equations, X, Y, and Z, and T. So length, height, width, and time.
Joel.
Those are just measurements.
That's not a four-dimensional.
Can I have the floor for just a second?
Works.
Yeah, sure, Pedro.
Maybe I should go ahead and go since nobody wants to let me ever talk.
So, no, I'm actually asking you. I'm asking you to talk. I'm giving you the floor. What I want to know is because you talked about relativity earlier, and it sounds like maybe you don't understand it. So, can you tell me what relativity means?
Well, I could, but could I answer the question about time first, or no?
Well, that's
relative.
Pardon?
Yeah,
that's
of course
the question.
You can.
Relativity is about.
I got stomped on again. Well, so just if I may finish with P-Town. So time it's a measurement. It's an abstraction, and so whether you want to believe that time is variable or if you can move backwards and forwards or not, it's still just a measurement. And so it's not necessarily part of the discussion of causality.
Well, if I may, and please don't jump on me for interrupting you or and accuse me of taking your time.
Sure.
Which is not relative. Three dimensions of space. The 3 dimensions of space are. It sounds like you're dismissing those as being hypothetical as well, because if for relativity to work, the whole idea of relativity is 4-dimensional. It's space-time. I mean, they're integrated. So if they're not integrated,
boom.
And abstracts aren't real.
It's nothing like that at all, Stephanie. It's simply so like inches on a ruler. The inches are a measurement, but when you say that your foot is 12 inches or whatever's something a measurement. The measure itself is an abstraction of the object you're measuring. So time is an abstraction.
No. Time isn't an abstract. If you say an hour, that is an abstraction. So it would be like saying that length is an abstraction, right? So if you say, hey, it's a centimeter, that's an abstract concept that we base upon an empirical unit of measurement. But
relativity.
What you're saying is like length is an abstraction, and that isn't right.
Relativity is basically time. It's the theory of time that, like, if an object in motion, your time that you exist in is slower than the time that something that's moving at a slower speed existed. Your time, that how you experience time and how time passes in your reality is linked directly to your movement through the universe. That's what relativity is.
Well, more specifically,
A
what you're
lot
touching
of
on,
these
Bree,
things are abstractions, but they're abstractions that describe how the universe actually behaves.
Yeah. Yes. And what I think what you're
So-
touching on, Marie, is the idea that space and time are non-straight, that they can be curves. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, they precisely, yes, and they gravity is a as I understand it, and we only have the physicist here, but gravity, as I understand it, is also an abstraction of time. When we measure gravity, it's an
well,
abstraction of time.
as John Wheeler put it, mass tells how things to move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, that's the whole idea of general relativity anyway, is that, space time is bent by mass.
Right. Gravity.
That's what gravity. That's
time.
what gravity is. Gravity is an emergent property of a four-dimensional universe.
Yeah, has a direct effect on temporal properties, right, of how time is experienced.
Until you get into Penrose's singularity theorem, Stephanie, and then you find out that massless particles like photons can also have a quantum gravitational effect as well, which just makes it all more crazy, right?
Welcome back to our host. Can you hear us?
Hi.
Thank you.
So
We're
you don't
doing
want to talk
good. You
about
see how good
relativity
it is
next?
when you let me take over and control everything? I keep it all nice and balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you weren't so busy modding, you would have noticed my comment in the chat. Thanks for the great modding.
Oh, yeah.
Some people.
Amazing moderation. Well done, Bree.
Yeah, we actually got along for the most part, almost.
Yeah.
The P-Town left, right?
Where did Pete
What am I, chopped liver?
P-Town back?
Yeah, I think P-Town ducked out when relativity came up.
Well, I think that...
No, that was an
P-Town's
accident.
back.
But I do
no
got to
worries.
go soon, though, just to give you guys a heads up. And I appreciate talking to all of you, including Mark.
Yeah, it's
Thank
good to
you
see you,
for-
P-Town.
Thank you for adding me, P-Town. It's been nice
All
talking.
right, so we were going to... did you guys want to crack open the Kalam? I don't care if that's what Joel wants to present. It
I
sounds like there's a
don't.
prime mover argument there.
No, I'm
no.
Don't. No, I like the Kalam.
Stephanie's really into crushing the Kalam.
Yeah, Stephanie.
I actually I have a
no,
question. Bree, I have a question that was related to an earlier thing of conversation about the theories of time.
Uh-huh.
If I could get clarification maybe from the panel. So physicists don't really think about this, at least not A and B theory like that. Like
philosophy.
there are some physicists who think about like the physics inherently of time, but most of the time these sorts of discussions on what time is from a philosophical point of view are at best expressed in dramatically different language that I don't quite recognize the sort of distinction between. Are A and B theory like physically distinguishable in some way?
Physically?
Does anybody know? Yeah.
I would say relativity is
Yeah.
evidence evidence for B theory. I don't know what will be evident for A theory.
I could summarize it for you. I mean, you probably already know the basic difference is that time can't change in A series, and B series you can basically can go backwards in time if you want, in theory, or forward.
A theory of time is the biblical theory, though, right, Joel? That's that God exists outside of the framework that we live in, and He exists in an A to B.
Not necessarily.
Not exactly.
Yeah, that's a good debate, but no, the Bible talks
he's
about
external from our time, from how we experience time, though, right?
not necessarily, because the Bible deals with the same types of concepts of time, basically in relativity and in quantum framework. I mean, because there's the story of like Gideon's battle where God pauses time. I mean, there's all kinds of disconnect.
Does God exist within time?
There's no way that happens.
Yes, God exists both inside and outside of both coherent and decoherent properties. Yes.
So was there B theory within creation and A theory without or outside of creation?
That sounds like a weird question to me. So God exists everywhere is the connotation, and God was born a man in flesh, and so that's a definitive event in time. So that's an A series time frame, and then God exists outside of time as well as inside of time. So
does time have a start?
Yeah, in the beginning is the first word in the Bible.
Right.
But God existed outside of that before.
Well, technically,
correct.
Everything exists. Yeah, the decoherent properties, the information exchange that happens prior to wave function collapse events, as described in quantum physics, means that everything exists, both in the permanent, quote unquote, eternal state, and then also in the temporary, finite state we're talking about.
I'm going to pass on the waveform collapse. I know very little about it, but
sure. It's one way of many to describe all this junk. Yeah.
Nobody knows much about
it. Well, the collapse of the wave function is it's like how do you explain the probabilities, right? And the Everettian interpretation of quantum mechanics would have all of those possibilities be realized.
Yeah,
that's wild. Can you say it again, Stephanie?
Well, the wave function is it's like Schrodinger's equation basically allows any number allows for possibilities to exist. It's the old cat thing, right? So the Everettian interpretation is that the wave function doesn't collapse. Both of those possibilities are realized
and equal. Yeah,
right. That's
until it's observed.
It's the intersection that causes the collapse, quote unquote, event that will trigger by an observer effect and all that stuff. But
yeah, that's the observer.
So it's
God not an observer, what when Joel's talking about the collapse of the wave function, that's Niels Bohr's view. That's the so-called Copenhagen interpretation of this stuff, and these arguments continue to move on.
I got this
probably hundreds of interpretations, right?
What I don't get
okay.
So God into it. I don't get how God is tied into this, because you've sort of said, hey, there's claims that God is outside of the universe in sort of the way that I understand time as being a dimension of the universe. When you sort of say, well, God is in time but outside the universe, what kind of time are you putting him in? Because it cannot be the same dimension of the local universe that we're familiar with.
Well, I mean, simply because it can. The idea that, again, all information, whether in the decoherent / infinite eternal state or the coherent / temporary / whatever natural state, there's changes, there's exchanges of information. And so God can exist both inside and outside space-time, essentially, as well as the information that God regulates, that creates what we think is reality.
Okay, I believe Dr. Tapioca Weasel had something to say right before this conversation. I want to say good night to Pixie. Thank you for hanging out with us, girl. We'll see you later. Go ahead,
Pixie,
and talk, Doc.
Well, now
I got a crazy God theory regarding the Bible, real quick.
Okay, well, Pete down. Let's let Dr. Tapioca Weasel get his words in, and then you can have the floor next. Okay.
I can't remember if this is what I was going to say, because it's not so directly linked to the topic of time, which was the most recent thing that I was, I think, thinking about. But as for, I put this in the chat a couple times. The idea that the universe is infinite, or finite rather, it just seems, it seems more parsimonious and kind of intuitive to me that it would be infinite. There's no evidence for it being anything other than infinite. The observable universe and the universe are two distinct things. It's my hypothesis, I guess, that if you were to be instantaneously transported to the very edge of the observable universe, you would just see kind of more of the same stuff to the edge of that sphere of however many Z shifts there are. So I've never understood why people
Mark,
would think
can you
that the
mute
universe
that?
is finite.
Mark, can you mute that? Just the ringing. There's some ringing coming through. Thank you.
Ringing? What do you mean ringing?
Your microphone may be close to a fan, Mark.
What?
Is your microphone close to a fan by chance, like a
No,
fan?
no, it's not. I've done nothing.
There is a background noise.
It sounds like a motor to me.
It sounds like a bunch of bees buzzing around. I blame Bree.
I think so.
Is it new or has this been going on the entire time?
It's pretty new.
It's new.
Oh. Wow.
And it's not there now.
It's gone.
Or it's
whatever it was.
just quieter. Yeah.
Okay, I just moved my microphone, but I don't really see any reason why it'd change. That's weird.
It's like a hum.
There might be like a fan if you're using like a laptop. There might be some sort of small.
There's no fan. There's no fan.
Okay.
Bree has trained insects in all of our homes, you guys.
This is true.
You don't understand.
Not all insects. There's some arachnids.
Well, so your argument though, Tapioca, is that it's just a lot bigger. It's probably going to be a lot bigger. But if you extrapolate what we see and bring it like the science behind what we call the Big Bang, I mean, it's still the science what we call
I think
the
it makes
Big
a lot
Bang.
more sense if everything is infinite, actually. It
Is there evidence of any?
Why does there have to be an edge?
Is there any evidence of matter coming out of nowhere? I think that all matter is eternal, right? Like in some state,
or
isotope decay rates, right?
Or the net energy of everything is zero, and you can pull out positive and negative out of zero.
And that is basically Lawrence Krauss did a monumental disservice to physics generally by titling his book "A Universe from Nothing." I mean, it's Jesus Christ.
That was a marketing thing. That was marketing.
Yeah,
let's
I know.
face
It's totally a marketing thing. But it's like
that and the God particle.
But the God particle was somebody else.
Yeah,
that
was somebody else. But
when we got a sec, I got a question for Joel. But go ahead, Steph.
I don't know. Somebody else go ahead. I lost my thought.
So I just have a question about sort of quantum decoherence and sort of what you're talking about is when sort of something's in a superposition, right? And it basically decoheres into the actual position. Doesn't that still go on today? Like, so what in all of this are you pointing to a God doing it?
Yeah, not necessarily. Superposition is just another one of just other states, and it's not necessarily the same as decoherency. And again, to answer your question about how God's involved, the idea that if the universe is not self-creating or uncaused, and if God is the cause, God is regulating all wave function collapses. And so, the old adage, does a tree actually fall in a forest if no one sees or hears the sound? That's the old observer effect thought experiment. If nobody's there to observe it, does it actually happen? One of the, again, many possible interpretations or whatever beliefs is that, well, since God is a universal or global consciousness, as some postulate, then God saw the tree fall. And so God controls these quantum fluctuations, the field theory fluctuations, all of the things that happen, so to say, whether things are coming out of nothing or whatever. However, and again, there's multiple ways of interpretation. Whether information streams, string theories. There's all kinds of ways of trying to think of it. However, it is supposedly being done. What's regulating it? What's making red look red to the human mind? What's making a finger grow into a finger? What makes all these different laws coherent?
Well, I mean, red is based on the wavelength of the light. But the whole point is that you said this was evidence for a God doing all of this, but then you sort of couched it by saying, if the universe is in some state. So how does this actually point to evidence at a God, in fact, being the one that determines the collapse of the waveform? And if it's a universal consciousness, why is there not automatically the observer effect taking place? Why do we have superposition at all?
Well, because again,
Stephanie, let him hold on. Let him answer Mark's question, then you ask your question, okay? And that way we'll keep things balanced. Go ahead, Joel.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so again, it's an either-or proposition. Either God is the first cause, as Einstein and others talk about, or the universe is the first cause. You can't have one or the other. And then, again, I'm not sure what superposition has to do with it.
Okay, Stephanie, go ahead.
So, the question is, why is red red? It's because we see red. That's what we see. We've evolved to see red. We've evolved to see.
There's actually a biological reason for that.
Sure.
Because
there you go.
It stands out against the green, so we know which fruit to pick.
But all of those biological reasons and the mental faculties, all those reasons are regulated by laws and rules and physics and reasons. The reasons is what is regulated.
We evolved to see a frequency of light in a certain way.
Even the idea,
it's not just because it worked out well.
So even the rules behind evolution theory, even those rules are the same as why red is a specific wavelength. All those are regulated by wavelength.
It's a wavelength that we've given a name. I mean, a dog doesn't call red because a dog can't see.
So you're getting into the more myopic reasons. You're getting into the effects.
Can I have the floor for just a second to
absolutely
let you guys know that, and this is going to annoy everybody, but that's because it's all part of Gaia, which is the superorganism that is self-regulating, and it regulates what signals the organisms, the animals respond to with frequencies of light hitting certain aspects of the plant that also exist as part of the superorganism. So the plant sends off visual signals to tell us the fruit is ready to eat because we're frugivores and we distribute the seeds. So it wants this to be a big bright red beacon among the green foliage for our little primate monkey. And all primates do this. Frugivores are in general attracted to the red because they eat fruit. And that's why most fruit is red: apples, strawberries, cherries. I mean, think about the majority of fruit is red or orange, right?
Except for you, Bree, because you can see into the ultraviolet.
Yes, I get to see
bumblebee.
The pollinator. I get to see the pollinator aspect of light, and that's another thing. Flowers. So, flowers will send out a signal in ultraviolet frequency for pollinators to see, which is the opposite end of the spectrum is what frugivores see, because we're all getting signals from this big, massive superorganism so that we can create an ecosystem that's sustainable. All right, I'll shut up now and go back to my.
No, it's all about what you eat. It's all about what you eat. If you think of the universe in terms of, reality as anything you can bite, you're kind of onto the secret.
Okay, Bree, I'm gonna take off. So it's been lovely to talk to you all, and it's been fun. I'm just gonna leave with the idea that I'm really sorry, Joel, but sort of just God doesn't give an explanation to any of the quantum stuff that you've said. It's just basically putting another claim down, like this is caused by God. There's no meet for me there. Like, just for me, there's nothing there that actually points to a God, unfortunately. Like, and you haven't described in any way how God is somehow causing this. All you've said is it is caused by God, and that just doesn't cover it for me.
Right, because that's the ultimate conclusion. Either God is the cause or the universe is the cause. I've been talking to quantum physicists for 20 years.
No. So I mean, I could get into the sort of Munchausen trilemma.
I'm a quantum physicist. You're wrong.
Not sure. I think that's a
well.
false
This is
dichotomy.
Mark's closing statement, so we'll let him have the last word. on this.
That's a total false dichotomy. There's other things suggested. There's M theory. There's sort of with membranes, and there's sort of multiple universe theory. Yeah, there's tons of different stuff out there. Well,
that boils back down to who's the first cause.
Wow,
Even membrane.
Joel, you've got no self-control whatsoever, do you? At all?
I do.
Really
I was just trying to help.
Let's let Mark have
don't like to be
words
challenged
here before he goes. He's just taking off and saying bye to everybody.
So I'm just
he's
leaving.
poking at you. I get it. There's the urge to respond to him, but let's let him have his words. Yeah.
Well, I think
go ahead.
everybody's been challenged on the debate. Today, I think everybody has had their views challenged, and that's okay. That's what we're here for. So, and much love to Richard. Thank you so much, Richard, for having me on. It's been fantastic. And be kind to yourself and each other. See you, everybody.
Have a good
night.
Thanks, Mark.
All right. We actually have a more balanced panel now, though. Until midnight comes in. God damn it!
Come on, hey, I'm here. Okay, Look, Bree.
Hey, it's okay, sweetie. I'm just teasing.
I know you are. I'm a much better panelist than. You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Well, Tapioca, would you agree though? Because I think this is what history demonstrates. I think even now we're demonstrating it. That if we could establish that the universe is finite, would that be significant to most scientists who would? Most philosophical scientists who have had this discussion about, well, if it is finite, then that means it either created itself or God did it, right? So that's just opening up.
So I don't agree with that dichotomy. I think it would be significant. Yeah.
Right. And that's why we get so much opposition.
But particularly what you said scientists, and then you said like philosophical scientists. And I
didn't want to agree
otherwise to be like, well, actually, it really just doesn't come up in science that often.
That's why I said that way. Yeah, that's why I said it that way.
It's a point that I wanted to highlight because I think the day job of a scientist is to solve a given problem using like the stuff that they know about how the world works, or to understand a given problem. Something like that, to extremely generalize it. And that's not something that is going to be influenced by every single part of your philosophical ontology of the universe.
True.
I would agree.
But, if I have part of my studies in school, and I didn't like it because I'm even though somehow I'm in philosophy all the time now, you look at the history of science, and it does start as a philosophy in pretty much all the textbooks.
Well, that's what the
PhD natural philosophy. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So anybody who's a doctor is a doctor of philosophy, right? Or if you got a PhD, you're a doctor of philosophy. I guess there's other doctorates you could get too.
But I think the truth of all this, what we're talking about, you can see it in how, there couldn't have just been one Big Bang, and now there must be lots of Big Bangs too. Now we're actually back to the point where modern scientists or philosophical scientists are going to make a strong position that the universe is infinite, that it is always been, or that there's multiple universes. Because the idea that the concept that the universe is finite is detrimental to the viewpoint of an atheistic philosophical scientific standpoint.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Real quick before we dive into this, who hasn't hit the thumbs up? Because I see that there's 26 people watching, but only 22 thumbs up. And
come on,
give our host
let's
some
go.
love. Thank you, Richard Matson, for putting on these these shows for us, giving us a balanced panel.
Yeah.
Give them a thumbs up, everybody. Come on. Okay, go ahead.
Pete, I wanted to challenge your philosophical scientist
I don't
statement.
think if I could, can I say something? Joel? Oh, Joel, go ahead.
No, I'll defer to you. I'd like to challenge Pete Town's philosophical scientist claim with a quote that I'd love to share. But you first, Stephanie, please.
I don't think that infinities have anything to do with the God argument, to be honest, because I think that it's entirely possible that physical properties can lead to such notions as the heat death of the universe. It may be infinite. We may decay into energy and matter completely dissipating at the end of, will the world end in fire or ice? I just don't think we need mythological interpretations of physical eventualities. This is where I'm at a loss to accept supernatural explanations for the way the universe behaves.
I've got a quote for you, if I may now, Stephanie. But first to P-Town, Robert Griffiths, he's a famous mathematical physicist. He said, quote, "If we need an atheist for a debate, we go to the philosophy department. The physics department isn't much use." I thought you might get a kick out of that. And then Stephanie, you just reminded me of Robert Jastrow. He's the he was the first director for NASA's Goddard Space Science Institute. If I can look him up real quick. He said, quote, and he was speaking as an agnostic at the time. He said that there, or what I or anyone would call supernatural forces at work, is now, I think, a scientifically proven fact. End quote.
So what?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. It's just that there's supernatural math, there's Stein's numbers, there are things of quote above nature.
There's not supernatural math. It's not math is math. It's got its own axioms, and we can get into whether Gödel's incompleteness theorem has got any foundations. But it's like we can go on and on and on about this kind of thing. But you need to allow for the possibility. I allow for the possibility of a God. I do. That God there may be a God. And it may be the Christian God. It may be any number of gods. But I allow for that possibility. But I just haven't seen any demonstration that a God, particularly the one that is illustrated in the typical the typical texts has any foundation in reality.
Well, don't stop.
I don't think that disparaging my lack of belief is a useful way to convert me. To be honest, I mean, it's like not. I think that's misdirected.
Well, I would challenge
you obviously you disagree because you've kind of been disparaging atheists all night long because we believe in this or that or the other thing, and it's like, no, we don't.
So what I wanted to say with that, Stephanie, was please don't stop looking. And so if you want to have a scientific perspective on this, not only do you never stop looking for God, but even if you think you find God or whatever you think you think, never. That's the difference between a scientist and somebody that's just just believing things. Scientists never stop challenging everything.
Well, in that case, I'm a scientist. Maybe I'm a Christian scientist.
Well,
But
you can
but
get
it's not.
paid.
But that's not. But the thing is,
That's the
that you
scientific
can't-
mentality. You have to get paid to be a scientist. But yes, I would agree. Sorry.
It's about falsifiability more so than proving. It's about disproving.
Yeah.
When you do experimentation, so yeah.
Challenging, yes.
You know, I'm
Challenging.
not.
the premise.
It's a grievous situation to come into a conversation with somebody that's, if I were to go into a church and preach the atheist gospel, first of all, there isn't one. How
Sure
do you? No, there isn't. There isn't an atheist gospel.
There is. There's all kinds of atheist churches.
No, dude. I actually went into a Methodist church and preached a sermon on just recognizing the humanity.
Good.
That we all share. My text was Matthew 12 to Matthew 12, I think it was. I don't remember. It was the salt of the earth argument. You are the salt of the earth.
Mm-hmm. Stephanie, may I try something to hopefully bury whatever hatchet I think you may have with me?
I don't have any hatchets. You think that I drove a hatchet into your head, but I did not.
Well, whenever what I'm referring to is you saying that I'm being disparaging towards atheists, for example. And if I may, to help dispel that, when I think of the term atheist, I'm thinking the strictest, I try to get out of all these dumb YouTube debates, right? There's all kinds of misconceptions. So to me, an atheist is somebody who stopped searching, somebody who says, okay, they're basically the atheist claim, the religious claim of atheism is that they know everything, so that they've concluded that God cannot exist or does not exist. So that person has turned their brain off. They've checked their brain at the door, so to say, as people accuse theists of being, so that they can conclude that God doesn't exist.
May I ask you why you?
Well, because again,
you
atheism
came to
is
that
simply
conclusion?
defined as the religious belief God does not exist. And so to be able to believe something doesn't exist means that you know everything. That's just the logic.
No, it's a lack of it. No, it's a lack of a God belief.
I've not been presented
the
with
same thing.
sufficient evidence to believe this is true.
Right, so it's the same thing. So theism is
It's not the same thing.
It's exactly the
Don't
same
turn
thing.
your brain
Logically
off,
speaking.
Joel. No, it's not. It's not. It's not at
Evidence
all
and
that.
data don't seem to point towards.
So atheism
that.
says that atheism is the conclusion that God doesn't exist. And so that's
I'm sorry. I'm heading out. I wanted to say bye to everyone. I wanted to say goodbye. Bye, Stephanie. Bye, Bree. Bye, Joel. Bye, P-Town.
See you,
Bye,
Doctor.
Good
Good
night,
night, sir.
Dr. Tapioca Weasel. Thank you for your brain tonight.
Bye.
Bye.
I
mind.
have no idea how to respond to that, so I won't.
Did you say thank you? Oh, he's gone.
I think that's
my
a weird
position.
perspective, and it's a fine perspective. You can have that, but I don't think that's not my stance anyway.
Fine.
I mean, my mind is open, but it's not. It's a lack of a God belief.
So you might not even consider Stephanie an atheist by your definition of atheist. You definitely wouldn't consider me an atheist, but you.
Yeah, that's another tough one. Yeah.
Whew, I could barely breathe back there in solitary confinement. I want you all to know that I love you all, and you've been, all of you, just amazing. Thank you so much.
It's your fault.
I can't. Well, I want to encourage it, but it's not my fault because I'm not controlling your brain. And I just want to say I can never repay you all for how you grow me. I am truly touched. Thank you all very much.
I was trying in a humorous way. Thank you for hosting and creating this environment and collecting these groups of wonderful people.
Peace and light, man.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill it.
Oh no, we were giving you the floor so you could say your piece.
That was it.
It is your floor after all.
No, it's not. It's a privilege to share this floor with you.
Well, and that was what I was kind of half jokingly giving you credit for, Richard. You have created this environment.
Yeah.
I want to encourage it.
These people from all different ideologies can come together and gripe at each other, but we can do it in a nice way, right? Oh, so we were at, what was it? What was the topic on the floor just moments before?
God exists. That's the claim. I don't know.
Be more specific.
Well,
He loves us.
So,
well, no, I guess P-Town was saying that he believes God exists and was offering the best evidence he has. And then, Bree was counteracting. So,
I have a question.
It was kind of the space and time thing. What's the other thing? It's
Yeah,
like,
we were
well,
talking about
whether the infinity is whether the lack of infinity of the universe is a proof of God.
Ooh, I got a good one.
I got one too. I'd like to try.
I'm not, I'm not. That one doesn't convince me at all because I think it's like, well, the universe could just be.
so let's do this sequentially then. Since P-Town said he had one first, we'll get P-Town. Is it for you want to hit Stephanie with it, or Richard, or Midnight, or Joel?
It's for Joel.
For Joel, okay, hit him.
Okay. So these guys make fun of me a lot, but I think it's a good example of where I'm coming from. And I bring up the solar eclipse because I find it. I used to be an atheist, and in fact, I just remember watching those documentaries about Einstein and how he used eclipses to come to his discovery, so on and so forth. Right.
Well, not specifically, but I get your point. Go ahead.
Right, where he goes with it. Well, until tonight, I wasn't quite sure, but they use Einstein all the time against my viewpoint, so I just assumed he was, by their definition, an atheist. But besides that, I don't see how he failed to mention. Like I look at the solar eclipse, the fact that the moon and the sun are about the same size from our vantage point. The way that I look at things now, from a probability standpoint, I can't believe I missed that before. That God clearly made that. I think that's
sorry.
I think that's obvious now, but trying to use that as an argument with most atheists, it pretty much all of them, they'll look at it from a 1-to-1 probability because we don't have anything else to compare it to. How you can't use that as an argument. I think it's just obvious to me.
Well,
what's your point of view?
Yeah, that's where I think there's a lot of religiosity with a lot of this, where people will choose to believe things based on, again, what they want to believe. But what I would posit, I guess, if people don't want to talk about the extreme coincidence or unlikelihood, I guess, of the distance of the moon and the sun and the earth, making it, not just the tidal stuff and all kinds of other things that just are almost absolutely perfect for life and for seasons and for time. If you want to go,
they don't like composite probabilities in general.
Well,
because,
to go even deeper, we've touched on Penrose's singularity theorem off and on earlier tonight. That's probably even, to me at least, that's the worst probability. If you want, because I don't know, I have a quote of his that I share often. He published this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The actual physicists have left the room, but you should be aware that the moon is receding. Its orbit is incrementally moving away.
A little more than
a year. There was a time when the moon was closer in its orbit, and therefore larger in the sky. And there will be a time when it moves further and further away, and the dimensions, the relative dimensions of the size of the moon and the sun will not be relatively the same.
Right.
So this is a happenstance.
Can I steal?
There are a lot of things I think that happen in the universe that are happenstance.
It's still the argument of chance versus God. But I would like to see where Joel was going with his.
Yeah. Well,
I want to see where he was.
This for Stephanie. So they're saying that the fact that humans developed at this point in time where the moon is at this position where it's 400 times, right? I think that's it. 400 times closer, so it's exactly 400 times smaller in the sky and fits perfectly over the sun during the period in which humanity exists. Is that correct, P-Town, Joel?
Well, it correlates how even more precise, how an extreme improbability, this puny little, whatever 6 to 10,000 years of whatever human, historical, recording of human endeavors has been. And Stephanie's making a good point. If humanity had existed, or at least the ability to write things down, had existed, times before and times after, now is the pristine time for all this kind of stuff. But what I wanted to share with you, P-Town, was the singularity theorem, and this is from Penrose. This is from his book, The Emperor's New Mind. He wrote this about a few years or so when him and Hawkins got their joint Wolf Prize for this discovery. His summary was absolutely brilliant. You want to talk about probabilities? He said, quote, "This now tells how precise the Creator's aim must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. This is an extraordinary figure. One could not possibly even write the number down in full in the ordinary denary notation. It would be 1 followed by 10 to the power of 123 successful zeros. Even if we were to write a 0 on each separate proton and on each separate neutron in the entire universe, when we could throw in all the other particles for good measure, we should fall far short of writing down the figure needed." And this was measuring the minimum entropy rate required to reverse the quantum gravity of photons just perfectly to allow the universe to start expanding the way it is. And he shows his math in that book. I highly recommend it. It's called The Emperor's New Mind. He also talks about AI, which was awesome topic back then in the mid-'80s. So if you want
to look it up.
It's dark chocolate too. It's delicious.
That right there, that was what blew my mind reading that. I was like, oh my god. It outdoes what's his name?
What's his name?
The dude that did stellar nuclear synthesis. Oh my gosh, what's his name? I'm having a brain fart. I'm sorry. Fred Hoyle. Fred Hoyle did a bunch of equations as well. The basic impossibility for life to start, what caused him to lose his atheism. Penrose knocks even Hoyle out of the park.
Well, awesome. Hoyle was also an atheist scientist, so he doesn't exist.
Right, and his scientific discoveries made him lose his atheist religion. You're right.
This universe, the universe that we are around to observe is clearly the only universe possible you're around to observe.
Not necessarily.
Someone won the Mega Millions tonight. I forgot to get a ticket.
Is that the billion?
That's proof of
someone
God.
commented
right
it.
Someone won the Mega Millions.
How much did they win? 1.5 billion.
Yeah, it was like over $1 billion. Craziness. Whatever store sold that ticket, it's like $1 million thing just to the store.
Wait, the store gets the store gets money?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No
That's
way.
the hand of God right there. That's the exact same argument.
They're paying the stores.
That person had God walk into their life.
Well, see, that's the thing.
I would have loved to win some money.
The probabilities of what it requires for the universe to exist the way that we think it exists makes even that kind of lottery system pale in comparison.
It's
not-
like winning the lottery.
It's still the same, mate.
It's
not.
It's like winning the
It's not
lottery
proof.
over and
It's
over
not
again.
billions of
That's
times
how
in a
com-
row. Right.
That's how
It's not
composite
proof.
probabilities
It's
work.
not proof. It's not proof.
It's
Right,
crazy.
but my point is that you would say it's not proof, but like composite probabilities is someone winning the lottery over and over and over and over again. What are the odds of that? Eventually, it gets stupid.
It has happened though.
Well,
See?
you know, over the course of time. I mean, if you want to make this argument to young Earth creationists, it's like, how often would that happen in 6,000 years? You know, it's just, you know, it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient.
Well, I wouldn't bet against it. You know, that's
You know, you wouldn't. Obviously, you wouldn't, and you don't. You know, I'm not saying that you should. It's
Right.
just I'm not throwing the dice that way. That's not the way I roll.
The scientists that develop this stuff and do these actual probability math equations, they're convinced that matters.
When my heart is strangely warmed, as John Wesley's was, I will maybe reevaluate. But
that's internal and could be bias.
Well, yeah. Except you both, or at least Joel has told me that if I pray properly, I will have a speech.
No.
I will have a convo with the Lord.
No, please don't put words in my mouth, Stephanie.
You did
The Bible's
say that.
No, I didn't. The Bible's very clear.
you did.
God knows our prayers before we even ask.
Mhm.
And what you pray does not determine whether God exists or not.
I would actually argue that that's to the intended reader.
Yeah.
it depends on how you pray. If you watch my daughter,
I'm sorry, but
No.
Richard, I don't know what you mean by that.
By the intended reader? Stephanie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Simple enough. Christian prayers fail. We can agree
Amen.
on that?
Yes.
Also, the text requires that whoever it's talking to pray in the name of Jesus. And Christians will say, in the name of Jesus. That's copyright infringement, I think, or something. That's wrong. But it would make sense if it were
Which one of the
intended.
saints is in charge of copyright infringement?
I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. I think it's Jabril. But let's say, for instance, I quoted, I think it's Psalm 139, which reads, "I will give the angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. They will bear thee up in thy hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone." King James forgave me. I like it. Obviously, Christians have died in back alleys behind bars, and car accidents, and cancer, and everything else. So they are not being protected by the hands of angels. That's just not true.
Right.
Also, there's promises in the text like, "I will name heaven after you. Your name will be printed on a new white stone, and you will not be excluded from the book of life." You're guaranteed. A guarantee. "I will give to you as my Father gave to me," etc., etc., etc. You get the idea. These cannot be the promises to a populace, especially when there's identity in the singular male, a singular male like he, like I'm pointing at him. It's that kind of he, okay? And it's evident to me that that kind of he who overcomes is talking about a singular person who overcomes. And all these gigantic promises. The only one that I know of in the story that continuously has all their prayers answered and praise in the name of Jesus. It cannot be stricken from the book of life, etc., etc. It's Jesus.
How can Jesus? Wait. How can Jesus?
We'll get to the time problem in just a second, Bree. The only perfect intended reader who is justified by the law, and it says you must carry out the law, and that demanded of any must be Christ. That's the intended reader.
Who wrote the law?
The
So
Father.
it's written for the Christ.
It has to be.
Stephanie?
What's that, what's that got to do with?
But then you have general promises that are super vague, like live forever with God, no more tears, no sun, stuff like that, real simple stuff for everybody else.
David a Christ?
Yeah.
Yes.
But, so where's the, where's God there? I don't.
Well, the biblical God, as I understand it, God Spirit, God Love, God Wisdom, Knowledge, Counsel, Understanding, Fear, Power, and Conservation. A set of structures to run a certain society, to tell them how to interact with reality.
Right, okay. But that's got nothing to do with the construct of the universe.
No, there's no such claim that I read.
Yeah.
I see no claim of any such thing.
Right. So, that's fine.
In fact,
I don't see any I don't see any impact of any of that, Richard, on my life.
You don't value wisdom.
I guess not. Thank you.
Or knowledge. I'm
No,
asking
I
you.
don't.
You said they
No,
don't have impact on your life. I think you're not telling the truth fully.
I believe I am telling the truth fully.
Tell me how you learned to make that sentence.
For fuck's sake. I learned English. I was raised in a human community. And
So
did
would
God
that-
teach me how to learn English?
No, depending on how you mean God. How I mean God, yes, it did.
How do you mean
because
God?
That it is literally those constructs: wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. Literally.
I believe
That's a-
we're a species. I believe I don't believe that requires any force outside of humanity, outside of who we are as people.
Let me throw you a bone. It is a necessity of the human condition. We are the God necessitators. God is not the inventor of men.
No, I agree. God.
Yes, but what's being claimed there is that it is and should be the highest thing that can never change, because what human biologically is, and the claim is that these are the perfect most base constructs.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that. I think that there are tons and tons of literature about gods and who we are and all of this stuff. But they're all stories, and they're all human stories, and they're all valid human stories. And we can listen to that. I mean, they're all our culture. They're part of our nature that we tell each other all the time, over and over and over again.
Sure.
But they're not God, except as far as those stories are us.
Yes, I don't really have a problem with that the stories are us. And those stories, even fairy tales, can tell great truths and be very valuable lessons.
I'd like to postulate that God created the conditions for these stories and for us to even think
Where
about it.
that's where I drop off, Joel. That's where I'm with Richard, and I think we're kind of there, but that's where I drop off. God, there is nothing external to the human condition, to our abilities, to apprehend our own conditions. There's nothing external to that, and we need to. It's far more valuable to me for us to improve upon our ability to protect the world and protect each other It's far more important to me to do that than to seek something outside of ourselves or outside of the world or outside of existence. You know, because we all know that we are born and we will die.
I'm very glad.
And we need to do the best we can with the circumstances that we have, and at least try to leave a better world behind us. And that doesn't require.
Wait, Stephanie, you're going on a bit. You've said you're starting to repeat yourself.
And I'm done. And it doesn't require a God to do that.
And I wanted to say that, Stephanie, that I'm very, very glad that you have not seen the worst of humanity as people like myself have around the world. There is a very deep, dark side of humanity that disagrees with you. And I think that the only reason why people like you, like yourself, and I and others here, wish to try to avoid and prevent that side of humanity is because of God. Because God wishes us to be.
I think you can even extend that, you know, I think even if I really look at myself since I became a Christian, you realize that, because you would think, you know, hey, if you're a Christian now after being an atheist, oh, now it's just going to be easy to not be a sinful person. And it just turns, you just realize how sinful you actually are. I mean, even I know that's just kind of extrapolating on where Joel was going, but like, I think that I think what you're saying, Stephanie, used to make sense to me, and I would agree with you. But I think God is real. He did make this world, and I think the rules and the I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired, but I think I made my point.
I wanted to ask you something, Pete, if we're finished with this.
Well,
but I don't want to interrupt you, Stephanie.
I really want to push back a little bit on. It's like,
Please.
I haven't seen the world. It's like, I'm 69 years old. I've seen the fucking world. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about when you say I haven't seen suffering, or I haven't seen people who have done incredible evil. I've lived through struggles that, you know, I don't know how old you are. How old are you?
I'm 48. Have you been to battle?
You are? Huh?
Have you been on the battlefield?
No, I haven't been on the battlefield, but I've struggled my entire life to keep people off the battlefield.
Good for you.
I appreciate that, but some of us volunteer for it to defend and protect people like you.
Thank you so much for your service.
No. I didn't solicit that. No, I appreciate it, but seriously,
you know what?
volunteer.
You know what? I refuse to subscribe to the notion that death at the hand of other people in the interest of imperialism is a good thing.
Agreed. That's why we avoid it.
I had cousins who served in Vietnam. I had relatives who died in Vietnam. For what?
To protect you.
No.
Yes.
Protect us from what?
No.
They at least thought, especially on first joining, that they were protecting a way of life and their own kinsmen. I promise you, they thought that.
They did. Yes, they did.
And the foreigners.
And I think
They thought they were protecting humanity.
I think that people marching to war is a bad idea.
Well, so that's why we want to protect humanity. There's a side of humanity that
you
disagrees
think
with us.
you were God's chosen soldier.
No, I volunteered.
Do you think the U.S. Army represents what God wants, though?
No. I think that the Army just gives us volunteers a chance to serve you.
I used to be against the draft. I think at this point, I think the draft should be fucking universal. If I
wasn't trying to start a conversation about politics. I was just trying to make the point that there's a side of humanity
If a
that
nation wants to go to war, if a nation
Okay, can't understand either one of you guys.
wants to go to war, it ought to require its children to do so.
Yeah, if I may, Stephanie, I wasn't wanting to start a
Universal.
political debate. I was just wanting to say that there's a side of humanity that wants to murder us.
Do you think
Our
the
wonderful
Vietnamese-
beliefs.
Do you
So we have
honestly
to
believe that the
not
Vietnamese
allow
wanted
humanity to run its
Do
course.
you honestly
because,
believe that the Vietnamese wanted to murder us?
so again, I didn't want to start a political debate with you. I just wanted
Let's not
to
even-
reinforce the fact that there is a side of humanity that wants to murder you for your wonderful beliefs.
Yes,
so let's
there
not
is.
let's not
Yes,
worship
there is.
humanity.
There is a side of humanity that wants to murder me for being who I am.
Right.
There's a side of humanity that wants to murder me for being who I am and stop me from being who I am.
Right
and
here in
make-
my own
and
country.
make it-
So
no,
let's
no,
not rely on humanity.
No, you stop. There's a side of humanity in Arkansas, in Texas, in Oklahoma that wants to stop me from being who I am, from being who Bree is, for being who we are, for outlawing our very fucking existence. And
They won't
you-
succeed.
God bless you.
Yeah, because
for
Christians
fighting-
will stop
God
them.
bless you for fighting against the Taliban. who's
See, I
still
shouldn't have
saying
said
God-
anything, Richard. I'm sorry.
But
I don't know if
still-
you hear me.
But still, yes, I want to fight against injustice, but I don't think the way you fight against injustice is fighting on behalf of a system, that perpetuates this kind of
All right.
crap.
If we may conclude,
It's not God and country, dude. I'm sorry.
can
It's not.
we stop this then?
No, we
Stephanie?
can't stop this because.
But let me
this is what I
conclude.
would- This is what I was
The
saying.
protectors do not need your permission to protect you.
Listen
You
to me.
no, you listen to me.
Carefully. No, you listen.
The
to me
protectors do
carefully.
not
One at a
need
time.
your permission to protect you. We will volunteer to protect you whether you ask us to or not, whether we get your approval or not. Let's move on.
Will you?
Well,
You are trying to force your opinion on those that do
Smoking,
not
can you
care.
Will you fight in Oklahoma to
demolish
allow?
Richard?
Will you
This is
fight in
stupid.
Oklahoma to allow trans people to live? Will you go to
Richard,
war
can
for
we
that?
redirect this from politics? 'Cause
No.
it's- I know Stephanie really wants to, but I would prefer it.
in politics because you will not, with all of your arguments about God and all of this stuff, you will not fight to protect me. You will not fight.
Nobody's threatening your life, Stephanie. You're making
Yes,
shit
they
up.
are, dude.
Yes, they are. Oh my God.
P-Town, did you know enough about relativity physics to talk about end time prophecy?
Relativity physics. This is all.
I don't know
crap.
enough about anything
won't
these
fight.
days.
Will not
I wanted
fight
to
for
share
me.
something cool before
won't
this
fight for me as
got
a
Hold
human-
on, Joel
Will-
and P-Town, hold on.
Yeah.
You won't fight for me as a human being, will you?
Yes, Stephanie, you are so rude. Yes, I will help the police protect you like my own children. You
Will
have,
you fight-
as a
will you
soldier,
fight for your
I
own
fight for everybody's right, no matter who you claim God is or isn't.
Children.
You are
Will
you
you
are
fight
worse
for
than
your own
anybody you
friends?
project onto. You are worse than any Christian I've ever met,
fight?
Stephanie.
Will you
You are
fight?
worse
Will
than
you
any
fight?
Christian I've ever
Will
met.
you fight?
let her
Will
speak.
You are
fight?
an
Will you
arrogant
fight?
religious
Will you
jerk.
fight? Will you fight? Will you
Yes,
fight?
you freaking jerk.
Will you fight?
You
for-
can only say what you're saying to me because of me, because of people like me. You are the enemy. You are the problem.
Oh, that
you
is
are your
true.
own
Oh, there
problem.
we go.
No, it's
Okay,
not
I'm
true.
the enemy. Dude,
You
No,
are
it-
your own
hold on,
enemy,
hold on.
Stephanie. Nobody
Guys.
wants to hurt you except
you fight
atheists.
for me.
Guys, look, here's what's going
Wrong.
on. There are radicals, and they would push their agenda, and their agenda is unjust. They're by no means any kind of majority. They are terrorists. They're terrorists against Bree, Midnight, me, everybody
Yes.
who's not in that terroristic organization. Just a second, Joel. And no, they will not succeed because they'll never be a majority. It's not going to happen. It's the very definition of radical that they won't be a majority.
Amen.
Well,
I
the
know,
US military
but
is
still,
our
but still,
1920,
but still, but still, I love you all. But still, if you're near a group like that, your life could be in very real peril. If they're local to you, you may be in very real peril. And that is not a great way to live. It's a terrifying way to live. And there's nothing amusing about that.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into all that, but thank you, Richard. Yeah, I was wanting to correlate relativity with end time prophecy. If you wanted to.
Can I just real quick just say that we don't all agree with you that the U.S. military are the good guys in most situations. I'll leave it right there. That's all I got to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep, lots of ignorance out there.
And, you know,
are you familiar with?
I've actually talked.
We can talk about science stuff again.
No. Okay, let's talk about science. Let's talk about science. Let's talk about real stuff.
Let's talk about science.
Let's talk about real stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think that I deserve to live?
Yes, that's why all Christians want you to live. Stephanie.
Do you think that gay people deserve to marry?
They can do whatever the hell they want. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, voting or trying to put you guys in a box like that, I don't see how that's Christian-like.
My personal stance, if I may share, is that government should not be involved in marriage at all. The whole stupid idea that there's a tax incentive to bear children through marriage, that should be abolished. I think that the government should never say anything about marriage, ever. That's between you and your community and your church or whatever the hell.
Do you think that trans children ought to be who they are?
I don't care. If you want to raise your children how you want, that's why I serve.
Right. I mean, I think that's a complicated issue, Stephanie, because we've talked about this before. I don't know enough about it, but I'm adverse to.
Sorry,
I'm adverse to kids. Like I'm a little weary of the new, shooting them up with hormone blocking stuff when they're going through puberty. I don't know enough about it, but I'm very, very weary of that type of stuff.
Do you think you have the right?
I don't know.
Do you think that you have the right to interfere with families who come to those decisions?
It depends, because I told you with my wife, she's involved with it depends on how you define a family. If it's in the foster care system, if they're not their real parents, if their parents have issues, it gets complicated. But I don't. That's why I don't like talking too much about politics, because
politics has a. I
know it's where your heart is.
Impact on
I agree.
people's lives. And unfortunately, laws are being passed to really negatively intervene in what should be, in my view, personal, private conversations with doctors and such. And it drives me nuts that fundamentalist religious beliefs are determining the ability of people to live their lives.
Just a second. That is not a fundamental belief of Christians. That's a
It
fringe
may not
belief.
be.
It's a fringe
fundamental
belief.
I mean, you can't deny someone.
If that person took seriously love thy neighbor, they cannot persecute others.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. It shouldn't be. But yet it is part of the discourse. It is the discourse. It is the reason these bills are being promoted in
Actually,
state after state
I
after
would
state.
I would give you something else to consider, if I may, Stephanie. So liability concern, particularly with states' rights issues. There's a growing concern, basically escalation of the quote trans children. They're suing their parents, they're suing their communities, because when they become of age, they become adults, they find out that they didn't want those decisions made for them.
Right.
A lot
That's
of these
not
things
evident
are
at all. That's
it's codified in law. There's precedent set, and so they're finding out that a lot of these decisions that were forced on them as children.
It's not a lot. No, it's a.
When
it's
these
a
decisions were
margin
forced
of
on them,
margin.
it caused irreparable biological harm, and
You
so
just
they're.
keep bulldozing on through. Listen, what you're saying.
Well, I
is
was just
wrong.
trying to finish my point.
It's demonstrably wrong. You're trying to lie.
Why
about
do
trans
you have to
children on
interrupt?
the
Are you
internet.
okay? So you basically proved my point because you're so insecure you won't let anybody finish their point.
You're
thank
lying. You're
Fuck
publicly.
you.
You're publicly
Honestly,
lying.
fuck
You
you.
piece of shit. You're
See how rude you
publicly
guys are?
lying.
Here. I
Yes,
think this is a
trans
very
children. You're a
sensitive.
fucking liar.
Yeah, it is. This
I
is
think we
their
should
religion.
redirect because
This is
You
their
guys are
religion.
garbage and afraid we're going to find out about it.
This has nothing to do with religion, okay? These women are passionate about it because it affects them, okay?
It's their religion, right? It's their religion, right?
Being
not my
trans is
fucking
my
You're a
religion.
retard.
he's just poking buttons. He's just pushing your buttons, guys.
No,
Being trans is my
you guys
religion.
are proving the point. You guys cannot have a civilized conversation.
You've got a lot of goddamn gall. You know, saying that I don't have a right to stand up and fight for my life.
You're gonna make up lies about trans children, about me when I was a child. If I could have transitioned,
you got a lot of goddamn gall.
When I was a kid, oh my god, my life would be so much easier now.
I'd like to know more about that, Bree, one day.
I'd like to say something. All I'm hearing.
420, your mic's messed up.
Is that any better?
It's still choppy.
So there's not a significant portion of people that are detransitioning. That's not a thing that's actually happening in reality. Yes, there are outliers, but you got to remember the trans community is a minority of a minority, and detransitioners are a fringe of that minority. So it's a very, very small amount of people that even detransition at all. And the narrative that it's a significant portion of the community is false, and it's spread by gender critical propaganda. It's not something that's actually happening in any significant number at all.
Well, sure, but that's not the point. It's not about significance. It's just a legal precedent, and it's costing malpractice in all kinds of other industries billions of dollars. So that's one of the more.
I actually work in the insurance industry, so I know how these things are coded.
Yeah.
In the medical field, and it's just like any other health service that you receive. It doesn't. You're wrong, fundamentally wrong about that, and even the possibility of these individuals getting sued in this way if they followed the proper protocols for the medical procedures that they were undertaking. Now, if there was malpractice, that means that they were not following things set down by the FDA guidelines, things by the drug decks as far as how they're prescribing medications, how they're administering procedures. All this stuff is codified before the procedure's even done, before the medications are even administered. They're codified. So there is already precedent in place to counter any kind of lawsuits that you're like what you're talking about. That's just nonsense. That's just nonsense.
Well, I don't know if you missed my point was it wasn't about anything to do with that necessarily, other than again, people that become adults and they find out that they have been irreparably harmed by their parents and by schools and other whatever medical professionals.
Or foster parents or
right. And so the people that become adults, they're the ones that are setting this precedent. Say, hey, look, I didn't want these choices forced on me, and they're winning these lawsuits.
That's not actually happening, though. That's not a thing that's real. That's real. That's not something that's happening in reality. You understand that, right?
I do understand that it is happening. That's why
it's
I talk about it.
propaganda that someone has told you. Name the case. Name the precedent that was set by that. Name the legal precedent.
I think medication is a good example. So if we can transition away from this, because this is going to become a dumpster
let's
fire.
move the topic to other medical treatments. So a child is prescribed Adderall while they're
just noticed. Did anyone notice that transition away?
A child.
Good one. Hey, Midnight. Glad you got to.
A child is prescribed Adderall while they're growing up, and they take Adderall to control their ADHD. When they become an adult, they don't. Their new doctor says, "You don't have ADHD. You don't need this." It takes them off the Adderall. They do not go back, therefore, and then sue their parents or sue the doctor that prescribed them this treatment. That's not a thing that can actually happen. You're full of shit.
Right. The lawsuits are based on if it's been permanent damage or not. Right.
There's no lawsuit. Those are made up. That's not a thing that's actually happening. You're just pulling that out of your butt. It's not real, or making it up from like gender critical blogs.
Well, everybody else can go do their own research. P-Town, before it gets too much later, dude, I wanted to ask you about relativity stuff, if I may still.
Yeah, please.
Because making up nonsense about gender,
with,
gender and children is not a good conversation for you. You don't.
Yeah.
Know what you're talking about.
You know, all I can say is what I've heard from you, Joel, and what I've heard from you, P-Town, is like you don't care about trans people.
Hold on a second.
No,
what?
Yeah, if we may, before you guys,
you want to go back to
put words in our
talk
mouth
about theoretical and philosophical stuff, but you won't actually do anything to stop Oklahoma from forcibly detransitioning people. You won't do anything for us. You won't do a goddamn thing.
Well, notice you're vilifying us for
the reason you won't do it is because God is great. That's
we want you to know if you're going to stand beside us or
something.
If you're going to be standing beside us or you're going to be putting us in the loading us up.
That's it.
You're either with us or you're against us.
Right, you have to make a choice. Yes, this is.
To be honest, yes.
This is the Goebel poem. First, they came for the trans kids. Or where are you?
I try to stand for freedom. I mean, that's all I stand for. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Oklahoma, Stephanie.
Then why don't you try it instead of questioning this bullshit? Why don't you try actually putting your money where your mouth is and telling your state legislatures that these decisions are decisions that that belong to families and their doctors.
Well, can we have our freedom of speech?
Yeah, you can have your freedom of speech.
Can we have freedom of our religion?
Yes, you can. Of course you can.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that topic is done then, isn't it?
Not really.
Well, then I can't have my freedom of speech.
No, you can have your freedom of speech, but I want to know where your freedom. This is what I said earlier to you earlier tonight on a totally different, on a totally philosophical plane. I don't care what your fucking religion. I don't care about your fucking gods. I don't care about any of this stuff. I care about what you do with it.
Right, you're trying to force your religion on me. I don't want to talk about this.
If what you do with it is make other people's lives miserable, then you're a fucking asshole.
Trans people being trans is not a religion. Are you under the impression that it is?
Well, I'm under the impression that people force their religions on me and others to try to vote a certain way or do a certain thing. I'm laissez-faire. Live and let live.
But
great.
We want to know.
Joel's the type of guy, just so you know.
Except that, well, I have concerns and blah, blah, blah. And states ought to be able to make sure that people like me ought to, should be illegal. There ought to be illegal for people who dress a certain way contrary to what's written on their birth
certificate. Let's look at what Oklahoma's doing, I guess, since we're being forced to talk about this, everybody. Let's look at what Oklahoma's allegedly doing against trans.
I don't want to look it up, but someone else can.
I feel forced to.
I'm only on my phone, so if someone can.
Oklahoma GOP governor signs anti-transgender bathroom bill into law. Is that what we're talking about? This is last May.
I don't know, dude. There are like 100 different bills.
Oklahoma's been kind of the testing ground for
They've been going after
the
it.
GOP
Okay.
to start testing to see what legislation they can get through. So there's been a lot of
Look
bills
up
passed.
North
Here we
Dakota.
go.
North Dakota.
Oklahoma bill
yesterday-
would ban gender-affirming care for people under 26. Could force some to detransition.
Yes.
From last
That's what she
January.
was talking about
No, that's
right
from this
there,
month. Okay, thank you. Since we're being forced to talk about this, nothing else. Let me read it real quick.
Sorry,
This is-
that's my life. You're forced to talk about this. Jesus Christ. You're forced to talk about this.
I mean,
What's the fucking
while
limit?
he's looking this up, I'll tell you my stance on it. Okay, and I always bring it up because I think it's noteworthy. I have an interpretation of Romans 1, where I believe that there is a direct judgment of God, either I believe it's on a culture, not on a person. But if a culture is going to deny God as a creator, there's going to be more gay people. There's, among other things. I think it's interesting and
So
noteworthy.
wait a minute. You think I'm gay because I deny God?
I just was trying to clarify that I personally think it's a judgment upon a culture. So I don't judge individual people. And all I see is there's a correlation in scripture, and that's my stance, because I take the Bible literally, seriously. Whereas, I mean, some people could look at it and say it could be a judgment on an individual, but I like to I think it's a judgment on a group of people, on a society. But I do think that there's a correlation there, and I think that there is a statistic. It can be demonstrated with statistics over time. I mean, since we started taking the Bible out of schools, and I mean, but again, I don't have the data in front of me, and it'll just light a fire under Stephanie too. I don't want to do that.
You don't need to light a fire. Now, thank you for coming out and saying you're a goddamn bigot.
Right, I wanted to give you the coals to throw on me, Stephanie. So you got all my cards. You got all my bigoted cards.
No problem whatsoever. I just want to know the people I need to fight, and I do have an AK.
All right.
Well,
so Reddit,
come for me.
This is about.
I guess that's why I never
Oklahoma Senate
showed my
Bill
face on
129.
this.
If I may, everybody. It's about Oklahoma Senate Bill
You can
129.
go ahead and leave, Stephanie.
It's called the Millstone.
You can go ahead and leave.
Act
You're
of
not coming back
2023.
in tonight after you said that.
Yeah, that was kind of what the fuck.
You want me to continue with this at all, Richard, or no? Just to clarify. Does anybody still care about what Stephanie was talking about, or no?
I'm okay with moving on.
I kind of want to address what P-Town was saying there. It's kind of silly to say that when a culture stops oppressing a group so that they no longer have to hide, that means, and then so they come out and are open in the community, means that.
Wait. I don't know. I didn't say any of that, Bree.
Well,
What else?
you were talking about how, like, when a society stops being biblical, that there's more gay people, right? It's because the biblical society would oppress gay people, so they don't come out, and then when.
Well, let me clarify it real fast. It's not that complicated. There's a judgment described in Romans 1.
Mm-hmm.
Denying God as a creator, so not a biblical God or God of any denomination, just denying that a creator God, that God made this world that we live in. That there's a judgment of God, and one of those judgments is that women will be turned toward women, men towards men, among other judgments.
P-Town, you may be missing Bree's point. You may be missing Bree's point.
Maybe, okay.
I just want you to consider that you could be. Bree, would you restate what you were trying to say there, please?
So yeah, it's what Cumhawk ad Proctor Hawk, where basically it's drawing correlation between. So if society is oppressing a culture because of religious reasons to where a group such as people in the queer community feel like they cannot be openly queer. So it seems like there's less queer people, but there's really not. It just that they're in hiding in the Christian community. So there's no increase in the actual number of queer people objectively, like from God's point of view. There's not a change in that number. There's just a change in the number of people who are public about it. That was my point. Yeah.
I would agree with you that
I'm going to pop out to the side chat now. I'm done with the conversation, but thank you for your time, Richard. And
Bree, thank you.
Joel,
Sincerely.
Midnight, P-Town, Stephanie, Sammy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Bree. Yeah. I just want to say that I was just trying to say, I mean, give the opposition Coles all the ammo that they need from what I believe that might be in opposition to them. And I was just giving them my cards.
Yeah.
That's
what
I was trying to do.
Sure. Yeah. And my take was, I want the state out of healthcare completely. This is about healthcare regulation, and it's about state Medicare. All this is, it's trying to prohibit transgender, whatever, or what do they call it? Medication, basically, through the state. It doesn't prohibit if you want to take whatever drugs, or surgeries, change your gender or whatever, from private Medicare.
And I have a soft spot too, because I remember I went to a child mental illness runs in my family. My parents took me to a child psychiatrist when I was in the beginning of puberty, and they put me on an antidepressant that completely killed my sex drive. And till this day, I do believe it really hindered my development in that area. And I actually reached out. I actually reached out to an attorney to sue him, but apparently I couldn't because of. And it's known too. They actually gave me that stuff, knowing that it would kill your sex drive. It's very well known.
What made you sue? What would the attorney say?
At the time when I reached out, it's kind of hard to get an attorney to actually talk to you. Usually, it's people who filter it, right? And I just didn't get very far. But I mean, ultimately, your parents are the ones who sign off on this stuff. So, it's not like I blame them for anything. But I think that no one told me that this about this side effect before I took it. That's what bothers me, because I was to the age where I should have been informed, right?
Yeah, nobody tells you side effects because they don't matter, or there's probably no chance of happening. Okay, well, fuck you. I've had many times where I took pills and took medicine and it fucked me up. I'm like, no.
Right.
Well, if it's important to you, if it's important enough to you, man, there's a statute of limitations, and if you can prove that there was irreparable harm, then there's plenty of case study to back it up.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how I'd prove irreparable harm, especially in that arena.
Yeah, well, there are ways. I could go into, but yeah.
But no, I do want to get onto the science stuff.
Guys. Just a second. Stephanie, I understand, okay? And I understand your passion. And I understand that a lot of this world is very unfair and dangerous, even deadly. I truly do get that. Okay? I'm sorry it got so heated tonight, and I'm sure you didn't mean what you'd said. But you have every right to be upset. Okay? And that's the best I can do right now.
Yeah, Joel, let's talk about what you want to talk about, if that's okay, Richard.
Okay, P-Town, I want to know if I'm in the right part of Romans to what you were referring to.
Sure, I think you have to go, I want everyone to know this off my memory, but go a little bit towards the beginning. It'll probably be a little further.
If I may, real quick, gentlemen. Okay. If I may, real quick, I wanted to.
It was right there. Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
I want to reiterate what Richard just told Stephanie, that we Christians, we love you, Stephanie, because God loves you. We want to do everything that we can for your best interest, and vice versa. Don't project other people onto everybody.
P-Town,
Yeah,
guide me.
so sure, go ahead and scroll down a little bit further.
You just had me go back up.
Well, I saw it and then I couldn't say anything. Because that, or there we go. 119 probably is probably there. Because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of this world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even as eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Okay, so then you go on. It's just establishing that it's describing God as a creator, and then it gets into the judgments, and it lists a lot of things.
I am the biggest fool on this panel.
Wherefore God gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves. Who changed the truth of God into and it's worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. So then keep going.
Wait,
hold
on.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, Sparkle, why are you the biggest fool on this panel?
I mean, well, the verse said, believing themselves to be wise, they became fools, right? If you recognize you're a fool, then you're actually wise.
That's really
well, there was a really
that's a very wise thing.
Really wise philosopher who long ago said, "I know nothing."
Exactly.
So yeah, okay, I see your point.
Is that Socrates? That sounds like a Socrates quote. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, P-Town. Following you.
So far we established it's talking about a creator God. So who changed the truth of God into a lie and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. And then it gets into the judgments. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise the men, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves the recompense of their error, which was meet. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do the things which are not convenient, being filled with all ungodliness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers. I mean, on and on. There's other judgments, but I just wanted to establish there is a judgment of denying God as a creator. Here in Romans 1, because I want to get the benefit of the doubt, is that I believe it's a judgment upon a culture, a group of people, and that's mostly because I don't want to carry any anti. I don't know what's the word. I don't like looking at people and judging people. I mean, and it's also how I like to interpret that verse.
Okay. I think we all recognize here that though this is written in Greek, I think everyone can agree this is not Greek philosophy nor Greek religion. Right? Any arguments? Okay, it's Christian religion.
They spoke Greek at the time, though.
The prevalent language later became French and now is English. That's not the point. The point is it's about Christian religion, right? But it's written in Greek. So here's a problem. It even says that it's referring to a Hebraic word, God, right? But which Hebraic word? It doesn't say. Worse, you can't find out. Okay, so are they assuming that this word right here, the Hebraic God, is the Yod He Vav He or the Elohim? Anyone? Yeah, because we can't know, can we?
I'm trying to.
So does this even mean God in the strictest sense?
I'm trying to ask the relevance in my mind right now.
Well, Well, so Richard, I mean, we can get into. I mean, I was just trying to describe where I come from and my interpretation of
Right.
Scripture, but I don't want to. I don't want to throw. I don't want to throw your beliefs out the window or anything, but yeah,
I'm,
you do
I'm just
have to
talking about what's
assume.
reasonable to believe here.
Right, but you wouldn't. But you also kind of. You could say that about all of the New Testament, though.
Yes,
Is
you
my
have
point.
to.
And that's a whole nother discussion. I mean,
Okay, so what's the most reasonable thing to do with a Christian set written in Greek?
Ask the author.
I don't have an objection to it because it was at the one of the maybe the predominant written language at that time. For all I know,
That's not the point.
What is
That's
the
not
point?
the point.
it's my point though.
Well, I don't know why you're making the point it was written in Greek and Greek was popular. We all know that's why it was written in Greek.
Well, God is God of the Greeks as well as the Hebrew as well as the Gentiles.
Absolutely true. I believe in sovereignty, but that's also not the point. The point
So what's
is
your point? Yeah, sorry.
that this is referring to early Christianity, right? So what we should be asking is, how would the early Christians have meant God? Not how were the Greeks meaning the word God?
Well, who's asking that? I missed something.
I'm asking that. Because people tend to read the New Testament as if they should be looking at it at its face value, like, for instance, the word God. I'm pointing out you shouldn't.
In context of Romans? Sorry.
Well, isn't the word is it theos here?
Yes.
Well, then whatever that word means, that's what I'm referring to.
It means general God. So it could mean Baal, actually.
Then let's just say that.
I don't
Is that
think
okay?
it's talking about Baal.
But it's I'm talking about theos because if that's the word, then that's the word.
It's just a Greek general word meaning God. It's the same as El.
Well, then that's the God I'm referring to, I guess, when I read Romans 1.
I don't think you should. I don't think you're thinking that out, because you could literally be talking about Satan.
Well, I have an interpretation I could share if you like.
Yes.
I think that this helps establish that God's the perfect gentleman and that he lets people do what they want. You want to, do whatever sexual stuff, God lets
He's
you.
a very gentleman and lets them do what they want, but he'll punish them later. Okay, I see how it is.
Well,
look, please don't quote Christian, but instead ask him what he thinks is true.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And then, even more importantly, Jesus was very clear to his disciples and to us that if somebody disagrees with something that we want to say, then walk away.
Actually, I think that's talking to a very specific righteous person. But okay, go on.
I like to just make that point. If people want to do whatever the heck they want, let them do it, and God will. That's between them and God. We're not supposed to browbeat anybody.
I believe that's true. I believe that's
Yes.
true. Browbeating is it's not only anti-progressive. I find that people who browbeat someone else actually turn that other person away from that position.
Well, and apparently God doesn't browbeat. God lets people do what they want. God's very tolerant. Whether or not that's punishable or not, whatever, that's another topic. But God lets you do whatever.
So here's my overarching theory I'd like to show you guys.
Okay.
And it's such a big idea that I can't show it to you in any particular part of the text. I would have to review perhaps hundreds of scriptures with you. And who the heck wants to do that?
Me. Sorry.
Well, yeah, me too. Did I insult? Or their connection just dropped? Come back in if you were feeling insulted. I wasn't trying to be insulted. I was just trying to encourage fairness, Sparkle.
He was just ready to go to sleep, is what he said.
Oh, I missed that part. Well, peace and respect, and thanks for almost having some words in the chat tonight. Sorry you spoke so little. Actually, I think Sparkle is brilliant in the very specific way that Sparkle is brilliant. Yeah. Okay.
I'm glad he made us laugh.
So,
That was awesome.
pretty good at that, actually. Pretty good. Maybe not enough humor in Sparkle's life, and wants to add some. But that's psychologizing. I apologize. I shouldn't do that. Anyway, okay. So I think that your average Bible student can say, I hold faith, and some of these stories are not factual. Either one of you guys have arguments for that?
Which facts are we talking about? What?
Like historical facts.
I would say that you're talking about this. Are you talking about some of the parables? Maybe were just parables, but they're mentioned as being parables. But the stories, I think I hold them as factual, as a Bible believing Christian.
And I'd have to ask about specifics. Yeah. What are we talking about? I'm a little lost.
Well, I would give you a for instance. The word Nazareth means city with a wall that rotates with gates in it.
It's a very interesting word.
Yeah. Is there some city on this planet and the wall rotates and there's gates in the wall?
Not yet. I don't know. There might be some.
Actually, there is.
Okay.
Actually, there is. The whole Earth and the zodiac. And by the way, we found a place that they called literal Nazareth, no wall. Oh, and by the way, it was run by Islamic people, and there was a small faction of Jews who were oppressed there, and there was little to no spoken of Christians. By the way,
interesting. That's very interesting.
Now those are factual, historical things.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding, the Nazareth tradition started before Christ was born, so yeah.
Right. Okay. Also, it never became Christian.
Well,
it was attacked and plundered, and became kind of a waste city. Probably because it didn't have a wall.
Where is this?
The word Nazareth, the town Nazareth.
Was it like in Israel though, or somewhere else?
It's in the right part of the world, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. You never cease to amaze.
My point is that the biblical narrative about Nazareth is not factual.
It's like a euphemism, you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think that sometimes your interpretation of sometimes your interpretation of names and words in there, I think you're on the right path, but I think that you're wrong a lot, Richard. I mean, I don't, maybe I'm not using the right word, but I think that your approach, like the names, the place names, all that, they all fit together wonderfully and throughout Scripture. And
yes, they do.
But for example, I think the meaning behind the word, you said it's Nazareth, right?
Mm-hmm. In that case,
the town. Maybe it's a gate, like a circular gate around the town with circular wall around the town with lots of gates. But when you look up the word circular, which I have in the past, in the Hebrew, it can by implication be that which turns, but it doesn't literally mean that it has to turn. It can be by implication in some instances. So, and this is just all of this is hypothetical, but it was me trying to describe how sometimes I think you take it to another level.
Actually, what you just found out, I also found out, which makes perfect sense because the zodiac doesn't turn.
Okay.
We turn in the zodiac.
It was just a guess. Okay, gotcha. So tell me, what do you believe the city of Nazareth is?
It is the zodiac and referring to this earth. This particular earth, by the way.
In the zodiac being, can you define the zodiac for me? You're referring it to just as the stars in general from our vantage point?
Constellations,
Yeah.
constellations perceived by our vantage point that we use as a calendar.
Well, I think sometimes there's going to be some things that I'm going to learn from you. I think that sometimes there's multiple meanings behind words in the Bible. You can have a literal meaning. You can have maybe what I would call a spiritual meaning or a metaphysical meaning behind it. It can mean both. But I also think there is actually literally a town of Nazareth. Would
There
you agree
is.
with me on there? Okay.
There is a literal town of Nazareth, but
Okay,
it
and-
doesn't
and-
have gates that spin, and it doesn't have a wall that turns either.
Richard, I want to share something that may make no sense at all, but I want to run it by you, see what it might generate.
Maybe I looked it up. We'll find out.
Well, so the very first thought I had when you started this whole topic, I started questioning my mind: is there gates on this planet? My first immediate thought was, could that be applicable to rocket science, where every rocket that launches from this planet does so in a very precise time and place. There are better places than others to launch rockets, and so even like there's reasons why we use Florida, there's reasons why we use California, there's reasons why Roskobos uses what they use, and then there's windows, there's moments of opportunity to time when you launch just right, and if you don't, then you don't, you lose your optimization for your orbit. Is that a gate?
Interestingly enough, there's a text that most people don't like thinking about, where it reads, "I will gather you," meaning the group you, not the singular you. "I will gather you who have wandered up into the heavens."
Oh my gosh! Yes,
that's Bible.
That is awesome. Okay.
From the four corners of the heavens, I will gather you. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Well, meaning things like they don't stay on the ISS.
Wow.
If they make it to Mars, that won't matter. They're getting collected too.
I'd like to agree.
P-Town, to your observation,
that's rotating
I
gates.
think historicity of it or not may be, for certain people, a salvific issue. If it's not a salvific issue to you, I'm not concerned. However, if you need historicity to be true in order that you believe that the Bible is true, I'd like to offer you something else, because that is going to fail.
When you say historicity, you mean history, or what was the other word?
Verifiable history of the planet. I know more than one very devout, very religious person who valued the Bible and said in order that it is true, it must be historically true to the ancient Near East, something around the beginning of, CE, the Common Era, or BCE, or AD, the Antidominican, the time frame, 2,000 years ago-ish. Okay? It has to be true, literally, historically, and when they found that it wasn't, they lost their faith. And I think that's a travesty.
Well, I mean, I put the Bible first and everything. I take a lot of I stand up against a lot of the ancient Near East scientists, even though I'm not that very good in that field. I don't know. I lean on the Bible a lot just because, for other reasons. I'll put it first. I don't if I don't know enough about a subject to discredit the Bible, until I can touch it, until I can know I'm not going to hold someone else's authority over Scripture. If that makes sense. That's just the approach that I take. There's nothing that I need. I think the Bible can stand alone. I don't need anything else.
Okay. Well, I hope you really mean what you just said.
Well, but at the same time, you got me second guessing it. Like, if someone was able to prove through ancient Near East, I don't know how they would do it, but they often want to throw it at me that, the Bible's wrong. If they were able to actually prove to me the Bible's wrong, then yeah, that would really crush me. But I don't think
wrong.
they would.
It's not wrong. People look at it in weird ways. It's absolutely not wrong, not any part of it. I would give you Genesis 8:2. Please bear in mind that those people in the ancient Near East did not cross oceans. They didn't. So they had their continent and their continent only. And they judged everything by that continent. In fact, there was a good portion of people who thought it was a disk earth and a dome sky. That's how much they thought they were the only thing anywhere. Okay? Yet, Genesis 8:2, Old Testament. This dates back to something about, I don't know, something in oral or written tradition. Let's give an estimate, 3500 BC. Okay? Something like that. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Now you probably look at that a certain way, but please consider that many of these conjunctions are stuck in there and there were no commas originally. Okay? So the commas definitely don't belong. That's someone's translation. And some of these conjunctions also don't belong. Let's just read the key words. While earth remains, seed time, harvest, cold, heat, summer, winter, day, night, shall not cease. That positive, that strong negation, not is there. Do you know that's true of the planet and true of no continent?
This is what pops up right after the flood, correct? So I don't know where you're going with this, though. I want to answer your question, but this.
Did you know that it's always winter somewhere?
It's not. Oh yes, it's not true to every continent. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes,
it's not true to any continent, and it is simultaneously true to the whole planet. You could not author this without knowing the whole planet.
That's epic. By the way, can you also hear me?
Well, I mean,
it's okay.
You sound a little louder or something.
Yeah, I let my phone die because the conversation's been too epic. But yeah.
I think that well, this would be, I think I see your point, but this where actually I don't really get your logic. Actually, sorry, Richard, go ahead.
Okay, so when people normally read this, thinking, what's that, Joel? Go ahead.
To me, this is something that I think we should be writing down. This is scientific evidence of biblical claims.
I know.
Being confirmed. Yeah.
And all you have to do is take the translation away and look at the main words.
This is what I describe as biblical science, Richard.
I know. Me too.
I just want to say, I this is the approach I take to Scripture. I think that there wasn't summer, winter, and seed time, and like spring and fall. I don't think there were seasons until after the flood.
Doesn't matter.
That's how literally I take it. But that's just
doesn't
another
matter for
way
this
of
part of the
reading it.
conversation.
Well, but I think the people in this particular area of the world did experience all these things, so I'm not following your point.
I know. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, my understanding, gentlemen, was that during this part of the quote history of man, I thought most of humanity, if not all of humanity, was generally around the cradle of civilization, as they call it, in the Middle East area. So, did they know that the other continents existed? That the other side of the planet had the same seasons? I mean, I don't think that they knew. Certainly not.
They did not.
Moses.
Oh, I see. You're saying shall not cease, meaning it will. There's each part of the earth will be experiencing one part of each. Is that what you're saying, Richard?
Yes. Look at the words here.
Okay, finally I get what you're saying. Okay.
Od eretz kol yom zera kasir kor hom kayis horep yom layil sabat. You see it? Lo sabat. Okay?
Genesis 8
I see it. I wouldn't interpret it that way, but I wouldn't interpret it that way, but I do see a lot of your point that you're making. I see it in a lot of places in Scripture. I do. Yeah.
Okay.
So I understand
I'm pointing this out to say this is true, and it's knowledge no one there could have had. And I can give almost endless examples of these. This is just one.
And that's why I can't stand it when I run into the ancient Near East scholars who have a completely different view of how to interpret the Bible, and they'll argue with me. And it's like, they look at the person who wrote it as they literally believe they were in a dome, and no, the Bible has stood the test of time, man. And I think science illuminates it.
Well, if I may help, P-Town, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, I think he's making the point that this is just the sheer logic of how no human author of whatever biblical text we're talking about, whoever penned this, could have known these things back then, in theory, and that they had to, it has to be divine.
More than that, if a person wrote something like this, they'd have been laughed out of town.
Yeah, we're making assumptions that they couldn't have known. I mean, because there's all kinds of other theories I've heard as well, Richard, about how that maybe mankind had been space faring before the flood. And, there's all kinds of other theories. But regardless, this I think is powerful evidence of inspiration.
I think these comments are very. I think this comment is very interesting, and this comment is very interesting.
Usually, when you get needlessly criticized, you usually make it a good point, right? Because things that are untrue usually have a good response against, but they don't have a good response.
I think it's very telling, actually.
Well, if I may,
just
I was trying to relay this to...
Just like if you make a really solid point, the other person left with no choice has insults, and that's all they've got.
Yep, that's another Socrates quote. But this preludes into what I was trying to share earlier tonight with P-Town, Richard. Something else that I've learned, I think, is a good case for biblical revelation correlating with modern science. I was trying to ask earlier about the relativity thing. There's a correlation that I've discovered years ago about how... So Einstein's theory... before LIGO, of course, almost a century later came around, Einstein predicted gravity waves and talked about how there was what was called the Big Crunch in modern cosmology, the idea that the universe will be ripped to shreds by gravity waves. So how feedback, like audio feedback, you put a microphone too close to a speaker, it gets that god awful screeching noise, it gets bigger and bigger and louder and louder, so you take it away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's self-reciprocating, reverberating waves, and the theory goes, the math actually goes, this is how Einstein figured it out before LIGO type stuff and Virgo observatories were built. The math suggests that as galactic size, super singularities grow in the center of galaxies and get bigger and bigger and swallow up entire galaxies, their gravity wave emissions will increase as well. And again, they're all relatively the same frequencies, so they will also begin to self-reverberate just like a feedback loop with your audio speakers, right? And get louder and louder and stronger to the point where that starts to literally destroy and rip the subatomic particles of the universe, because of the gravity waves just colliding so violently. And so one of the correlations, I think it's Revelation 6:14, and also somewhere in Daniel, I think, where there's prophecy the last day that the sky will be rolled up like a scroll, and that the mountains and the islands will be moved from their places, quote unquote, right? People just kind of take it as non-literal. Well, if two gravity waves, which are spirals, that are spinning in opposite directions, were to collide near the Earth, that would look exactly like what John said and Daniel said they saw in the last day. Look like the sky would roll up like a scroll, and of course the gravity, these singularities, these black holes, would literally just rip the surface of the Earth up into space. So I think that what they prophesied is literal. It's a literal.
I see that all the time, and I see that all the time in Scripture. If you can pattern even the words that modern astronomers use, and it matches with Scripture a lot. I mean, even the concept, the fabric of space. God talks about how He stretches the heavens like a garment, like a tent to dwell in, like a scroll. Yes, I know. It's quite amazing. And then it's funny too. You watch these documentaries, and they literally will use the same words. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if God put in how He was going to do it in Revelation, and it would match with modern science. Yeah, I see it.
Zaius' cosmic microwave background radiation discovery is what codified
the stars sing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's in Job, talks about how all the stars sing together. I mean, it's basically radio waves that we're picking up, and
even
I've written down there's thousands of these that it's what I focus on when I read Scripture. It's
cool. Yeah, we should all share these things then. Yeah.
See, that's the sort of thing
I think the advent of the Richard, you would love one of my favorite ones is I think the invention of the telescope is foretold in there. It's blatantly obvious to me.
Which part do you
you in particular would love it. It's in Job 37 towards the end. I can't remember the exact verse, but Job 37.
Or just say some of it.
Well, it's the only time the word mirror is used. Not the word mirror, but I don't actually, for some reason, I don't have it memorized.
Just any keywords, bro.
Here, just give me 30 seconds and I'll find it real fast.
Okay.
While you're looking it up, I was going to share, I think it's Isaiah, maybe, talking about, can you send out lightnings to and fro and say, here we are? That sounds like radio to me.
Sounds like
I'm so glad you noticed that, and the fact that we can use that to measure distance and track where things are, or or we can compass about with sparks. I think it was referencing ships that compass about with sparks, and I'm like, okay. Anyway, you just see it.
There was another verse that I like to use often about, and I forget where exactly it is, but he's talking about how do you see lightning chariots, basically. And I'm thinking, what would an old school, Old Testament prophet, how would you, if you were from 1500, 2000 BC, and you're standing on the side of a freeway in modern times, how would you describe seeing cars go by with their headlights on?
Yeah, there is some of that where I think it actually uses the word headlights, but I haven't looked up the. Yeah, there's one.
Okay, that one sounded like a stretch to me.
It is a huge stretch because if you, I haven't actually gone into the Hebrew yet on that one, but someone just pointed that out to me the other day. But
well, I would describe cars on the freeway as a lightning chariot if I didn't know better. Was my point.
You guys like Ox's keywords?
But you know, sometimes I bring up to these atheists that just the concept that light travels or that light is not instantaneous, that it travels at a speed, I think is a profoundly modern scientific statement that the Bible alludes to. Because it's just, I think that we fail. We think things are common sense now, but they're really not common sense.
Okay, so talk about the difference between exegesis and eisegesis. What is necessary in the text, and what do you have to necessarily extrapolate out, and where do you draw the line?
Joel, that's maybe for you. I don't really know what eisegesis and exegesis is.
Definition
Richard.
problems, no problem. No problem definitions. Okay, exegesis, the literal words and what they mean. Eisegesis, what does it mean to me? Now there's necessary eisegesis and there's unnecessary eisegesis.
Well, my first thought to answer that for you is, what is most relevant for me to better understand God?
It's a great question.
Yeah, and to me, that's. I mean, I quote Einstein. I love to quote Einstein, but I quote him on that as well. That he doesn't care about this or that element, or you know, all he cares about is understanding God. The rest are details. Science can only be used to understand God.
I found that verse if you want. So it's Job 37, 18.
If the context of the idea is relatively short, just read it.
I'll just read the verse, okay? This is Elihu, if I remember correctly speaking, not God, not Job yet. But hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass? Okay, simple. It's the only time the word molten looking glass is used in the Bible. It's referred to as a mirror. But the reason why I brought this up for you, Richard, is I think it would be a nice study for you, because when you get into what each word means, like if you the word spread out, if you it's describing spread out could mean zooming in, because if you look, you might be able to help me out with it, but the Hebrew in here doesn't make sense. You can look at all the translations in English. They're all so different because it's describing the act of looking at something, but it's also describing the physical something. But here, it's spread. Can you spread out the skies with a mirror? With mirrors, basically. And it describes the mirrors as being molten, but like the spreading out by implication, hammering something. But that's pretty much what our modern telescopes are. They're these mirrors, they're molten, that are hammered down, right? And in that process of hammering that metal, when you use it to reflect light, it causes the image to spread out. And it's just a little Bible study for you to do. And the following verse, I think. Okay.
Original Hebrew word, rakah, to pound. This is the hammering part that you're talking about.
Right.
More specifically, most usually to pound the earth. Okay.
To overlay with thin sheets of metal. So it's because that's how you would make a mirror. You'd overlay thin sheets of metal and you pound it to beat, right?
Okay.
Right. In this case, it's referring to this physical thing as to see something, though. Can you? So.
Hold on. One word at a time.
I think he's a country music fan.
I've known people. To overshadow, as in like by huddling together. To become or make dim. To make hidden. This might get real interesting real soon. That was the root of it. And then the derivative word equal with, see, with, to be equal with. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to eat this up.
And the same word, raka, okay, spread out. To be equal with, spread out.
Mm-hmm.
So this word him right here, oh crap! Bad word.
Right.
No, it's a wrong idea. This is what I'm saying. People don't look at this stuff. They don't.
Right.
The shakak, rooted in the idea of beat and warn, to comminate.
What does that mean?
Attrition, ideas, attrition, beat, like you would do to a powder. Okay, so this is giving definition. Yeah. This is this is giving definition to the idea of beating, how it is beat.
Well, it's the word for the sky. I'm guessing it's the word for the. It typically is associated with the sky for some reason, the firmament.
Well, no, it's talking about dust in the sky.
Well, all sky is particles.
Hazak from. Hope you guys are writing this stuff down, because I'm not going to be able to remember. I'm going to hold some of it, but I usually take notes. To fasten upon.
You're recording.
Yeah. To fasten upon, to make strong, something like that. Harder, also harder, hottest, impudent, loud, mighty, sore, stiff-hearted, and strong or stronger.
So if I may, Richard, this is seeming like a correlation that it's not necessarily talking about the literal sky, but more to P-Town's point, it's talking about making a solid mirror similar to like a telescope.
Right, it's a riddle because
telescope. I think the telescope idea is pretty strong here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when this is like to see.
You see what I'm saying?
Some kind of see means to understand. This one
Vision?
doesn't mean to understand. It means to literally use your eyeballs, literally and figuratively. So it's not like understand. It's like observe.
Spreading something out on a hard surface.
Right, but also doing that to see, and then the last word will really bring it home.
A mirror or looking glass, right?
The larger your mirror, the better your telescope, right?
So it was like to see, and it's sandwiched to see, right? And then the word molten is going to be the real key word in all of this.
Well,
to pour out. Wow, it's like to pour out to sea.
Well, to me, that's how you make a mirror finish, is to make it so smooth, so flat.
To melt.
Sorry, I thought the last word was mirror. I thought the last word was mirror.
No, it wasn't the last word.
Yeah, my bad.
That's okay.
But the molten look, it's just once you grasp the concept that to spread out, spreading out an image by using molten metal that you pound out, and literally it's a mirror to see with.
Actually, it's metal pounded into a powder and then melted on.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is true.
It's how we make telescopes now.
That's how you that's an ancient method for applying silver to the back of a piece of glass to make a mirror.
Right, and that's why mirrors back then were actually like not very powerful telescopes. It makes the image bigger.
and it's the strong the idea of tying something to another, strong fastening. So it's strong fastening what? It's strong fastening seeing
the image
through the mirror, and emphatic to really see.
Yeah. It's to zoom in to the stars with a mirror. I mean,
it's not
telescope.
ridiculous. It's not ridiculous.
It's also how you make super alloys today, like with rocket engine components. You can't weld or mill Inconel type super alloys, so it's literally a 3D powder build using lasers. So you make a powder of the metal, and you put a small layer down, and you zap it with a laser to try to melt it, and then you build it up layer by layer.
Wow, it's even more accurate then. Yeah, I mean,
that was probably useless information. I don't know if it's parallel.
I've heard of such things. You know, some things are just.
Well,
I mean, you could mill by electrical machining, but it's so timely and it's so costly, and it's not the best way to do it.
Well, for the super alloys, they're super heat resistant, so no matter what kind of other metal you try to mill with it, it'll just kill your bit.
Right.
That's a whole different.
And then here's it. I'll tell you, if you go to the next verse, and this is a stretch, but if you go to 19.
Well, you know, if we can say it's a stretch, it's okay to look at it. You know.
Right.
And what
so
do you
let's
think,
assume.
Chandler?
So this next one, I think it's making the connection because this part in Job with Elihu comes in. He doesn't say much until the end, and he's kind of a mediator between his friends. And anyway, I won't give you the background, but if you go back to it, it's 37:19.
Yeah, got it.
I want to confirm with my American slang, whatever sensibilities. Is Elihu? Is that Elijah? Or is that two different?
This is Elihu. This is in Job.
We'll look up that word next. That's why I was going to find it in the text.
Gotcha.
Job's friends or something. Okay.
But I wanted to explain. So this next verse, I feel like he's saying, "Hey, you know, by doing this, what are we going to say unto him? You know, possibly referring to God, but I don't think God's in there. But how can we reason? We can't make sense of this because of the darkness. You can have the point is we look at maybe since I'm talking to a rocket scientist, maybe he knows more about this. But right now, when we look at the universe, the way that it operates and everything, we have to make up things like dark energy, dark matter to explain it because we can't make sense of it because of the darkness. This is a stretch, but possible connection I made.
Well,
but if we do use those fancy telescopes in space, we really can't make sense of how the spirals operate without adding something else that we can't see. Dark matter and dark energy.
Not true.
Well, to make it even worse for you, those types of theories, the membrane and the in space and the string theory and all that stuff you just talked about, those are God of the gap type arguments because basically there's missing gravity. Gravity is too weak, as they say, and so the observable universe stuff is moving. There's not enough mass. It looks like. So we just
and that's my point. Yeah. So you say it better than I do, and that's the next. Like we can't and I think it's a valid way of approaching of conducting science. I do. I think it should just be. I think it's noteworthy to mention that we're the process by which we come to that stuff. Just we're trying to fill in the gaps. Yeah.
Well, it's unfortunate. It would be nice to find out what's actually going on. It's the potentially false assumption that Newton's universal laws of gravitation might not be so universal.
I think it's I think it has electrical attributes that we don't understand yet. I don't think that. I don't think. But then again, I'm obviously not well versed in that subject. It's just my presumption.
Yeah, you're reminding me of Eric Lerner's plasmatic electric universe, but I think we're getting away from Richard's exercise.
It's okay. I'm looking stuff up.
Okay.
No. Most people, most laymen, do not understand that when you see a computer generated image in still frame of a spiral universe, it's turning the wrong way, so to speak. The outside of those curved spikes, like wagon wheel spokes, are leading. They're not getting pulled. Most people do not know that's leading it. It's not the gravitational center and all the rest of it's behind that. The spiral galaxy, the thing furthest away, is leading the way and going the fastest. And worse than that, you want to hear something really crazy that's just evident in observation in real time by a singular human being? Warm, calm day, no breeze, dirt devil or leaf devil in the park. Anybody? Where's the up and down draft of the hot and cold air? Where's that? It doesn't exist.
Where do you think it's coming from?
Well, it's evident they always turn the same way or in patterns of reversing turns, which you can imitate in a laboratory any day of the week.
I believe
just by doing some work with electrical arcs. You can do that every day of the week, no problem.
Is that the Coriolis effect?
No, the Coriolis effect is another thing that says this Earth is being dragged. It's not dragging anything. The fact that air moves easier than thicker liquids or solids, the thinnest thing we see is moving the fastest, and it's going faster than the crust. That screams it's getting
a little more
pulled.
to it. Yeah.
Yes, it's not as simple as just that, but overall it's true.
The density of the air, talking about?
Yeah.
And the sun plays a large role on it too.
Yes, there's
Earth
other things
tilting
to be
at
added
its
in. That's
axis.
true.
Well, in a way, the
Okay,
sun's
here
light kind of pulls on it. But what do you think of what's your synopsis? See, most Christians will look at that and think that darkness means like some sort of metaphysical feeling, like into the like sadness or being
I'll tell
or
you how I read
dumbness.
this.
Yeah.
What it literally is to know or have knowledge, meaning something is true in reality. To know what? To say a row is set or not a row is set. To repent, to be dark of mind. So what does that say? To me, this reads, I don't know how teach got in there. It's knowing. It's like firsthand experience knowing. Go ahead.
Well, then, yeah. So, I mean, and this is where I will say this one, I think, as a guest, but I think it's saying that, but it's also referring to darkness in a physical sense.
It can
The
mean
possibility.
darkness in a physical sense. That word "dark" right there was either literal or figurative. But this is what I read. It's more like you think you know something, but do you set things in a row in their proper order, or do you not set things in a row? Do you repent of your darkened mind?
Do you repent in your darkened mind?
Do you repent of your darkened mind?
By darkened mind, are we talking or describing like a lack of knowledge?
Yeah, I'm sure since this whole topic is knowledge.
Or are we talking about sin? Sinful nature?
Now,
That's going to be a little bit of a stretch to me.
This is my guess, okay, and I'm not a Hebrew scholar, but if you take the consideration of my interpretation of 17:18, and then I just presumed it said, well, it says, "Teach us what we should say unto him." I don't really know what it's referring to there, who they're referring to, but how should we make sense of this? Because we can't make sense of this order because of the darkness. And it was a stretch.
Can you show me this right here? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unto him. Now you see over here the Hebrew word?
Yes. What is that?
They didn't know.
They don't know. We don't know what that word is.
That's why that word is not written under. You see how the rest of them, you get the Hebrew word and the textual variant, and then the English word, identifying that Hebrew set of sounds.
What are those two letters?
Which is a horrible translation. Well, gosh, can't tell from the King James, can you?
Can you?
Well, no, I'm talking about what are those two letters in the Hebrew. I don't know. Actually,
Let's find out. So you got to do that.
Into Google Translate
yes,
or
you
something.
can. No, you can just directly paste it right into Google.
Nice. Wanted to quickly agree with the theological guy there too. That we see the Milky Way, we see the arm, so we assume it's like other spiral galaxies. The
Yes,
Milky Way.
that's true.
But everyone know what assuming does, right? Makes an A out of you and me. Haha.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, sorry, it's just been so done. You're such a science guy with the super dry sense of humor, and nobody's gonna laugh, man.
That's right. Super dry. At 4 o'clock.
Okay,
it's
so
3 o'clock in the morning.
actually that word is if or if only or I wish.
They translated as unto him, huh?
They were guessing. They did not have a definition. James Cartwright, if you would turn on your camera and pinch your left earlobe, I will let you in the stream. And if you can't turn on your camera and do that, that's not pinching your... No, bye. Okay, so you got that. Yeah, they were guessing. I mean, I'm not picking on them. They did the best they could. You know? The word for, no equivalent word. There isn't one. And we is not we. And cannot is cannot. And order is actually order. This is 6186, 6186. Those are both the word order. Why'd they put the we right here? No. No.
Yeah, it's tough. But I appreciate you guys listening to my whole, like, my translation of that one with the where I think it means a telescope. I think it's the best translation I can find.
I loved it. Yes.
You can't call it boring.
So when you'd like it, Richard.
Well, on my off the cuff, making it up as we go, right in this very moment, scale of accuracy, I'm going to give the whole telescope thing about a 30. But it ain't terrible. It's not impossible to look at it as a telescope.
About 30 out of 100.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Still pretty darn good in my book.
Well, it's Hebrew's funny because it it can be so poetic and so broad, but sometimes I find it can be specific, but because of the way it's in a broad sense, and I don't know how to. I can only give examples. I can't. It's an interesting language. I can't speak it, but I think it's a powerful language. I don't like the way it sounds, but it's an interesting language that God chose.
Oh, interesting. So that textual variant that was very different from the other words, it's immaterial ideas. We cannot order our speech.
Right. That's what it says in the King James, I think.
Interesting stuff.
Well, guys, I think as fun as this is, I should probably make myself go to sleep. I'm actually going to church tomorrow, which I don't normally do.
Today? You mean church today?
Yeah, church
Yes,
today.
he does mean today. Yeah.
And I got honeydews in the morning, so you guys have a wonderful night.
Yeah, man.
You
It was a
too.
pleasure.
Joel,
Thanks for
nice meeting
dropping
you.
by.
Yeah. Do you want to hang up too, Richard?
I
Or you want
wanna
to keep going?
P-Town, I want to work on your safety net because historicity is fragile. I mean, I'm open to talking more.
Cool. I love your brain. You have some really good reasoning skills.
Oh, it's a weird brain, man. I mean, it's really good at some stuff, and some stuff it really sucks.
Yeah.
I still have my name up as smoking. That's terrible.
Well, you certainly challenged my thinking, so that's what I love. I need a good challenge.
You know, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not horribly concerned with. Can't even spell demolish and think at the same time. See, that's what I mean. Not a great brain. I'm not even concerned with how many people agree with me.
Good.
Actually, I am very concerned with being accurate to the text and taking into consideration like Hebrew idioms and what's that word? Ellipsis, things like that, where they left words out on purpose because the reader is supposed to understand the implied word that's not there. Ellipsis
I agree.
are super important.
I agree with cryptomeria. That
No, Richard's not brilliant. Richard's been tested. Trust me, Richard's not brilliant. Richard's just weird.
You just so again, you just confirmed to me at least that you have a very scientific mind.
Dude. Oh, he lost his connection. Well, we'll give him a few minutes, see if he comes back. You're very sweet, Crypta. It's just inaccurate. The fact of the matter is that there is nothing on this planet that agrees better with my brain than exactly what we're doing right now.
Well, I hit the wrong button, so. But
Like
yeah,
that.
no, you're talking about accuracy and integrity and just trying to stand up for what seems true. That's science. It's a scientific mind.
That's honesty. That's honesty,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's required for science. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know my favorite game at all? I mean, total favorite game ever? Hear something brand new and just let my brain run away with it.
Yeah. You want me to try to
I
think of
love that
something?
more than anything. What's that?
I was gonna see if I could think of something brand new for you, maybe then, if you want.
There's probably a lot of your experience that would be brand new to me because I'm a construction guy.
Yeah. You have a topic? Or range?
That's like saying, do you know what you don't know?
Yeah. I mean, you don't know what you don't know?
You don't know what you don't know. You have to hear about it. Like, I don't know, I'd have to choose something from within my range that you're unlikely to have encountered. Do you know? Do you know drill sizes? Do you ever had a cause to know drill sizes?
If you're talking about like 3/16 drills and stuff like that.
Yeah, all the different sizes of drill bits.
I know how to find a drill bit size. But I guess I'm not sure if there's like a special code necessarily.
There are 3 different codes, all in SAE, for drill bits. It's not even including metric.
Okay.
Metric is a whole different scale. So there's fractionals, like you said. I think you said 3/16. That's a fractional drill bit. It's part of an inch, right? And then the equal equivalent of like 3/16, just under a quarter, something like 5.5 mil will be 3/16. So there's your millimeter equivalent, something like, it's close to that. It's not perfect, but it's close. Because quarter inch is 6 millimeters, almost perfect, not quite perfect, but it's real close. But even in machining in SAE, you also have thousandths of an inch drill bits. Most people don't even know that, don't care, because they're doing stuff too general that doesn't matter. You don't need the thousandths of an inch drill bits, but that does exist. And then there's an alphabet. Why is there an alphabet? Because sometimes you need in between weird sizes. Like for instance, if you're putting a quarter-inch bolt in something, right, and you're going to thread that, well, you are definitely not threading it to 1/4. That's the shaft size of the bolt. You have to thread it over that. Well, how much threaded over that is that going to be? Well, the full depth of every thread on each side. It's going to be that much bigger. So there's a whole set of drill bits that have letter assignments to them, or combinations of letter assignments to them, depending on how big you get. But the smaller ones are in single letters.
Interesting.
That's the sort of crap I know.
You're reminding me how model train sets apparently have like a similar alphanumeric scale system.
Do they? I didn't know that.
Yeah, went to a museum once and there's like G something over there, and it's all formalized. You know, there's like a universal code for what scale your model train is at.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that would be better than trying to. I don't know. It sounds like what they did was like a Dewey Decimal System kind of thing. That's what that sounds like. And that's got to be because of the number of fans that were into model trains.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be because there's that many variations.
I think that's why they tried to eliminate the variations. But if you look at a chart, you know, I'm sure it'll be instantly intuitive to you. But just an odd thing, I thought.
Well, I know how to find out.
I've only met very few people in model trains, and the few that I've met are very devout.
Yeah, it seems like complete fanaticism or complete disregard, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot. Am I right? It just seems to be true.
Yeah, my supervisor, NCO at Fort Bragg, converted his entire garage into nothing but just a huge train set. Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can find one here that actually works. Okay, this looks like a pretty good site where they're actually explaining it.
Yeah, because I've done model airplanes and these little model kits and stuff you can put together as a kid. it just says 1/72nd scale or whatever. But no, the model train industry apparently has its own little code.
Okay.
For doors?
What? What are you looking
It's
at?
Oh, tall. Okay. I thought I saw the word door,
Yeah,
but
he's,
maybe
he's,
not.
he's talking about his model and how he can, equal everything up and include a train.
Mm-hmm,
So apparently everything's all the rest of that scale stuff for like train models is scaled to the same as the trains are. So you have HO scale O, G, and here it is ZN, HOS, O, and G.
Interesting.
Where in G, a human is represented as being 3 inches tall, which is 1/22nd scale.
Mm-hmm.
In O, they're about 1 3/8 inches tall at 1/48 scale. In S, 1/64 scale at something about 1 1/16. No, about 1 5/32 inches tall. And then HO 1/87th scale, where a human being would be almost spot on 3/4 of an inch tall. Then what is that? 1/2 inch tall and 1/4 inch tall at 1/220th scale. Didn't know there was such zeal.
Yes. Devotion.
Look at all
I
this.
guess
All this information.
the theoretical practicality of it maybe is that if my train set's at H scale and yours is at GO scale, I guess we can know how compatible our sets are, I guess. I don't know.
I actually struggled at first in construction because I wasn't taught in school how to multiply complex fractions.
Right.
They didn't tell you. I mean, I couldn't remember, or they taught me and I wasn't paying attention. I was falling asleep that day. I don't know. It's really a wonder I even passed anything in school.
Did you figure it out since then, I hope?
Yeah, I started using it in practicum and had to get used to it. But
Well, yeah, no, I had a similar experience when I got out of the military and started going back to school. I'd been a math genius, growing up, of course, but I forgot all my math. Oh my gosh! And so I did the matriculation test. Yeah, and so they wanted to put me in 2 remedial math courses when I started my first bachelor's. And it just took like a month, and it all came back to me. I had to talk to the dean, and he let me skip the class and get back into regular classes. But yeah, it for a while there, I was, I forgot all my math. So I relate. Use it or lose it, right? As an electrician, you don't use a lot of math. As an electronics guy.
You want to talk about a bad decision? I was 13 years old. I saw a backhoe for the first time in my life. And I said, man, that's for me.
Yeah.
And I still have great love of backhoes. I actually do. I learned to run them in the Army, and then I did it a little bit as a civilian, and I love backhoes. But I decided at 13-year-old, I started looking at a backhoe and went, let's see, what don't I need? Biology, economics, history. And I went down the list and went, what do I need? Basic math. That's all I need. And I was 13. I thought, I can already do basic math.
So you're done?
I am done learning. I'm done. Finished.
That makes sense.
So I had perfect scores like flawless scores until I was 13. And then when I was 13, I failed out. Mom said, you're going back to this. I said, Mom, can I quit? I'm no good at this. I'm stupid. She said, no, you're not. And you're going back and you have to pass. Well, that's Mom, and that's the law. So I passed. So I figured out that if I got 100% on 25% of my homework and 100% on all my examinations, I could pass with a D minus. And that's what I did for the rest of the time I was in school. I got a D minus consistently all the way through till I graduated.
Am I recalling correctly that your mom was a science teacher?
That is correct.
Remember that.
She didn't really appreciate my sarcasm.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Or your mathematical precision for your grades.
Yeah. I mean, I really had it worked out. I mean, I looked into the how the school system scores things and figured it out. Yeah. In fact, it was so terribly close that I had to go to 2 weeks of summer school to graduate my senior year because, I'm not kidding you, this sounds like no way, man. It wasn't that close. Yeah, it was this close. I got a 96 and had to go to summer school. It was that tight. Sarcastic little bastard.
I had a little similar experience. I was like a big computer geek growing up, right? I was like on my dad's computer like 24/7 almost. I was a sysop of 300 different BBSs. This is growing up in Houston, so I was just busy.
Initials.
Bulletin board service. Before the World Wide Web, yeah. Before Netscape, before the modern browser, we had text-based computer interface for the internet, quote unquote. And I was managing all this stuff. I was a kid, but I didn't care about school. I mean, I was in like advanced chemistry and physics class. I was in these classes because I knew the stuff, but I just didn't care, right?
Right.
And my junior year, I don't think I went to half of it. And I had to repeat my junior year, not because I was dumb, I was just lazy. But so that's part of my Christian testimony. So I met God when I was 17, my junior summer, and it changed my life. I went from a wannabe know-it-all.
Tell that actual story.
Sure. Oh, well, God changed my life though, and it made me actually start caring. So I repeated my junior year and my senior year 1 year, graduated on time. So that was
good job.
A lot of work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, so you want to hear my experience with God as a kid?
Yes.
I may have shared it before, but maybe it's been a while. So my brother Philip, he was a year younger than me, and he found God before me, and we used to bicker and argue and fight, as brothers do. But he went all over the planet and was a missionary and been to Venezuela and Ecuador and I don't know, all these places. And so he'd come back and he'd share all these miracles, people, getting healed and people's lives changed. And I was like, nah, that's all bullcrap. But he lived it, right? And he was really kind and stuff. But so this is all part of the story, so bear with me. He was working for a family of the church that my mom went to, and to get a car. They had a spare car. He was like doing like yard work and stuff for like a year, right, to pay for this car. And so he gets the car finally, but the first day he drives it, he wrecks it, right? And he junked the car because it was totaled, and got just enough for it to the penny to buy 2 tickets to a teen missionary group called Acquire the Fire. And he asked me to go. And I was like, at the time, I was all into studying different religions. I was in the occult. I was just, I was a big computer idiot kid that just didn't care. And I was like, okay, if it hadn't been like a near miracle, I guess, to pay for that ticket, I probably wouldn't have you know, indulge my brother. But I was like, okay, I'll study this stupid Christianity thing, basically, right? Just to appease him. And so he was out of town. It was like up in Dallas, whatever. And we went into the van of like maybe a dozen of his friends, you know, and they were all just shouting and bickering and arguing, you know, because I was a very staunch atheist, and I knew all the arguments. And they couldn't convince me. And then so we got there the night before, and all the guys were all sharing a hotel room to save costs, whatever. And I'm laying on the floor, looking up at the night sky between the curtains and the window, and I literally I dared God. I said, God, if you're real, you're gonna have to prove it to me. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna worship a silent God. You've got to prove it. You exist to me, right? And I went to sleep. And so the next day he did. The next day we went to their little concert thing, and you know, it was a thing to motivate Christian kids to go overseas, to be missionaries. And it's not Mormon, it was just some non-denomination thing. But it's like God just, the only way I can describe it, God cracked my skull open. Like I had a very closed mind, and it just broke my mind open. And it's like I started just knowing things. And it's like everybody in America grows up knowing the gospel, but it's like when I heard it that day, it's like it finally made sense. If that makes sense. And it made me cry like a baby. I mean, I just sobbing. I was a 17-year-old, again, computer idiot kid wanting to know it all. I left the church. I walked out. I was like, dude, yeah. I just couldn't stop. And it just was like I was literally just listening. I could feel God, you know, and I could, it's like I started just knowing God. You know, and some of the girls, you know, from my brother's group came out. They're all checking on me. Are you okay? I'm like, you know, I was mad. Like, yeah, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
I'm embarrassed right now. You mind?
No, yeah. But eventually, you know, I pulled myself together, went back inside, and I saw the end of their concert. They had this stage lineup of kids with flags from all these different countries that they'd visit. And I saw this one kid was standing there, and I forget which flag he was holding, but he was crying. And I walked up there to him and you know, started just crying with him. And it's like everything just made sense. If that makes sense. And it's just,
now,
I don't know.
For those who haven't gone through that, for those who haven't experienced it, what were you crying for?
It was like, oh gosh, it's hard to describe. It was basically knowing God loves me, and that everything that I thought that I knew and cared about and was important was not. And it was like this huge, it was a combination of disappointing in myself and then this huge relief that it didn't matter, or that the things that, it's like everything became important to me because I was important to God, basically. And it's like this huge range of emotions that you can't really codify. And again, I was not an emotional kid. I was just a computer geek, right? And so it's like God just made me a brand new person, including with a range of emotions and such that I just didn't. I don't know, all the callousness, all the hostility, the hatred that I had for things, because I was an angry kid, angry atheist. It all just went away, and it's just this love and peace and care for myself and others just was replaced with, you know.
You do not have to read the Bible where it claims that God will take away your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh for that to be true.
Yeah.
You do not need to read that. It'll happen anyway.
That's right. That's exactly how, that's the best way of describing it. Thank you. So yeah, I went from this angry atheist kid that didn't care about life to, you know, volunteered to go overseas. I just wanted to help save the world. Totally new creation. And it boosted my science career too. I mean, I was just a computer guy, and all of a sudden everything made sense. It's like I've got a literal connection with the guy that did it all, you know. So I like to describe it. I asked Dad.
I mean, I'm not 100% logic. I do have emotions. I do value them. I do think they're important. I do think that they help me. They help inform me about reality around me. I would even go so far as to say that sometimes my emotions are way ahead of my logic, and I'm struggling with my logic to figure out why I feel a way about a thing, which seems like it shouldn't be that way, but that's how it is.
It sounds extremely healthy to me.
It might be. I don't know. I recently, a couple months ago, I found out that I am only angry. The only time I get angry is when someone is being not perceivably, actually dishonest. I just found that out about me a couple months ago. So what I need to do is, instead of getting angry at them, I need to ask, what are they lying about? Because deep inside me, I know they're lying. I just haven't figured out what they're lying about yet.
Have you ever considered studying the different personality typing systems they're called?
You know, Flow State was just talking to me about that. Why did that sentence get all mixed up? Talking to me about that the other day. There we go. There it is.
Nice. The MBTI is one of the more popular ones, but the Enneagram just popped in my mind. So it's 9 types is why it's called the Enneagram. It's a pentagram, whatever. And the type 1, you just reminded me of. They're very rules oriented. They're very, very big on honesty.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I read the Bible so weird. And why my brain does what it does with it is because once I was shown a reading frame, and it works, I don't think I have a choice. Like, I feel like there is no choice about how to read the Bible. There is no 2 ways to read it. That's what I think. I know that's extremely, well, that's just your bias or whatever. No, okay, fine. I am biased. I must be because I'm human. But, yeah.
Or maybe you've been ingrained with such a strong sense of honesty and just wanting to find the truth. You found there's only one way to understand that truth.
Yeah, but what are you going to say if I say that Christ is Thor?
It's a good analogy. In fact, that reminds me. So I've been told by some historians that the Norwegians were one of the fastest converted culture types out there. Like, it was like less than 40 years. I was told, I think, because the ancient Norse mythology parallels Christianity extremely well. So it makes sense.
It does. Hey, here's funny thing. Not an angel, not the Son, not anyone in heaven, but only the Father knoweth the hour and the day. Of what? Of the great day of the Lord, the end times, right? You ever considered the word Ragnarok and what it means and who Ragnar is? Because Ragnar is Thor's father.
I was going to say, that sounds like from the movie.
Well, it's a little bit better than the movie. Movies have a tendency to like take too much liberty with it. And some people in our culture even think that Odin is Thor's dad. No, that's not how the story goes.
Really?
It's actually Odin is an overarching thing, and then there's a lineage set, and the lineage you should worry about, the ending of the lineage, the one you encounter, is Ragnar and his son Thor. Which is why it's called Ragnarok, because he conducts it. It's his deal.
Wow. See, that's some serious parallels with...
I mean, it's spot on. It's not even paralleled.
So is that correlating with how Jesus is God? And all things were created through Jesus. Is that the correlation?
I guess it's starting to slowly
and
percolate.
it goes yes, and it goes further than that. How about this one? Michael and his angels war with Satan and his angels, and Michael loses. It might be 4,000. Pretty sure it's 4,000 of his troops. Of course, they're not lost forever. They're restored. They died in righteousness. And the promise is you die in righteousness, you get restored into heaven. You know, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then in heaven you battle, you die, and you're restored, and you battle, and you die, and you're restored. Dude, I think that the strict Norse mythology is talking about Michael and his troops.
That's amazing.
Yeah, to me, I'm like, man, that's spot on, bro. I can understand somebody being into that.
For some reason, it's reminding me of, was it, I forget, it was Michael or Raphael? Not Raphael. Who was the other one? The archangel that was
maybe Uriel or Jibril, Gabriel, or no, no bells there.
Gabriel maybe, but about Daniel. Daniel was praying for 30 days, and that's another potential good Bible study. Maybe you can help with. Was it an angel or was it the Lord Himself that told Daniel, you know, don't worry, we heard you the first time. We were fighting the principalities or whatever. Remember that story?
You know, some people will say that like it's a type, you know, and it's saying, well, you know, every time you get an ancient prophet who's a type, he's like a reflection or foreshadowing of Christ, something like that. Of course, in multiple earth, as I think it's demanding, it's not a type. It's a real freaking Christ. That's who that is. Which is why the Bible can say no, not one righteous, except for this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. And then after saying that Christ is the only one justified by the law, and that the keeping of the law is self-justification and is the righteousness. Well then, in order to keep the law and be righteous, you must be Christ. Because He is the fulfillment of the law, and none other can be. So some people say, well, it's a foreshadowing, you know, and I'm glad they're getting as far as they are, but I'm taking it literally that it reads, none are righteous but Christ, who fulfills the law, and then it calls several of them righteous.
So that makes sense to me.
I think that's just smack in the forehead. That's what it's saying.
That's where I'm getting that inclination that whoever it was that was talking to Daniel may have been Christ Himself. And then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, there was a man standing with them in the furnace. I'm thinking, well, what if that was Jesus?
No, it has to be.
Yeah.
I think it absolutely has to be Jesus. Here's the funny part. Would you happen to know what Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, are those the right names? You just said them.
Sounds right. Yeah. Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, I think.
Yeah, those words are like, only God can judge me. That's one of the names.
Dang. How do you know this?
The other one is righteous servant to the Lord. Right? And then then the other one is like the idea of being a perfect scribe.
Cool.
Yeah, but if I said something like, you know, scribe meaning you wrote it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the author is someone else. You
Right.
know, a scribe's not an author, right?
Right.
And then if I say that only God could judge one, like man can't judge him, etc., like that. It's hard to show that means Christ. But I think literally Daniel means Christ, which is why He's the interpreter of dreams, which is why he has direct communication with God, which is why he knows dreams that aren't even remembered by the person who has it. He can tell anything, and he's right.
Interesting. Wait a minute. So Daniel,
and then his buddies are actually justified by him.
well, and he basically doesn't he save like Babylon, basically?
Does he save Babylon? Not the city, not the buildings.
Right.
The
But
people.
he's Nebuchadnezzar's right hand man for a while, and it seems like he did something that saved people that were different. He saved God's people, basically, as a prophet, of course, but then also saved like
That's the
other
easy
people
part.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, then he saves others on top of that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's
What
the one
about
that grafts them in. He's the one that justifies them.
right? And I also ask about Jacob. Was it Jacob that was wrestling with God?
Yeah, Jacob means heel catcher, or to supplant, like you grabbed hold of their heel and tripped them, and they fell, and you got to keep running the race, something like that. And his name becomes Israel when he wrestles with the angel of God.
So was he wrestling with an angel, or was he wrestling with Jesus? I wonder sometimes.
See, that's the kind of questions I think should be asked.
I agree. So, yeah.
So it in the literal sense, it reads the angel of God. Okay?
Okay.
But in the literal sense, the angel puts his hand on the inside of his thigh. Okay? And we know what the inside of the thigh in that reference means. It means you grab them by the testicles and you swear allegiance.
Yeah?
It's literally the word testify.
Wow.
That's what that idea right there is. And when he testifies, Jacob, in that moment, Jacob's hip is put out of joint. So it's
a big grab.
To put a hip out of joint is like impossible. Like there's almost no stronger thing on your body. Putting a hip out of joint is like crazy. And it's the sort of thing, it's not a finger that got twisted or caught and got pulled out of joint and you just pop it back in. You don't just pop a hip back in joint. You don't.
All right.
So it's the idea of being permanently changed and having like a permanent, you could even say comparatively, disfigurement.
Crippled.
Because of this swearing. He is permanently crippled in like a physical or materialistic sense. He's permanently crippled because the angel of God swore upon his testicles.
That's why I love you, Richard. Very interesting insight. That makes perfect sense.
It actually
what happened
does.
after that? Does his joint get healed or forget?
No. He's permanently changed. The whole thing is he has to be permanently changed. It's just like the thorn in the side that doesn't go away. The thorn never goes away.
So is Jacob permanently disabled?
Or, well, it's the same as is the old man dead and the young man born. It's that same idea.
Okay.
See, the very word Israel is those who wrestle with God. He was named Israel because he was the first to wrestle with God.
Okay.
That stays in the story pretty easily, right?
Right.
So, here's the part where I say something and try not to be insulting to Christians and theists and believers and stuff. That's talking about the first meaningful prayer. And all the rest of the prayers that... Go ahead.
Oh, no, please.
Your prayer.
I'll...
I think it's the first meaningful prayer. And he's the first one to wrestle with God and win. Which is why he's called Israel. and his sons are prospered, and all his sons' sons are prospered, all that idea, that he's the head of the tribes.
Nice. I was going to add, my thought to that was how prayer typically can be a struggle, especially when you're not knowing what you're wanting to pray for. You disagree with God, basically. There's songs written about that, of course.
Well, you disagree with God, your prayer will not be answered. That's all I got for you.
Right. Which you don't want it to be. But still, I mean, that's the struggle. Trying to live our life according to God's will. There's more to it than that, but
well, all you have to do is objectively understand what the stories are expressing, agree with that, and pray within it, and all your prayers will be answered. That's all. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Hmm.
You just have to be Jesus. That's all.
Yeah, or at least be like him. Try to be like him.
Well, you know, I can really appreciate that. I think it's a well-motivated and sweet sentiment to say something like, I try to be as much like Christ as I can. And certainly an honorable effort, you know, a valiant effort. Anyone who tries to do that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've met other Christians, they said that it's like, you have to be. You have to at least believe that you are like Christ. And I'm like, oh, I'll try.
I get so tired of hearing Christians quote the turning over at the tables and the whip. I get so tired of hearing that. An
justify
asshole.
their own errant behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I've done that before. Yeah.
But what Jesus did there in just a small overview of 3.5 years, it was poke, run, poke, run, poke, run, poke, run, poke, stay. Okay?
And die. Yeah.
Yes, because he was looking to get killed. I mean, I say he was in control of the situation at all times. He turned over the tables because it was time for him to die, not because Jesus was a jerk.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
He had to get them to kill him. Think about how gutsy this is. Try to imagine yourself on a promotion board. So for those in the audience, you have the highest ranking people you have ever met in your military career. That's what a promotion board is.
Right.
So they outrank you by like 3 to 4 times over, like in multiples of your rank. Usually the first time you go to a promotion board. So try to imagine if your first sergeant or master sergeant or whatever you had said to you, answer the following, and you go, psh, that's your opinion.
That's how you fail. Yeah.
That's what Jesus did to Pontius Pilate. Are you the Son of God? So you say.
Yeah.
Dude, that's ballsy. Like, that's conviction, man.
I love it.
Right on. Okay, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for me, and I don't even know. What time is it for you right now?
4:07.
Aye. All right. Well, you know, we don't get to finish this conversation ever, so we may as well just stop now.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it, of course, upstairs, I like to say. A few billion years.
Oh. Yeah. Well, there we get to finish the conversation. But there, I think it's impossible for an 5-year-old born into heaven to not already understand the importance of the Yod He Vav He. They wouldn't need that explained. They just grow up with it.
expand or explain what's Yod-Veh-Hafeh.
Okay, it's the literal Hebrew letters, but they have intrinsic meaning. Let me give
Yahweh?
you the intrinsic meanings. Well, yes,
YVH?
people will say Yod Hey. People will
thank you.
say Yahweh. Okay, so
I-
here's the actual. What's that?
You mentioned this. You pronounced it that way earlier tonight, and I intuited it earlier.
Yeah.
Before 4 o'clock.
Okay, so here's the actual things. I'm going to leave the necessary Hebrew gematria out of it, and just use the letters themselves. The hand, from here up. That's literally the letter Yod, which is why it's shaped that way. You'll notice it's not a fist. It's not a fist. It's not for fighting. It's not for defense. It's an open hand. It's a hand offering, like offering you a hand up. Right? It's an open hand. It can take your hand. It can hold you. It can do things like that. Okay? The hay. The hay is a house. It's literally a house. Okay? So here's one wall of the house, here's the other wall of the house, here's the roof. So it's a house. What's a house to them? Well, it has 4 corners, and it's where you reside. That's what a house is. All right?
Right.
And then you have the vav. The vav is a tent peg. And in fact, it's even got that little notch to hold the rope. It's got that little spur sticking out. That's to hold the rope on to the peg. A tent peg ties one thing to another. In the case of a tent, ties the tent to the ground. Okay? And then then you've got the 4 corners of the house again. So that is literally the hand of power which ties heaven, which has heaven tied to the earth. It's a commitment of angels. See, we don't have to be tied to heaven. Heaven's tied to us.
Okay.
It's their commitment. We can say it has no value. We can say I'm an agnostic, I'm an atheist, I'm a whatever. Doesn't matter.
In my mind, that actually correlated instantly with the quantum physics concept that there is a
You guys
supernatural.
put that together for me. I don't see that.
Yeah, there's a supernatural and a natural side of reality. That's the 2 houses, and that there's a tie. There's an information transfer between the supernatural, the decoherent state, and the natural coherent state. And then I'm still thinking through if the hand, the Y, the first part of that, is that God offering or welcoming or collecting us into this combination of heaven and earth, or coherent and decoherent. It's tied together. This reality.
Okay, in gematria, the Yod is grace. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, in a sense of salvation, God's offering salvation, His open hand, and it welcomes us into this, the tie, the combination of a new heaven, and new earth, maybe.
No, that's right in the right neighborhood, I think.
Yeah. See, and I love how there's multiple meanings to basically everything. We're always just not even barely scratching the surface. I think you would agree.
Yeah. And we won't have time to. We won't have time on this earth to really get into this.
Yeah. I was gonna add, until time stops.
Or however that works.
Yep. That is the physics of it. There is a calculable beginning and end point. Relativity confirms Genesis and Revelation, beginning and the end, Alpha and Omega. There's an end. Predictable, calculable, mathematical time.
Speaking of time, and for this time, and thank you for your time, and thank you to everybody who showed up. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to recite every name, but I tried to pay attention to the side chat. I tried to notice you guys. I tried to interact with you in the moment. At least recognized when you showed up. You know, as at least a minimal respect to you. And I hope to show you more respect in the future. But until that future, where I do look forward to the day that we're all great friends, please try to allow some peace and respect from you to you. And yeah, that takes effort. It really does. Go ahead, Joel. Close this out.
Oh, I was agreeing. I was going to mention Stephanie's in the channel again, and I think that's a good example. We can always get along, Stephanie. We love you, literally. We want Christ to love us because he loves you. If we do what when you're in love with somebody, you know, whether it's romantically or in any kind of capacity, you want to naturally do what that person wants. So we're in love with God. We want to do what God wants. God wants us to love even the worst people. Because we are worst people. We're all the same to God. No matter who, you know, whatever disagreements, we're all the same to God. We're all his children. You can't not love your children. So the closer we get to God and the more we love him, we start to love our siblings. So no disagreement, no matter of whatever bigotry or whatever conflicts we have, we can't not love you. We're all family.
Which is not the same thing as, I don't recognize that to you this sounds like fan fiction. I recognize that too.
Is that something in chat that I missed?
Nope. Just tacking that on to the end of the statement that I already agreed with that you made.
Thank you. Very good.
Which doesn't mean you have to agree with my statement that when I was an atheist, at least, all of this sounded like fan fiction to me. It sounded like unnecessary extrapolation into a possible world that I knew was false. That's what it sounded like.
Like a social
now
clip?
I know that universe exists, and I look at it very differently.
Right. I'm trying to think of how best to relate or just try to express this genuine feeling and emotion and gratitude and all these positive things towards everybody. You know, even Stephanie, she thinks we don't love her. She thinks people like them don't like us. And
you know that when you said that, and the possibility that you could be right, not that I know you are right, but the possibility that you could be right, my heart sank a little bit. And I don't even know Stephanie very well. But that made my heart sink. That made me just a little bit sad. I mean, I'm okay now, but just in that moment when you said that, entertaining the possibility you could be right just seems very sad to me.
Well, see, that's love, right?
Yeah, it sucks.
The idea that people that we want to love might, and it doesn't matter. We still love, and that's the same with God. I think that's the whole purpose of all this. No matter what we do that's wrong, God still loves us. And it's like, that's what being a parent is to help teach us things like this. No matter what our kids do wrong, we still love them. We still want them to do the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we can keep going.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming in, those who came in. Thanks for commenting, those who commented. Thanks who viewed and never let me know at all who you are. Thanks to you just the same. To everyone who might watch this in the future. I look forward to the day we're all great friends. Not kidding about that. Not at all, and I do believe it's going to happen. Till next time, guys.
Peace out. Peace and respect.
Peace and respect.